Peace, everybody. Welcome to the show. How y'all doing? Yeah, I'm back again with another interesting show concerning current events. Yeah, and the title of my show is "Be Wise as Serpent, Gentle as Dove." Mm. Now, for those of you who are paying attention to the news media, shout out to Cut to the Chase. He mentioned about this topic. There was yet another quote unquote shooting, police shooting. And again, it's the same story. A group of cops shooting down a quote unquote black man who was holding a knife, walking away from the police. And the police kept asking him to stop, to surrender. He refused. And that led him to his death. So now, the reason why I picked the title, Be Wise as Serpent, Gentle as Dove, I'm going to come from the biblical perspective. The Bible says that we should not be ignorant of the times that we're in, right? Because ignorance can lead you to your downfall, right? So if you know, you have the knowledge of your surroundings, of your environment, you will know how to move around. Now, the Bible, this phrase, be wise as serpent, comes from the Bible. In the New Testament, the Messiah was giving his disciples an advice on how to deal with people in society. He said, you know, you're living in this society. There are certain rules you must know and follow. So if you want to move in this world, be wise as serpent. Now, a lot of people quote that verse, they don't understand the understanding of it. When you look at the animal called a snake or a serpent, right? The serpent has no arms, legs, nothing. It just have the body and the head, and it moves on its belly. Of all the animals in the world, the serpent is the most quote unquote exposed animal out there. But there's one weapon that basically make the snake one of the most dangerous animals out there. It's venom. And the reason why he's the most fragile, why? Because its head it's exposed. Because its head is exposed, any animals out there can get him because he has no arms or legs to do anything. He can only move with its body. So the Messiah was basically say, be like a serpent. Know you're exposed. The things that you know, who you are, if you follow me, you expose yourself to the world. So learn how to move around this world, being careful. And those who study snakes, when it comes to humans or any animals, when they've sensed that somebody's coming towards where they are, they run off. It is very rare for a snake to come towards you as a form of attack. That is very, very rare because the snake knows its weakness. It's like, hey, I only have a head. I have nothing else. Why would I want to go? No, I'm out of here. Pew. Run off. That's why snakes, if you see them in grass, what do they do? They just run off. Rarely you're gonna see a snake attack a person. Now in African culture, they say whenever wild animals they attack you personally, meaning they target you, they usually put it into the spiritual. They say maybe somebody put a spell on the animal to come and hurt you or something, but because they say it's unnatural for an animal to come after quote unquote man because they can smell man and they run off. There's an instinct in their senses that hey, it's man, run off, he can kill you. It's the king, get out of here. Why I'm talking about being wise as serpent, and notice the next part it says, be gentle as dove. Let me read it. Let me read it for you guys so I can get the quote exact. Matthew chapter 10, verse 16. It says, behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Now think about that. Wolves, plural. Wolves are very strong. They're big dogs. And a sheep, a sheep cannot stand a wolf. They tear them apart, right? And it says, the next part, be therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. You have to be smart in this world because this world have rules. Unless you are the ruler, you don't make the rules. You are under subjection. You don't have the power as a citizen. You have no power over quote unquote government. They rule over you. That's a fact. You can complain, you can do anything, but guess what? At the end of the day, all the citizens they have to follow the law that was established by a few group of people. And the reason why everybody have to follow it, why? Because everybody has submitted. What's the saying? Majority rules. If nobody argues with the rules and you're only a minority, guess what happens? You have no power. You just have to what? You just have to accept it. And how? Move like a serpent in a system that you're in. Let me read you another passage. Word of wisdom. Let me see. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 38. It says, and ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. This is the Most High speaking according to the Bible. He's speaking to his people when they walk away from him, when they break his laws and commandments. Hmm. Let me read you another one. In Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 11, it says, "Say unto them, As I live, saith the Lord, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live. Turn ye, turn ye from your evil ways. For why will ye die, O house of Israel?" That's something to think about, right? Let me read you another one. Ecclesiasticus 6, verse 18. Ecclesiasticus, or the book of Sirach, it's contained in the Apocrypha. It says, "My son, gather instruction from thy youth up, so shalt thou find wisdom in thine old age." It says, gather instruction when you are young, so you can live longer. Because the word wisdom means the application of knowledge. You gather knowledge so you can apply it in your life, so you can learn how to move in this world. Let me read you another passage. It says in the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 10, "When it goes well with the righteous, the city rejoice, and when the wicked perish, there is shouting." All right. Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 18. "When I say unto the wicked, Thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, nor speaketh to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thine hand." And I read this verse again, "And he shall perish amongst the heathen, and in the land of your enemies shall eat you up." Now I'm gonna read Romans chapter 13, basically to give you an insight, because people have to understand evil in this world is inevitable. When people talk about justice, according to the Bible, only the Most High can render justice. There is no justice in this world. How can you expect justice from the wicked? He only knows wickedness, right? So if you have a system that promise you quote unquote justice, how can they give you justice when the whole system is wicked? You can't. That's why it says the wise man will know, okay, I'm in this system. Hey, I better know how to move around because I'll stick out. I will stick out. Let me read you chapter 13. I know this chapter is controversial. A lot of people, when they talk about this, they try to persuade people to think one way, but the verses that I read before, I'm basically preparing you to understand, that you have to know where you are, the environment you're in, and you have, as a man, you have to know how to move around, because this world is evil. It's full of evil men. It's full of wickedness. And if you walk out there foolishly, you get what you get, knowing what's out there. It says in verse 1, "Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. Whosoever therefore resists the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnations. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Will thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. This is a word of wisdom that the Apostle Paul was giving to the Jews and the converts who were living in Rome. Because who was the power, the empire, the rulership of the world at that time? Rome. And he's giving them a word of advice. He say, look, you know you're under the rulership of the fourth beast. They have their rules and laws. You have to be wise and smart so you can move around, learn the laws, understand what you need to do and what not to do. Find out the good things that you are allowed to do and do them. The evil, stay away from. Why? Because if you follow the good, you're going to be good. And then some people say, well, this verse is talking about, the God, the God of the Bible. It was like, yes, but watch this. Let me show you, right? Let me show you what happens. Check this out. Check this verse. It says, the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked birth rule, the people mourn. Huh? So if you have a wicked ruler who's ruling over you, why would you go against them? It's a choice. And even in the scriptures, it tells you in Matthew 4 and let's see, believe Mark 4 also, where Satan, the devil, came and was tempting the Messiah. He said, it's like, you know, I'm the ruler of this world. I'm the God. I rule everything here, right? And he says, just, worship me and I'll give you everything, right? Now people say, well, what do you mean? Satan was trying to tempt the Messiah, saying, look, everything, the power of Rome, all the kingdom around us, right? Around where you are, I'm the boss. I'm the one who make the rules. But guess what? I can give everything that I have to you as the Son of God. But first, you have to worship me. Get on your knees, give me praise, and I'll give you the rulership of this world. The Messiah denied it. Guess who took that offer? Rome. Rome took that offer. That's why it's ruling all over the world. That's why they went everywhere, conquer, colonize everything, right? So if you know that this whole earth is run by this guy, shouldn't that make it more even, should that oblige you to actually follow the laws of God contained in the Bible so you know how to deal with this guy? Because the Bible tells you how to deal with this guy because he's the one ruling. It says, yeah, the higher power is given by God, right? But check this out. Who is the God of this world at this moment? God just means power. Who's the power of all societies today? Who's the power of government? Who's the power of your judge? Who's the power of your police? Who is the power? So if you know who is behind all this, he has rules too. And notice, because of free will, if you follow the rules, guess what happens? Nothing happens to you. Now, does that mean that even the righteous doesn't get jacked for doing the right thing? Yes, of course. But guess what? Those are rare occasions. Why? Because that's the reality of life. If you're smart, you stay out of trouble. But if you're hanging out with troublemakers or you do trouble things, guess what? Sooner or later, the consequence will come back. That is evident. Not all of us who are adults, we know when you do wrong, wrong things come. And when you do right, sooner or later, the right things will come. There's consequences. Was it action, reaction, cause and effect? And you have to be smart. The incident with the brother who got killed by the police, the video was, it wasn't showing everything. It's very chaotic. The people, I guess, they were nervous, I guess. But for what we could see, you have all these elites of policemen. You are one quote unquote black man walking, holding a knife. They're shouting and yelling, right? Because was the police, right? You already know the police, how they feel about you. They're telling you, stop, drop the knife, surrender. You refuse to obey. You keep walking. They come out. They try to stop you. You walk off. You go towards a building. They keep telling you, stop. Now, some people say, well, maybe the police should have done something. I'm like, wait a minute. You already complained the police is wicked. And you want to reason with the wicked? You really want the wicked to actually do what you want them to do when that's not their way? Can you train a dog to be a cat? And this is the thing. Even when I shared a cut to the chase video on Facebook and I wanted to see the reaction, because I was neutral on this topic, this event, this guy started having assumption. He said, "Oh, you justifying this killing?" I'm saying, "No, I'm saying the broader gap based on his actions, regardless whether it was right or wrong to shoot him. He won't be dead if he didn't hold a knife, do what he did. No, whatever led him to that moment where he had a knife and walking after the police with their guns told him to stop. Cars tried to block him and he kept moving around. All these things led to his demise. Why? Because guess what? Whether or not he's dead, he's not coming back. He's gone. He's gone. And when you point things out, you try to show people the big picture. The people with the emotions, they're caught up to, oh, this is why. This is. I'm like, are you trying to reason with the wicked? Because that's what you say they are, right? You are trying to reason with the wicked to give you righteousness. Isn't that an oxymoron? Is that stupidity? You expecting a lion, right, to be sweet to a deer. And not only that, you're surrounded by them and you're still stubborn. Christ said, be wise as serpent, gentle as dove. He's saying this word is wicked. You're sticking out like you're sticking out. You exposed. Your head is out there. You have nothing else. They can crush you like an egg. Just gone. Just like that. And you wanna be stubborn and go against those who have power over you and not face consequences. And even the most I say, warn my people, tell them this, but the people refuse to listen. Some of us out there, we've dealt with the police. We got pulled over and stuff like that. But I'll say in my adult experience, most of the police that I ever encountered, I never had any problems with them. And as I gain more knowledge, I come to find out that, hey, if you're smart, don't talk to the police. Just ask questions. Be like, am I free to go? Am I being detained? They ask for your ID. You give it to them. Don't say nothing, because by you talking, you're gonna incriminate yourself. Even though say, where are you going? Be like, sir, am I being detained? And then they'll be like, let me see your ID. Sure. You give them your ID. You give them lessons. Why? Because wisdom. I'm applying the knowledge again, knowing my environment. There are many brothers out there, people who look like us, who have dealings with the police and nothing happens to them. Why? They understand what time it is. But we have a problem where we have other people out there who gain the emotions, attack others for giving a warning. Be like, hey, look, it's sad that this happened, but this should basically be a warning. Hey, learn how to deal. Don't do this, don't do that. And the people who claim to be your own, they will turn against you, telling you that you are against the people for warning them. That's what the Most High said. You know what? The evils are coming. Warn my people. Do right. You're in a society that praises weakness. Be smart. Now watch this. If that brother would have stopped and dropped the knife and put his hand in his head, and the police come there, scuffle him, and still end up shooting him, we're gonna have another story, right? But what happened? They in a few minutes when you watch the video, he walked. Look at the distance he walked. And I think on the other message they were saying um, they tased him, that he got tased. And here's another thing that I would say that some people may find offensive. God's people love the wicked. They hate the righteous. When you want to do right, your own people hate you. And those that want to do wickedness, they're praised. And when the wicked faces the punishment, they want the righteous to be like, hey, look, look what happened. And the righteous are, well, he should have followed. He should have obeyed. Oh, how dare you say this? You are against you people. Wait a minute. So let's say I'm a parent. In this country, marijuana, drugs, crack, everything is illegal, right? It's punishable by the law. You know, if you're caught, game over, right? And you want me to be like, oh man, this person got caught for having this. He's going to jail, man. Man, we need to do something. Hey, that person made the choice. I'm gonna teach my children, hey, don't be like that guy. Don't have anything in you. Because we know the system. They find it on you, it's game over. Learn how to move in this society. So the son or daughter who makes the choice to not have that substance, guess what? Oh, there's nothing wrong with having, weed doesn't kill, or it's me. I'm making the choice, right? But watch this. Your choice has to be based on a wicked law. That it's their law. Unless you have the power to change, to make it quote unquote legal, where you can have it. And the police say, "Oh, sir, we apologize. You're free to go." Learn your environment. Understand the rules. You are a snake with its head exposed to this society. You stick out. You play foolishness. Well, they're more fools than you. They know how to play it. You can you can't outplay the foolish man. You can't. And brothers and sisters, remember this is the election season. The election. Do you know how many people are being shot out here? Why they don't? Why they pick this particular one to give it to you? Why? You mean to tell me there was only one shooting that happened in that city that we saw on the video by quote unquote the police? You think that was the only one, or this is the one they want you to see? Are we forgetting that a few weeks ago, a few months ago, they had something like that on the news with the whole world? This is election season. They're playing with your emotions. Do you really think the people who come out in the media talk about this brother's death, do you really think those people care? No. He's dead. He's gone out of here, out of this dimension. You really think those people are gonna come on national TV? They really care about this guy who died? No, they're there for their own benefit. They're here to eat the cheese off of you. Because one brother failed to realize the people who are over him that were telling him to stop, he should have stopped because you should know better. It's the police. This is America. You know. Come on. You really think black people don't know? You mean to tell me there's naive black people who are like, you know what? The police is, I can act the way I want to. They're gonna let me go. They're gonna, they tell me to drop a knife. Who cares? I'm black. I can hold my knife. I can what? They're not gonna touch me. The law is behind me, and they shoot you, and you're dead. You can't come back to speak your piece. You're gonna have people speak over you. They don't know you. They're not you. You're gone. They're gonna come and say, "Well, this is what his brother would." How do you know he's gone? You really think those people are gonna be using this story and come on national TV and get Black Lives Matter and get black people to? You really think those people care about you? No, they don't care. It's election season. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. We need, we need the black vote. We need to. What was it? Don't let a good crisis go to waste. So our people, you better be careful. They're setting up traps and they're gonna pull your strings. Don't let them give you the narrative that they want you to have. Look at it as it is. A brother was holding something. The police were surrounding him. Some things they were saying we weren't there to actually hear, but we saw they surrounded him. They had their weapons drawn. They didn't shoot him. They gave him some time, and he still kept walking away. Would you do the same if you were in his situation? Put yourself in his shoe. Would you do the same? Would you do the same? Would you have 6, 7 cops with their guns say, get on the ground, drop the knife, get on the ground, and act like that brother did, walk away, and then finally get shot in the back? Would you do that? Put yourself in that shoe. And that's why I was trying to, when I was having another conversation with a brother where he was saying, I'm saying, if say, would you shoot the brother if you were the cop who had the gun when the brother was about to, I don't know, would you do it? He said, no, I won't. I'm okay. He said he only had a knife. I said, okay. I said, would you do that? He said, no. I said, but guess what? You weren't the police holding the gun. So now what? You, it's not you. You weren't there. What can you say to change the reality? He's dead. See, when you think logically and you put emotions aside, you can understand what's going on. But see, because we're in election season, the Democrats, because I don't believe in party lines, but I'm giving you the scenario. They need you, quote unquote, African American so bad that they will go to extra length. Here's the question: why this story is coming out now? Think about it. Why now? What was the major news? Joe Biden picking Kamala Harris, and then bam, another police shooting. How many shootings happens every week in America with a population of over 320 million? And you mean to tell me this is organic? This was just coincidence that just a random cops out there shot some black man, and we need to put on the news to basically let people know what's going on. You mean to tell me this is the only thing that's happening? Because they're gonna get the emotions. They're gonna pull the strings. But I'm making this stream to let you brothers and sisters know: don't be one of them. Be the one who's wise like a snake, gentle as a dove. We're still under a pandemic, right? They're still making you wear a mask, right? You're told to wear a mask for your safety. And the same people telling you for your safety, they have the power to take you out. And you want to go after them and was it give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to deal righteously with you? This is election season. They they're like salivating lions. They're like, oh man, we need that black vote. We need these niggas. We need them. So what do we do? What's the story out there? Oh yeah, we got another police shooting. Oh, perfect. Let's let's not let this crisis go to waste. We're gonna pull it, twist it, you know, poke them on their ribs and just get them all riled up. Racism is at all-time high. Right? We need some justice. And you're gonna have a bunch of people fall for the game all over again. They're gonna pull you to let you go march. Once you let your steam out, guess what? You have to go home and wear your mask and shut up because COVID-19 is out there to get you. How about that? Oh, you have to obey wearing that mask, right? They care for you. They care for your safety. Wear the mask or you die. And they still kill you anyway. And you expect them. When you think with reason, you're gonna be hated by your own people. It's always been this way. A lot of people they may not like what I'm saying right now because they're gonna be in the emotions. They're gonna be like, "How dare you? You're black. You're a coon. You're this and that." I'm like, I'm a coon for being smart and knowing my enemy, knowing how to move around this society. You want you sticking out already instead of trying to duck, run off. No, you want to. You have no arms. You have no legs. You only have your head squished. Game over. Some people say, well, what should we do? Don't make the mistake the other brother did. They pull a gun on you. That's or there's a philosophy, right? They say if you're gonna pull a gun, that means you are what? Ready to shoot, meaning it's killing time. You have cops pulling a gun on you. You give them your back. They're telling you something. You refuse to obey, and you don't expect anything to happen. See, that's what I say. People have to think a little bit. Would you do the same thing that this brother did if you were in his position? See, you have to ask people questions that will make them think to get them out of the emotion. Me as a black man, there is no way in hell I will even be in that situation. Me, hey, seeing on the news, fasting his life, holding a knife, the police say, guess what? A lot of you brothers are going to be like, wow, is fasting? They'll be like, fasting is crazy. Yeah, some of you will feel sorry, be like, man, fasting is gone, man. He got shut down by the police. But guess what? In a lot of your heads, you're gonna be like, man, what fasting did was very stupid. You know what? Maybe I won't say it publicly. I'll just keep it in my mind. Yeah. Okay. Guess what? I'm a human too. You don't think people out there are thinking the same thing, but they're gonna come and oh, okay. I need to save face. Let me say what everybody say. Yeah, racism, police down. Any smart man knows that what the brother did was not wise. You got what, 5, 6 cops with the guns drawn, the finger on the trigger, telling you to stop. And then once the bang bang happens, why did they do that? And I'll look at them and I'm like, did you just really say that? Like, duh. What do you expect? But see, this is what they want you to see. That's it. This is what they want you to see. I'll repeat. They chose this story because they wanted you to see it. But watch this. When the shooting happened, the video moved away, so you didn't really see it. So again, we heard something, but the image didn't even capture it. So even with that video, the damage that has happened, it's like, okay, we still didn't see what will happen. But it's like with the footage that's available, I'm like, come on, bro. You don't know who. I have some people out there. I was reading certain comments. They say that maybe it was mental illness. So you still trying to make an excuse for quote unquote the system that or the department who you call are wicked, they're evil. You still trying to rationalize with a quote unquote evil entity to do right still in 2020. Really? Maybe you have high hopes on the wicked one to change his ways, but the resume shows us any otherwise. Follow the laws of the land, do what is right to save your own soul so you can have your peace of mind. I never had cops come in my house for anything. The one time that happened, they made a mistake. They came to they came knocking. They said, oh, noise complaint or something. But guess what? In the same apartment that I was living in Dallas, one day I came from school. I saw yellow tapes. Some brother got taken out, laying in the grass, and the police came. I live in the same complex. But this person, based on whatever happened, he was laying there. In this life, there are things that you do and the environment you're allowed to be can lead to certain consequences. The best thing you can do is get the knowledge that you need to have so you can learn how to move in this world. This world is evil. Having that knowledge in the back of your head will save you from a lot of trouble. Why? Because you will know how to move. That's the whole point of knowledge. Ignorant, like you're not ignorant of what they can do. So why would you get mad when things like this happen when you already know what it is? It the weak. You can't expect the wicked to be righteous. That's the mistake you're making. And some of the people out there who are thinking like this, I'm like, aren't you a Bible follower? Shouldn't you know what it's written that this world is? It say when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. You can expect righteousness from the wicked. So you have to learn how to deal with the wicked. That's the advice the Bible gives you. You already know what you already know they have the power to take your life without any remorse. We've seen it already. So they're gonna pull you string and it's like you already forgot what happened. Like cognitive dissonance. Cause and effect, action, reaction. The system, they have laws, right? Whether to protect those they want to protect or set a trap for those they want to set a trap. You should have the knowledge so you won't fall for the trap, aka illegal stuff, aka committing a crime, aka not obeying the laws. That's the whole point. You teach a child not to touch fire. Why? Because fire burn. But if the child burns or touch the fire and gets burned, is it the mother's fault? The mother told the child, "Don't touch fire; it burns." So if the child goes over there and touch, is it the mother's fault? You know what? I think I've said enough. Let me see if I have one thing that I forgot. I'm looking around. Uh, before I can open the panel, let me see. For those of you who want to jump in, hold on. Hold on one second. Let me copy the link. Post in the chat. Those who want to come in. I know right now it's 11:20 or 11:18. Almost midnight soon. Those of you who have time, you're welcome to jump in so we can discuss it. But let me read one more verse. It says, uh, Deuteronomy 28, verse 65. And among these nations shall thou find no ease, neither shall the soul of thy foot have rest. But the Lord shall give thee there a trembling heart and failing of eyes and sorrow of mind. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of thy life. So even the scripture is telling you when you're living in a wicked system, you should expect the worst. This is this is not a new song, it's the same old song. And it wasn't a few years ago, it was just a few months ago. 3, 4 months ago, 3, that the whole country, the whole world, they played the same song. And you are really forgetting what can happen with quote unquote the police force. You still expect the wicked to do right to you, you sticking out already. You are already exposed. You are easily crushable. Why would you even make it even worse for you to be crushed? Knowing you're sticking out. You're gonna have a lot of people have panels trying to discuss and basically say, this was wrong. I'm like, how many times are we gonna sing the same song? Knowing what you know, okay, it's a wicked system. What are you gonna do to survive? You can change. You can change it to become right. You can't. You've tried. How many years? How many decades? You still have high hopes in 2020 that it will change? It's the election season. They need you to be emotional in your feelings. So what? They can guide you like a dumb sheep towards the ballots. It's election season. You better, this is what they're going to say. You better vote Democrat. Why? Because we feel your pain. You need to vote for us because you are black. We need to seek justice. Vote for us. Do it. Look, watch. Let us show you what's happening. We're only going to show you one. We're not going to show you about the other ones. No, we're going to pick and choose what we want you to see. Feel this pain. Join us. How many times the people we allow to be play, but the same people who are over you, who are over the police, with a wicked system, seeking the same the people, the same group to give you righteousness. Tell me that's not dumb. Better to prevent than to heal. You can't heal a dead man. He's gone. You can prevent, but you can't heal the dead. It's 2020. We're under a pandemic. You're told to wear a mask for your safety. You're obeying that law, right? It's some of you you're obeying it. Why? Because you fear for your life, right? So if you're a good citizen, you're following the commandment, right? You're okay because they told you to say if you don't wear it, you're dead. So you're gonna turn around and then watch a brother who's in a situation where the wicked system says stop, and he refused to do it and gets shut down by that group. And then you get angry saying that they should have known better, they should have done it. You expect the righteous to be righteous. Think about this. Oh, okay. Today's date is August 22. The election is a few weeks, months away. Come on, guys. How many shootings have happened the day this news came out? How many news that they should give us? There should be hundreds of them that we should be seeing on the news, right? Why they only pick one? Why did they pick this story? And I just wish the brothers were logical and I understand this. I give you props, man, because get ready. You're gonna get a lot of hatred. Why? Because you're gonna speak logically. You're gonna give the people warning and be like, "Hey, don't. It's a trap. It's a trap." No, everybody's gonna be in the emotions. Everybody gonna be. It's gonna be the same talk over again. disgusting and complaining why the wicked doesn't want to do right by us. The wicked, I repeat, the wicked is not doing right by us. It's like sometimes you think you're like, man, life is so simple, but it's like to me, I put it this way: this is an insult to our intelligence that they will pick one story out of the nation to pull it in our face to get our emotion worked out to make us watch this. Do you think the news will ever show porn scenes? They say viewer discretion advice, and then they show you porn scene. Do you think they ever do that? But they show you someone getting shot dead. Which one is worse? Seeing a man and a woman making love in a movie live, zoomed in, or seeing a person shot dead? Which one is worse? See, when you start to think logically, and you start, wait a minute, they can show us someone getting shot dead, but they will never show porn. They will blur it. They say it's not good for the children, but they're gonna let you children see someone get shot dead. Now tell me that if that's not wicked. Think about this. This is what they want, and this is what they're looking for. But you know what? Voices like ours, nobody's gonna pay attention because why? It doesn't satisfy the majority. Like I said earlier, the majority rules. So regardless of the wise black man, black woman who speak on this topic, guess what? Their voices will be overshadowed. Nobody wants to hear your logical point of view. A brother was killed. The police is wrong, and you're gonna sing this. What's the saying? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. You're gonna sing that song again, expect to get an applause from the person who's tired of hearing your song. They don't even care. And it's interesting. I had a show yesterday about the mind, and this is what they're doing to people's mind, especially black people. They want your mind to be sick because they love it when you get like that. They need it. They want it. It's like a drug to them. And still, we're gonna have a majority of us who gonna fall for the yakety yak and follow the piper to the butcher house all over again. Repeat, 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 rewind, repeat. Same old story. It's the election season. I repeat, it's the election season. They need y'all. They need your emotion. They need your energy. Nothing is a coincidence when it comes in this reality. Kamala Harris, vice president. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Gunshots. Oh, let's rally together, black people. See, we need y'all. We need y'all. And this is what they want. This is what they need. This is what they need. Hold up, brother Vision. I see you. I'll bring you up in a moment. I'll wait till it's was a 1 hour mark and then I'll bring you in. That's why they're doing this. We gotta be careful. We better be wise and as serpents. All right, looks like I hit the 1 hour mark, and I got brother Vision at building. Let me bring you in. Peace, brother Vision. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, fasting? I actually like the subject you were talking about. You know, when you study, like, in the past we all studied conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff, and they always were talking about how the media is used to program us, right? So, like, the television shows are called programming.
Mm,
And I was over at a sole provider today. We were talking about movies that are coming out. When I was younger, I never knew what feminism and all that stuff was, right? Like, Zero
yeah.
does a good job on that. But I noticed, like, they were pushing female superheroes, right? And now they're going to be pushing homosexual superheroes. Like, I grew up on Marvel comic books and stuff like that. There were no gay superheroes when I grew up in the 90s. I used to collect comic books and all that stuff, right? And now we have gay characters, and even in the cartoons, you have gay characters. You have transsexual characters, and so basically, what we're understanding is these groups snuck in the Alphabet Crew, the Transformers, and the feminists. They all snuck through feminism. Once feminism was implemented, you know that was it. And you have a biblical perspective on all this, right? Like in the Bible, when they talk about Eve, or they talk about Lilith, and all that stuff, in our cultures, women know their role, where in Western society women don't know their role. And the effect of what's happening is you're having low birth rates, and in my opinion this is affecting the black community the most, right? So check it out. There's a new James Bond movie, and they have a strong, independent black woman in it. And then all these new superhero movies are all female characters, and a lot of and I noticed not only have they been promoting feminism for the longest time, and it's not a big deal anymore. They're also promoting swirling, but it seems like in Hollywood they promote swirling between the quote unquote white man and black woman, but they never really do the other way around. And when they do it, it's never right. Like like Focus with Will Smith, and then there was another movie called Hancock, but Will Smith was like a drunk alcoholic in that one. So I'm just saying, like, that with everything that goes on with Hollywood, there's just so many different agendas that they're pushing. Not just Hollywood, the media, the news, everything. So everything you're talking about is 100% correct. It's just you got to be careful when you talk about it, and just watch the movies that are coming out. Watch when that James Bond movie comes out, the new one. It's going to be a good movie, but you're going to see things that I would have never have seen now that my eyes are open to certain things. Like when you talk about, when you and Eisen, you guys bring the even spiritual Hulk, you guys bring in that biblical perspective, and then someone like Zero can bring in the economic and the other stuff, from that and the scientific perspective, and it's all leading to the same thing, man. What do you think?
Yeah, like
Sorry.
I say, it's a game being played on the people,
Hmm.
and that's why I'm saying people shouldn't fall for this. Like
Hmm.
I say, we only saw what they want us to see.
Hmm.
Based on what they allow us to see, this is what I said. The brother, regardless of what was happening, whatever led him to that moment was his choice. You're walking away from people who have guns drawn to you, telling you to stop, to surrender. And you're going towards a gas station where there are all the citizens in there. You really think the cops will be like they're gonna keep doing the same thing and let you in? They don't know your motive, why you're going in that store. And people say, well, they should. Some people say, oh, they should have used a baton and everything. I'm like, you still hoping for the police to act right how you want. I'm like, people don't understand what's going on. It's like, are you even are you even thinking what you're saying before you say it? Like it's that's what I say. People need to think and calm down. That's why I always tell people whenever news comes out, I always say, look, they showed us how many. Look, what are they doing now with the brother who got killed? What's his name? Floyd. What are they saying now?
Okay.
We got
Floyd.
new footage. We got
Yeah.
new
Yes.
footage.
Yes. 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 They had new footage. They did. I
Ah,
remember.
guess what they're gonna do with this one? What do you think? What they're gonna look? This is what they're gonna do. Like I say, it's the same old song. They're gonna
It,
let this video ride with the voices of the system. Well, they just kill a man live, right? They're gonna let this play. They're gonna get black people's emotion out there. The ones who are foolish enough to fall for it. They're gonna let's go march it. They're gonna do the same thing all
yeah,
over again. Oh,
fasting.
that cops that killed him, and you watch what happen when everything comes down. Everybody goes back to their unemployment. They go back wearing their mask. You know what they're gonna say?
Yep.
We have a new footage,
Can I
further
ca-
demonizing the brother.
can I say that? Like when I watch that new footage, man, like you could tell, like there's like you could tell, like maybe he was drinking or maybe he was like on drugs or something, right? But he was saying he was claustrophobic. Now, like if he's claustrophobic, I think those police officers should have been, well, this is just my opinion. They should have been more respectful and maybe listen to him, say, okay, maybe this guy is claustrophobic, let's not put him in this thing, let's put him in a bigger wagon, because maybe he was claustrophobic and he was acting erratic. But honestly, fasting, I don't care what anybody says, he didn't deserve to die, man. Not like that. But then you're saying this is propaganda, right? Like you got to be careful in this space. Like if you're going to say it's fake news, and I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say, because there's a big war in this space right now with that would happen. You're going to trigger a lot of black men in the space, because some of us do go through that. This is real. So what I'm trying to say is just that image, man, is disturbing. That's all I want to say. I was on a panel one time, and I was just saying that image, there was something disturbing about just the image itself. And one black American got on and just started yelling at me. You know what I mean? So that's like some of us are emotional. I'm guilty of it too. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Fasting?
Yeah, I understand. That's why I say,
Yeah.
watch this. That's that's what they want. Men
Hmm.
are supposed to be logical. You suppose that's why in a situation, the man has to make the decision. Let the woman be emotional and panicking. As the man,
Hmm.
you're supposed to calm down, assess the situation, and come up with a solution.
Yep.
That's why I say, how many shootings that has happened by police killing somebody? Why did they pick this one? You mean to tell me
Mm.
this is the only shooting that has happened? And that's what I say. It's called selective road rage or selective
Yeah.
emotional triggering situation. Look at
Hmm.
that's what I say. What do you think people are saying now? Now that they showed the quote unquote secret video they didn't have of the whole Floyd incident with the police.
Hmm.
Now some people are be like, oh, you know what? Well, regardless, he shouldn't look. This is okay. I'm gonna be blunt. This is the reality of life. Guess what? No human deserve to die, but guess what? We are gonna die sooner or later, right? Right?
Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna
So
cough.
death is inevitable. The difference is how do you want to go out? We won't be here today talking about this brother's death if he didn't make this decision. See, this is what people are saying. The police should have known. The You want the police to care about. You want another man to care about another person's life. They don't give a damn. Nobody gives a damn about you. Nobody but yourself. So if you're not gonna care about yourself, who do you think is gonna care for you? Nobody. That guess what? This is the harsh truth that people don't want to swallow. Nobody gives a damn. Guess what? If you die today, they bury you. You're gone. It's over. Nobody cares. People will cry for you. Some people who hated you, they'll cry over you. Some people who don't even know you, they'll be like, oh man, that's a guess what? After you're gone, you're just a memory.
Yep.
You're just a memory. Nobody cares. This is the guess what? This is the reality of life. So the problem is, or I mean, the solution is be smart how you deal with the evil system.
Yes.
Call wisdom.
Yep.
Why you have some black men who are not getting shot by police? What are they doing different than this brother did? And that's why I keep asking people.
Okay. Can I
Ask
can I
yourself
wait?
this question, right? Watch this.
No, no. Okay.
This question should go to everybody who's gonna be listening. Would you do what that brother did if you were in this situation? Yes or no? Like, I mean, would you do it? Would you do what he did, or would you do something different? That's a question that any you don't have to answer here, but it's something for you to think about. Go ahead,
Um, I'm
Vision.
just, I'm just gonna say this. The only issue I have with this whole situation is he said he was claustrophobic, and they should have been respectful of that. They should have not have treated. I feel like they treated him like an animal. That's what I feel. I
Let me
felt like
ask
those
you, Vision. Who says why should they? Why?
fasting. The guy is dead. If like at the end of the day,
I'm asking you. You say they should. They should. Why?
I think there's just decency, human. That's not. If I saw another human
Let me ask
being,
you. Someone who has
yeah. But if I know the lion's gonna eat me, then I'm gonna kill that lion. But I need to know that. That's not an easy assessment, right? If I know you're gonna kill me, and I know that for a fact because I can read minds, then you know what? I'm just gonna kill you because first self-preservation is the first law. So we live in a world where people can read them, right? Like me and you talk here, but you don't know who I am. I could be a serial killer. I could be whatever, right? You're not gonna just invite me to your house, blah 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 blah. I have to, but you know what I'm trying to go at here. I'm just saying the guy should not have died, and if those people had wicked intentions, bro, then you have a right to preemptively strike. George Floyd should have killed all those cops then. If we're
let
gonna
me
go
let
there.
me ask you a Vision. Vision. You're holding a knife.
Hmm.
You're walking away from the police. You get the police cars. Woo, woo, woo. They're trying to cut you. They say, stop, stop. You have
Hmm.
5 or 6 people with the guns drawn on your back telling you to stop.
I'll
And you're
stop.
not stopping. You're not
Okay.
stopping. And then they shoot you,
Yeah.
clear the Glock, and you're dead. Whose fault is that?
It's my fault for not stopping
Guess
and
what? Guess
dropping
what?
the knife and not
Whether
cooperating.
you're quote unquote schizophrenia on pills, you was it slow or what they call retard, whatever. Guess what? Your actions led to that situation. What the police is gonna do? What the police is gonna do? That's the harsh truth people don't understand.
That image. Okay.
You
Okay. Give me
already
a second here.
they pull a gun on you already. They probably should have. They would have shot you sooner, but they didn't. And then they shot you before you entered the gas station.
Can you catch me up? George Floyd is the last one I've seen. We can go back to Michael Brown and all of this. And in Canada, the image is disturbing because at the end of the day, it's Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere." And so like Michael Brown, all these different. I'm starting to forget all the names. I'm sorry. We can go all the way back to Rodney King. All these different black men, even the one who got into that building that was being built, construction, and he got killed by those two. Dylan Roof, he walked into a church and shot up the whole place, right? Remember that one? So I'm just saying, what's the newest one now? Okay, George Floyd was the last one I saw. Is there something else after this? Something else happened?
No, this is the newest one that they're putting out here. This is the
Okay, and
new.
was it?
This is
Is it
the
George
new
Floyd?
emotion trigger they're putting out on the
And
news.
who is it?
Hmm?
Who got shot now? Is it a new person?
Yeah, it's a new person.
Got shot
It
by the
happened.
police?
Yeah, it happened in. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You didn't hear about it.
No, I
You didn't see
didn't.
the video.
No, George Floyd is the last one.
No, this is a new one. It just happened.
Okay.
The news came out today.
Okay.
Brother, cut to the chase, right? He had a show about it. He had a video
Okay.
about
No,
it.
I don't think I'm subscribed to him, so no, I missed it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just watching
Listen,
NBA games
first,
today.
I saw it first from him, and that's what I told him. I'm like, I'm gonna do a show about it too. So
Okay. Okay. So what's the background of this? Is it I'm assuming it's a black man. How old?
it's a black man. All we know is he held a knife and he was walking away from the police. They tried to stop him. He refused to stop. He kept walking. He was, I think, in another street, and then he was walking towards the gas station. And before he entered the building, the police shot him down on his back.
Now, this
Dead.
is just gonna. This is gonna. You know what? There's a bigger picture here. Just follow me for a second. George Soros is the one who's backing BLM, right? And they're trying hard to get Joe Biden in, right? But honestly, what's Joe Biden gonna do? His mind isn't right anymore. He's old. He's gonna die in the White House. So what's going to happen? The quote unquote black woman will become your president, and she's an Indian, by the way, right? But according to what you're saying, it doesn't really matter because Trump is going to win anyway, which is a good thing. But there's this is just gonna what I'm trying to say is this is just gonna inflame this BLM, which is being used for wrong reasons, because BLM is no longer about George Floyd. It's about feminism and the Transformer crew. That so you know what I'm saying? These are wicked people.
That's what I said. This is all a game.
Yeah.
The thing is, we have some brothers who are smart enough to know what the game is being played. They're manipulating black people's emotion. That's what I say.
Yes.
This, remember, like I said, this is gonna be the new talk.
Hmm.
But me, I wanted to come in from a biblical perspective
Hmm.
to kind of let people know, hey, don't fall for the same okey doke
Hmm.
again. They
Hmm.
played us a few weeks ago under a
Yep.
pandemic. Yet at the same time, they're telling you wear the mask because you may die.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, you still want to sing the same song and they don't want to hear it. And guess
Hmm.
what they're going to do? They haven't given you everything. Because they're going to, guess what? We saw from quote unquote the spectators' point of view. They're going to come up with was a hidden camera. They're going to come with a body footage. Why? Like I say, they're gonna build a story to make everybody who gonna jump into this story of the emotion look stupid.
Hmm.
That's what they do.
Hmm.
That's why I say it's best for you to stay away from it. Look at what they give you and access to it. I said this whole thing happened. Why? Because a wicked system leads to a wicked result. And if you are a quote unquote black man in a society that you stick out like a thumb, you have to know how to deal. You can be out there holding a knife and you have six cops pulling a gun ready to shoot you in the back and still walk away, expect that nothing will happen. Like, you have to be a moron to expect righteousness from people who want to shoot you dead, and which they did. That's what I say. And it's like when you see them, be like, people, stop falling for the emotional triggering trick they're pulling on you. How many shootings how many? I'll put it this way, right? Okay, Vision, think about this. Let's say, let's assume that every day 10 black men get shot dead by police. Huh?
Okay. Okay. 10 black men get shot by the police
Okay.
every
So
day.
the question is, why we only see one every so often?
To be honest with you, I don't have that answer, but it's some kind of propaganda from what I've studied in the past. You've covered it. You talked about that's what I came in when you were talking about the media, and yes, there's an agenda being played. I just don't see it, But
Mm.
it doesn't mean I can't feel it. Yeah, something is not right, bro. And go ahead. I want to say something, but I'm gonna wait till you finish your point.
No, I basically say, I'm saying, like, that's the whole thing. It's a game being played. And this, guess
Okay.
what? This is gonna be what they're gonna be talking on the news.
What's a Gambian play mean?
Huh?
What's a Gambian play mean? Sorry.
Game,
I don't want.
game,
Oh,
game.
game. Okay, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I thought you said Gambia. I was like, oh, Africa. No, no,
No,
you're
no,
right.
no,
You're right. Game. Yeah, yeah, you're
no.
right. Hey, Fast, I just want to say this. Like I know you don't watch sports, but tomorrow there's a big game between Bayern Munich and PSG. A lot of black players on those teams, right? African players. We have a kid here from Canada who is like basically it's the biggest thing ever because he's African. I'm not sure where he's from. It's either Congo. No, it's not Congo. It's either I think it's either Ghana or Nigeria. It's one of those two, right? And he's playing for Bayern Munich. And this is like the greatest. Like this is the big. This is like a first guy to make it to like we've had Canadian players make it, but usually they play like goalie or they play on the bench. But like this guy's playing for like one of the biggest clubs on the planet, right? And he's African, right? But when you see pictures and now they're showing his father, but like when you see pictures of our athletes, like a great athletes, the fathers are not there sometimes, bro. And I find that troubling as well. like with like LeBron James and Iverson. But I know you have your perspective. I know when you say sodomites and all that stuff. But again, the image is an issue, right? So a lot of our great athletes, a lot of the like Kevin Durant and all these things. Oh, my mama's the real MVP. Like the man is not involved. The mother is front center all the time. The woman is front center, and the black men are just nowhere to be seen, bro. And I find that troubling as well. There's a war against black men, and there's no way anybody can ever unconvince me of that. And that's the conclusion I've come to. And I've also come to the conclusion that women in the West are our enemies. Black women in the West are not on our side. You have to find women from other cultures. That is also something I've proven to myself by coming to this space. Western educated black women are never going to be on a black man's side. Yes, you'll have 5%, and if you can find the needle in the haystack, but that's just my own personal opinion. Like everything we're talking about here comes back to there is an assault and a war on a global scale on the black man, and I want to know why. They're used as tools. Slavery hasn't ended. They're used as tools for sports. They're used as tools for media, for music. Making beats, dancing, all this stuff, and then they just get thrown away. Anyway, that's my little piece for today. Just
Yeah.
cattle to make money for other cultures, and nobody sees it, bro. You know how where we're from in Sudan and where you're from. You know how they herd the cattle. This is how they're herding the black men on this side of the world, bro. Bunch of cows just being herded around. We gotta figure this shit out, man.
Like I said earlier, be wise as serpents, gentle as dove.
Yeah, I agree.
Follow the laws of the land.
Yes.
Do what is good. You're doing it for your own good.
Mm-hmm.
So you could stay away from trouble because you don't want to stick out.
Mm-hmm.
This is wisdom. You know weed is illegal, and you're hanging out with people who have pot in the car, and you get pulled over. What happens?
Well,
First they're gonna come and they smell.
yeah.
They're gonna say, "Well, get out." You don't smoke, right? But guess what?
No.
Your association with them, you get in trouble.
Yeah.
Now people say, "Well, they just keep." I'm like, that's why the wisdom is move smart. Okay, I'm a black man amongst other black fellow brothers. They smoke. I don't. The car is smoking. Smoke everywhere. There's what prejudice. There's
Yep.
So the end game is be smart. Know your environment.
Yeah, I agree.
Be smart. Guess what? It doesn't matter what the police is gonna do. What are you gonna do?
Yep.
But see, when people get caught up in the emotions because they show them that, see that, and that's what I said earlier. See, when you think and not with your emotions, that's what I ask. I say, why they never show porn on the news, but they show you someone getting shot dead? Why? Which one is worse, porn or a murder live on TV? Which one is worse?
Which one is worse? Murder live on TV.
Okay.
To see someone get killed, like.
So the question is, why they don't show porn too? We should. Hey, the news should show whatever. Oh, there's a new porn, new position. They should show us, right? Why they don't? Why they don't do it? Why it's taboo?
In the past, it made a lot of money. In the past when you couldn't remember those channels that used to be scrambled, and before the internet and all that.
I'm talking about the news. I'm not talking about TV. I'm saying the news.
They don't show porn. They never show. They never show porn.
They can show you a dead
everything else
kill live, saying view discussion live, but they can't show you porn. Why? Like let's say, a controversial porn, or let's say they're talking about a star. They say this porn star accused so and so forth. They say, and they be, she's known for making a movie called this. Why they never show us that porn scene? Right? This is her work. Like, you know what I'm saying? So they're not going to show you porn.
Let me add this.
Can I a murder?
can I add this as well? Look at the movies. I was just telling you about James Bond, Matrix, all the movies. Die Hard. All those Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, Terminator movies. This culture loves to show death. We have become desensitized to death, bro. You ever watch the movies? They're blowing buildings up. They're crashing planes. There's a new movie coming out with a black superhero called Tenet. They're crashing a plane into a whatever. Well, or saving a plane, but still the image so much violence in our media fasting. It's amazing. Yeah, it's Sodom and Gomorrah, bro. It is globally. And then if you go to somewhere like Dubai, or you go to Las Vegas and things like that, it's even 10 times worse. But everywhere is like that, bro. People are being trafficked. Kids are being, I don't want to get your channel banned, but the Catholic priests, you see what they're doing, trafficking, prostitution. It's everywhere, bro. Drug use. The world is finished. It's just we decided to put a veil over our eye. That's all. But the world has been finished a long time.
This
We were
is
just all,
nothing new.
yeah, we were sleeping. That's all. I'm guilty of it too. I was
No,
sleeping, man.
it's not just sleeping. It's people do not want to know
The truth.
the reality
Yeah.
because a lie is an escape. I'll put an example, right? People talk about legend and stuff like that. What if I told you that there are giants out there outside the cities? Would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
But
But
see, so what I'm trying to show you a perspective.
yeah.
You only know what they want you to know.
Yes, I agree.
So so how can you expect the same people who filter knowledge
Yep.
to give you the truth because they already train you to
Yep.
reject truth. They're like, yo, are you comfortable? You don't want the truth, so
Yep.
let's give you this. You're gonna be satisfied with it.
Exactly.
People
And
hate knowledge, and that's a fact.
they've made us hate religion as well. They've succeeded. They've made science the new religion, and now we hate Christianity, we hate Islam, we hate Judaism, we hate all conventional religions, whether it be Buddhism, even spirituality. And then they try to give us astrology. They try to give us a science as a new religion, and science has become the new religion. It has, you know. So
Science is a new religion. Like
it's a
people
new
don't realize
religion.
science is not that old.
Hmm.
Science came along atheism. The people they say we need to bring science to Americans to basically get them to reject the Bible. It's an agenda.
Yes.
Now, like I say, the people, the higher ups, they know the agenda of science. That and here's another thing that's gonna shock you. When you think about science, it was coming together with the communism agenda.
Yes.
See, like I said, there are knowledge out there people can search. When they were trying to promote atheism over there in the east, Russia and all that, they had to bring it under the radar as science, and slowly but surely that movement grew, and it was brought over to the West too. And even some of the smarts men in America, they were fighting it. They say, well, there is science, there's true science, but this form of science that are coming in the West, we need to fight it. But guess what? The majority rules. So they lost that fight.
Hey,
And
fasting.
and that
I'm gonna show
sorry?
you this, right? I'm gonna show you this. It's a safe book. My recommendation is just get past the racism stuff, and if you ever get a chance, right? It's a safe book. If you can ever get a chance right here, this is the book right here. Read this book. This is the older version, right? And this guy basically wrote a book of how black people should behave in the West, right? He basically said that we as black people in the West and globally lost a war, right? And he goes, I don't care why and what the reasons are, but this is the way you have to behave. So if you ever get a chance, man, this book cost me $60 because I'm in Canada, but for you in the States, it only costs $25 to $30. And by the way, I'm gonna order your book, eh? I'm gonna order your book. So you drop the link sometime. You have a book on Amazon that you showed us, so I'm gonna support you and get that
Did
book.
you read that book, the one that you showed?
This one,
Yeah.
yep, I read it. The further, this is how far I got. So this is the last chapter. Um, chapter is area 9, war and counter war. So that I got this far. The sex chapter is very long. This chapter right here is very long. But no, I did read this whole book, and I'm gonna read it again because you know when you read it the first time, you get a certain perspective. In fact, I had lost the original copy of this book here, and then when I lost my original copy because of some personal issues, I actually have 3 copies of this book. There's one still in the house, but I'm not allowed to go to the house right now. And so, like, as you can see here, this one, see, like, as you can see, like, give me a second here. Where is it? Like, see, I started highlighting stuff, right? Because this is the second time I started reading the book. So yeah, this is, see, even here right now. I'll show you this part right here. So I'm just gonna read this part right here. What is meant by refining white supremacy, right? The term refinement of white supremacy means to improve the method of maintaining white supremacy. This means that the white supremacists work to decrease the necessity for using direct violence or the threat of direct violence against non-white people. They instead act to increase the use of deceit as the basic means of causing their victims to enjoy and or not resist their subjugation to white supremacy. And now, when he talks about white supremacy, he's basically telling you everybody, Indian, Chinese, as long as you're not quote unquote Anglo-Saxon, you're non-white. So that includes everybody else in the world, right? And here in the introduction, it goes, the system of white supremacy, racism, is the most powerful force by and among the people of the known universe that prevents the production of justice, balance between people in all areas of people activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, counter war. During the existence of white supremacy, racism, the most important thing for a non-white person to study is the system of white supremacy, racism, what it is, and how it works. The study should include every major detail of its establishment, maintenance, expansion, and refinement in every area of activity. During the existence of white supremacy racism, there is no way for a non-white person to be mentally healthy without understanding what white supremacy racism is and how it works. Now, see, I live in Canada, so it's completely different. And this is what he says here. If you do not understand white supremacy racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. So yeah, I read the book all the way to the end, fasting, and I recommend it to everybody. I bought 3 copies. I have 4 copies. I'm very serious about this book. Very serious. But nobody
And
wants to listen to me in this space.
and this is what I'll tell people. Every empire had the times to rule. Guess what? When the Persians rule, guess what happened? Every nation had to be subject to who? The Persians. So at the end of the day, the ruler sets the rule.
Yes.
You the
History is
only
written
way
by the
to
victor.
change the rule is to overthrow the power. So the whole thing is that's why I go back to what I said earlier. Be wise as serpents, gentle as dove. You're in a world where you're not ruling. You're not a ruler. You don't have no power. You don't make the rules. You follow the rules of the land. So what you do is you have to be smart, right? And
Yep.
people have to understand evil doesn't pick a side. Evil is evil. Whether you're quote unquote black, white, yellow, brown, evil doesn't care. And that's why I say, even when when we're being sold about white supremacy, remember the same people who are oppressing you, they give you the word white. The same people who quote unquote are oppressing you, they give you the word black.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, you're still receiving what you are given. It's still a game.
Yep.
It's still a game that you've been playing on. That's one of the reasons why I prefer to stick with the Bible, because the Bible gives me the tools, the answer on how to deal with a wicked system. This whole earth is wicked. So unless you and a few establish a place, an environment where righteousness will prevail according to how you want it, and those who agree, you have to deal what you have. You
Yep.
have to be smart.
Yeah. And man, trust me, it's refinement up here. The difference between white people in Canada fasting, they're nice people, okay? Every culture, let me make something clear. Every culture has good and bad people. In my culture, we have good and bad people. So I gotta be careful not to put all white people under this strength. But the difference between white people up in Canada and they're in the USA, like somewhere in Texas or in the South, the white people, the white man doesn't like you. He'll say, "I don't like you," N word, right? And you know that that's your enemy. He doesn't like you, so you don't go near him. You stay away from him, right? But in Canada, and this is just my experience, right? Especially in dominated white areas, right? Toronto, Mississauga, Montreal, those are different places. There's more black people in those areas. But in places where there's a lot of white people that control, like Italians and especially Western Europeans, mainly Italians and Portuguese, and of course Jews, wherever they go, they run shit. Um, but they're not white. They're either Middle Eastern or Ashkenazi or Sephardic. One all those. So I'm not gonna go there. I'm just gonna stick with this one here.
They
What I'm
all
trying to say is what I'm trying to say here. They don't like you, but in their face they'll smile, man, and say, "How are you doing?" And they'll shake your hand and blah blah blah, right? But behind your back, they're they're plotting against you, bro. And that is scary as fuck. Almost like same thing with like a black woman. Like a black woman, you know how they are on this side of the world, right? They'll get with a rich man and then they're plotting already of how to take all your resources. Like these are the two greatest enemies where I'm at of the black man, black women, and white people, mainly white men. Trust
uh,
me.
here's the mistake where you're going. This is the mistake
Mhm.
you make.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, evil has no color.
Thank you. Thank you. You're right.
Among
I
those police who were there who shot the black man, guess what? There were black officers there.
Yeah.
So this, if you wanna pick the color to be like, okay, I'm not gonna, I gotta watch out. Guess what? The enemy that you will expect to take you out, it's not gonna be from the outside. It will be your own.
Yeah. You're right.
That's what I tell people. Even if you fall for the white supremacy,
Even your family members could sell you out. Your
so
own brothers and uncles, kind of like Jacob.
that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you get caught up in this, because remember, who gave you the word racism?
The system, or which would be, well, I can't really say. I'm in a Western system,
Well,
so some.
when you think about racism, it's an English word, right?
Yes, it is. It never existed where I was
So,
from. We didn't like each other, so it
so
was
if
more
you was,
tribalism.
so if it wasn't your, like, that's what I'm saying. They gave you
Yeah,
what
they
you
did.
know.
Yep, they did.
Why?
They did.
Because they want you to be in a certain mindset. See,
Yep,
that's what me. I don't fall for.
yep,
I'm like, okay, it is natural for someone to be for their own,
yep.
but here's another reality.
Hmm.
It is unlikely someone from the outside to do you
No,
hurt
no,
on
no.
a lower level. It's gonna be.
Can I interrupt? Can I
the-
interrupt you?
Hold
Can I?
on, one
Can I?
second. Hold on, one second. It's gonna be from the inside in. And
I
what
agree.
happened is the enemy knows that reality and uses it
Yep.
for their advantage. The problem is the gullible of your own will play a part.
Yeah.
So if your eyes is to look on, oh, okay, the black woman in the West, guess what? White, there are white women who do the same thing, and they're the
Yeah. You're
majority.
right. You're
So
right.
if you're just looking at quote unquote, oh, the black woman, oh, guess what? Evil, wicked woman, they come
It's
in
a weak
all
woman.
shades.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Evil man come in
Yeah.
all shades. And this is a fact. You are affected by your close proximity. Look at
Yeah.
all the crimes that happen.
Yeah.
The murderer had a connection with the victim. A
Okay.
random crime is very rare.
I agree.
That's why the theme of my show was be wise as I see. I didn't mention about no. My focus is be wise as serpents, gentle as dove. Why? You live in an evil world.
Yeah.
Learn how to deal with evil
Yes.
because evil will overrun you. That's
Can
being
I
smart.
can I say this? You were able to actually pick out a blind spot that I've had for a long time, because between you and I, the people that sold me out the most were my closest friends that happened to be blacks, whether it was Haitians, Jamaicans, even Sudanese, even family members. It was them that were actually that did the most damage. While my eye was like, oh yeah, look at the white man. He's this, he's that, he's that. But the white man was far away. The people that did the most damage to me were people that look like me. So you're 100% correct, and that's something I have to work on. But like you said, be wise as a serpent, and you know, gentle as a dove, right? And that is something that I have to work on. And life is a journey of continuous learning. What I'm trying to tell you is I've lived my life on automatic. What I'm trying to tell you is I've lived my life on like just cruise control. Does that make sense? I never I would get into situations and then figure it out. I would meet people and I would just take them at first face value. Being naive, right? When we're now fasting, you have to be careful, man. What I'm trying to tell you is, I want to respect people, but like trust is not something you should give. Trust is something that should be earned, in my personal opinion. Don't give it to anybody. They have to earn your trust, man. And I think there's things you can do so that you never have to be dependent on anybody. So I'm going to use you as an example. You're always working. You usually work at six days a week, working hard, making money. So what's that do for you? You know what that tells me? You're never going to be dependent on anybody to if you ever get in a jam. You're not going to borrow. You don't need to borrow money. You're never going to be compromised. So let's talk, let's just talk. Me and you have a relationship. I never have to borrow money from you. You never have to borrow money from me. That takes away the criteria where things can go wrong. Does that make sense? So like as men, we've all been put on this planet to be fruitful and multiply. Multiplying is hard, but be productive. We live in an economic world where there's jobs. If you're not going to be a computer scientist because it's not easy to get in there, there's nothing wrong with becoming a truck driver. There's nothing wrong with becoming a plumber. You get in where you can. And so what I'm trying to say is, like, it's just now I'm very, very discreet when I'm around people, because you don't know who's who anymore, bro. Hey, any pushback? Hello? Whoa,
Uh, I mean,
it's a lot, I know.
no, I'm saying it's a basic instinct.
Mhm, mhm.
You give everybody a benefit of the doubt, but you just don't have to open your heart and give everything that you know to a stranger, because remember, a
Yeah,
stranger is a stranger, meaning someone you don't know.
yeah.
And like I had my show about how to make a friend,
Hmm.
relationship, it goes both ways. It can't be one person.
Yep,
When you call someone, it's a two-way line. You
yep,
can't be the one just talking. The
yep.
other has to reciprocate. And the thing is, that's why I tell people fasting is a great way. Why? Because when you're fasting, it puts you in a discipline mode. Why? Because you're taking control of your being.
Hmm.
Your body is saying you need to eat, and you telling your mind that no, we're not gonna eat. And there's an inner battle. Most people, they look on the outside to blame the outside, but you have to look within yourself. Like I said earlier, nobody cares about you. You are the most important person in your life. So if you don't give a damn about you, don't expect others to do. Like I said
Exactly.
earlier, when you're dead, guess what? You're dead and gone. Nobody gives a hell about you. They're gonna forget you in a few days. You're
Yep.
gonna be just a memory. They're gonna be, oh yeah, remember? Oh man, he was so cool. Or he was funny. Man, he's gone, man. Maybe one day we'll see each other again. Okay, life goes on.
You're right.
You so while you're alive, the way you move in life, hey, it's survival mode. I gotta do things to protect myself. I gotta be wise as serpent. And me, because I use the Bible as my foundation, I have a good life. I'm at
Yep.
peace. Yes,
Yep.
and people will be like, well, does that mean I don't have any worries? I mean, it's normal being, but I'll put it this way. like the show I had yesterday, things that are beyond my control, why worry about it? Why stress myself over? I have no control whatsoever. I can't force people to love or hate me. I have no control over anybody's mind. I am my own master. I
And you,
control what I do, what I say, where I go, who I want to be in my life, or who I want to be out
yeah,
of my life. I control me. So you trying to control how someone should act towards you, that is a waste of time.
yeah,
That's how people. That's what I say. People they stress themselves over nothing. And the
yeah. You're
thing
right.
is, when you have control over your mind, people gonna question you. Like, why don't you want to be like us?
Hmm.
I'm like, no. Look, I'll put it this way. I have neighbors. You be like, hey, what's up? What's up? But guess what? Whatever goes in their house, it's none of my goddamn business. I'm never gonna go there to tell them what they need to do, and they're never gonna come here and tell me what I need to do. That's none
Hey,
of
hey,
my business.
Fasting, I wanna add something as well. This pandemic did something very interesting. Like in the past, like you want to meet ladies and stuff like that. What's the best place to go to meet girls, right? You go to the bars, right? The nightclubs. I used to go to the nightclubs, but I don't like that environment anymore. I've outgrown it. So you just go to like a local bar. You know what I mean? And you sit down and you do your thing. But with this pandemic now, like when you go to a nightclub, for example, that's a place of trouble. Everybody's drinking, and when everybody gets drunk, and and then I drink too, so I know about it. The negative emotions start to come out, and then fights break out and all that stuff, right? And then stupid things just start to happen, and people make choices that they regret. So with this pandemic, is in a way it's a blessing, because once this thing goes through, like after 2 3 years, the way the world works has been completely changed, right? So people are not going to areas to get in trouble. Now people are going to the park, and you see families and stuff like that. So I find that very fascinating. Like there's no nightclubs; they're done, they're shut down with no chance of coming back. You go to a restaurant; some restaurants they don't even want you to sit inside. You go, you get your food, and you leave. You know what I mean? You go to the bars now. It's basically just friends that are and families that are going to bars. People are not going to meet in those kind of areas. So it's fascinating that's happened. And I notice you don't smoke weed and you don't drink. And I'm gonna bring it all together. When I used to study, like when I used to really study, the conspiracy theory stuff, they always used to talk about the lost books, right? They used to talk about the Talmud. They used to talk about these stone tablets of Gilgamesh, and they used to talk about like there's missing books in the Bible. Like they even saying Jesus Christ had that, well, Yeshua or Isa. He wrote a a verse or whatever. They even saying Mary had a verse, and they're saying there's so many characters or people that were taken out of the Bible. And what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to religion and esoteric knowledge, there's a lot that's missing. Like alcohol, for example, when you try, like even when you go online, like alcohol, jinn in Arabic, which means spirits, right? Like, so when you drink alcohol, negative spirits are able to, but these are not things they talk about in the mainstream, right? Now, maybe I don't know where these things would be in the Bible, so maybe you can complete that story for me.
I don't know about that. I mean, there's stuff that we could talk about, but
You, not
me right now. I'm focusing on the simplest thing because
okay,
that's going too far.
okay, okay,
Usually, I'll have a show when it comes to like going deep in a rabbit hole, but I'm
okay,
focusing more about people, quote unquote. If you are quote unquote black, you
okay,
know how this system is.
okay.
You have to be smart on how you move around. And like I
Hmm.
say, don't fall for the media's trick to get you emotions. We are in a political season called the election. They
Yep.
need everybody's energy.
Yeah.
And like I say, there are many police shootings that happen every day. Why did they pick this one? Why? And not only
Okay.
that, they're only giving you one perspective. And you know what?
What's
If it benefits them, they're gonna ride this thing, ride it, get everybody riled up, get black. it was a BLM out here, right? They get it, and guess what? They're gonna wait, boom. They're gonna pull. Okay, we got the police footage. We got the gas station security videos. We got somebody else who was filming it. They're gonna bring all this back to the zoo. Well, guess what? These guys are really dead. He can't defend himself. They're gonna create a narrative and make everybody embarrassed. They'll be like, "You went out there, you did all this. Look at this. Look at this fact. Now what? The whole thing is it's a good cop bad cop game to make the emotional sheep look dumb at the end of the day. Look what they did with freaking Floyd. Everybody knows
Okay.
he's looking dumb. They say,
Sorry.
"Oh, you went out with this guy, and he wasn't." So now. See, one like I know some people will say, "Oh, if you believe, if you don't believe like I believe, that means you're justifying for this guy's death." I'm like, I'm not a judge. I'm not the one deciding, the fate of somebody. This guy is already dead. It doesn't matter what I say. He's
Can I
dead.
let me backtrack for a moment? Fasting. Today, as I was on YouTube, I saw BLM and Tifa fighting with a bunch of Trump supporters. I don't know where it was, like in California, and somewhere in one of the southern states there as well. Like you in the states, like what's going on with that, bro? You got like the Trump supporters, you got the conservatives, and the right wing on one side, and now you got this Antifa and the BLM and the liberals on one side, and they're in the streets, bro, getting at each other, and the cops are basically there doing what they're doing, and you have all this talk about defunding the police. Like if the police are not there, these crews are going to get at each other, bro. But anyway, this is your country, so can you add to that? Because this BLM and Antifa is tying to George Floyd, and it's also tying into this new guy that I even don't know about, right? That I'm going to have to go check out now as well. And now this is becoming global. You know what I mean?
Mm. Oh, let's see. Agon, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. And it's late night. You just started working or what?
I've been working for like 2 hours. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? I'm just listening to you guys speak. This is you guys speak, man. I got something to add in, but I forgot it while you guys were talking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Basically, I made the stream, talking about the shooting incident. Actually, shout out to Cut to the Chase. He was the one who mentioned the story, and it was very interesting. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna chime in on it, but I'll come from a biblical perspective. So basically, I was using Bible verse that are basically telling you how to deal in a society where you know you should know who you're dealing with, and the way based on the video, this brother was holding a knife. He had a bunch of cops behind him with the guns drawn, telling him to stop, basically to surrender. He wasn't listening. Walking towards a gas station, and that's when he got shot.
Seems right about right.
So now people are gonna be like, "Oh," I'm like, the brother is dead. It doesn't matter what the cops should have done. This brother made the decision that led to his demise, and now they're using his death to get you emotions. Why? It's election season. That's the game.
Yeah.
They need your emotion. Guess what? Starting today, with since this story came out, this is the next week. Everybody's gonna be talking about it. It's gonna, like I said, it's the same old song. How many? We're in 2020. How many times people are gonna seem to sing song when the people who are listening to the song, they're tired of it, they hate it, they don't want to hear it no more, but you still want to sing the same song.
can I add another target that Ramil just talked about that I did not know about? What's his name? The billionaire is now under investigation as well. So that's another black man being targeted. Fasting. What's his name?
Bruce Wayne,
No, not Bruce Wayne. The black billionaire. He donated a whole bunch of money to help with the student loans.
Oh, he's
Robert
talking about the
Smith.
guy who.
Yeah, Robert Smith. Yeah, Robert Smith is under investigation, bro. They always brag about Oprah being a billionaire and all this good stuff, but then this Robert Smith guy has done so much more, and that yet all I'm hearing about him now is some kind of tax evasion stuff. And Trump, have they ever figured out what Trump is doing with his taxes? I'm just looking at the hypocrisy of all this. You know what I mean? The system again, a play, right? Fasting, what we're talking about. But I'm going to look into this Robert Smith thing again. Another black man in the radar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That image again, right? Bill Cosby was supposed to be like, at one time the father, the father of Black America, and look what they did to him. You know what I mean? He got Me
Father
Too
of
like no
America,
tomorrow.
period. He's like Father of America, period.
Yeah, he got Me Too, and yet Hugh Hefner gets to go to his grave. What Me Too is gonna find them there now? It's just now they got, well, at least they're getting at Harvey Weinstein, and what's the other one there? Epstein as well. Anyway, but let's not go too far. I'm just the image, the logistics. It's just not, something is not right.
Me,
Mm.
that's why I'm like, I always tell people may make fun of the Bible, they can say whatever they want. Me, this is the greatest book ever for me, and it proves everything right as always. The Bible simply puts it says
Hey,
you have
fasting.
hold on.
Mhm.
You have to respect the authority of the land. Why? They're ruling over you. And I read a verse that literally tells you, do what is good, so good things can come to you. You living under a quote unquote unrighteous and unjustice nation,
Yep.
and you want to move the way you want to, it's not gonna work. You have to abide by the rules, or guess what? Get squished like a bug. That's guess what? That's the way it is. Some things never change.
You know what,
The,
guys?
the, the ruler, the ruler will always have its foot on its undermen or underlings. That's how it always was, and that's how it always be. So the question is, you have to learn how to deal with the ruler on his quote unquote on his territory, because you're in it. You're not outside of it. You're in it. You have to be smart and deal wisely with an injustice system. That's why I approach it with the Bible. And the Bible
I'm,
makes it clear. But guess what? Most people, they don't want to listen to it. They want to
I,
make their own
I'm
thing.
sorry. I just want to add this. It's September's around the corner. I think 2 weeks. So September, and then what's next? October, and then November. So let's just see what happens. September, the schools are going to open up here. So we'll see if everybody goes back. And the reason I'm saying that is this election. I'm really going to be paying attention to this election. Like, I don't have CNN, so I don't really know what goes on anymore. I watch Al Jazeera anyway, but I just the American media is no longer on my face the way it used to be because I don't have cable TV. But this is usually around this time is when a lot of stuff, this is when the candidates start doing their thing, right? For Trump to get a second term. But I just get the sense that Trump is just not worried. And Joe Biden, the Democrats got nobody, man. Wow, what a weak what a weak group. Even though they're basically two wings of the same bird. But what a game they play, man. It's incredible. Incredible.
Yep. Like I
Well,
say, I just wanted to make a stream to kind of give brothers and sisters a heads up. Be like, don't fall for the game. It's unfortunate the brother died. There are things he could have done to prevent this, but it's already too late. Now, what will happen is the conversation is gonna be to get people's emotions riled up and fall for the trap. That's the whole thing. I'll say, if anything, parents out there, because like I say, it's the porn they want you to see. They don't want you to see the sex scene. They want you to see a death scene. And it's in this, see, people don't understand psychology. Do you really think the news care about you knowing this happened? Like, people have this impression that the news cares about you. They don't. They only care about the attention they're gonna get. It's a story. They have to sell it to you. That's why I say we have to be smart and not fall. The Bible is like, it's so clear. The Bible says all the sinners of my people should die. You live in a quote unquote unrighteous system and you're doing evil. Guess what's gonna happen? Evil. You're not gonna have mercy. Only a justice system who will give you mercy. Like, it's like people.
Justice is blind. Justice is blind in the USA. By the way, the statue of the justice with the scales, she is blind. So that's symbolism telling you that the justice system is blind in the USA. But yeah, keep going, fasting.
But justice comes from the Most High. How can you expect man to give you justice?
And the Bible is closed with the Statue of Liberty. The Bible is closed, meaning they don't follow God's law. Man, you're making me go back to all that stuff I used to study. Let me leave. I'm out of there.
Let's see, brother Lawrence, how you doing,
Mitra.
bro?
You know,
Good to see you
Mitra.
again.
Shalom,
Welcome.
gentlemen. Shalom.
Peace. Shalom.
Lawrence.
What's
Hey.
good?
Oh, I mean, it's an interesting topic. I could have come and any other way, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna use the scripture to come on this topic. That's why the title I say, "Be wise as serpent, gentle as dove," using the scripture to basically give a heads up to the people. Learn your environment and deal wisely with it, so you can live. You can't be out there acting foolishly and expect, or somebody out there who looks like us acting foolishly, and you get riled up in your emotion, expecting they should have done better. That, oh, they should have known better. They shouldn't have done what they did. How can you expect that from an righteous, quote unquote, gang? You can't. It's foolishness to even think so. If anything, this should be a lesson to what we should not do so we can save our soul. Death is out there, right? So why would you even make it worse on yourself? You have people who pull a gun on your back telling you to stop, and you keep walking. And when they take you down, the people they already, by them pulling a gun, they already had a intention to take you out anyway.
Sorry.
Why did you listen? And people will say, well, he might be, schizophrenic, mental illness. I'm like, guess what? We live in a real world. Nobody gives a damn about you. They don't care.
Well,
You wanting to have people to care for you, you're gonna wait here till you die. It's never gonna happen.
well, I can look at this from two different perspectives. The first one, from a scriptural point of view, would be, the classic line, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's." Or another play on that is, when in Rome. At the end of the day, we're a conquered people, whether we want to admit that or not. And therefore, we have to play by the rules in the backyard of someone else's house, regardless of how much those rules shift. Now, speaking from a different perspective, might be shocking, is that situation with that young man and those officers. It couldn't have ended any other way. And that has nothing to do with racism. Because here's the situation. And this is based on what I know of the story. And if I'm wrong, then please correct me. But they got a call at about 8 p.m. They came to the parking lot. I believe it was a Circle K gas station or something like that. Now, he had a knife. They told him to drop the knife, get down on the ground. He started walking away from them. They used a taser. The taser didn't work. He kept walking away. They kept telling him to stop until he got to the doorway of the gas station with the knife in his hand, and he started reaching for the door, and they fired on him. Now, we can sit here and we can talk about how he was shot in the back and all that good stuff, but let's be realistic about something here. They tried non-lethal methods, and it didn't work. They tried talking to him and yelling at him. That did not work. He had his hands on the door heading into a gas station with a knife in his hand. We don't know if he was going in there to use that knife on somebody. Those officers had to stop him because they just don't know what he was planning to do. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if they didn't do that and he walked in there and he started stabbing somebody, that same community who's complaining that they shot him would be complaining why they didn't shoot him to stop him from killing somebody in that gas station.
Facts.
So that's interpretation of it. A lot of people not going to like that. But then again, at the same time, I used to carry a shield. My dad carried a shield. My two uncles carried a shield. I understand these things from, I won't say different perspectives, but I look at it a bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like any logical man, like see, this is the thing. People, there are certain people they want to be stuck in the emotional part. Like I say, Brother Lawrence, why you just say right here? If you were to say in a little black group I've been there for years talking about this news. They will say you justified the killing. You siding with the enemy. You a coon. I was like, wait a minute. I'm not under no emotion. Guess what? The brother is dead. We can. It doesn't matter if you're on one side or the other. He's dead. He's not coming back. What the thing is, we have to look at what happened. Why did the brother not obey the command? He had a knife. He pointed it to the officer. Guess what? Guess what? Did you want the police to shoot him when he pointed at them, or give him time to surrender? Which one? Which one will be more satisfying? When he first pointed out the knife for them and they bang, bang, bang in his face, or him walking away, not listening, being stubborn, and trying to go inside the building and they take him out? Which one would have satisfied you? But here's the thing: those people who have that mentality, the only way they're gonna come is that way. Why? Because emotions wins souls. They know the majority will follow that way. But any man who's logical, me as a black man, do you know what I looked at? I say the brother shouldn't have done what he did. He should have been smart. They already had the guns on you. You should have complied, right? But here's the thing: it doesn't matter what the cops did. Why? They were gonna do it anyway. They already pulled the gun. That's what people don't even understanding. They pulled the gun. That means they were ready to shoot down. Then one of them used a taser and it didn't work. That's when they were like, you know what? F this. We need to take this. We need to do it now. If we don't want this to get out of hand. So the police is gonna do what they gotta do.
Can I get in here for a second?
Yeah,
Fasting.
hold on. They're gonna do what they gotta do. The problem is if you wanna be like the snake, you know you're sticking out as a thumb. Be smart about it. Learn how to move in this society. You see cops pull a gun like that, and Brother Lawrence, I don't know if you were here earlier. I asked a question, it's more like a rhetorical question. People don't have to answer it. And I asked them. I say, if you were if you were wearing the same shoes as that brother who was holding a knife, would you do what he did? And that's
Oh
the
yeah,
question I think
yeah.
people should ask themselves.
No, yeah. I heard the question, and my answer would be no. I wouldn't do what he did.
Yeah, go ahead, Bishop.
Guys, I just want to get this in quickly. Like again, I don't have CNN anymore, and sometimes the Canadian news, they mainly focus more on Canadian news. So like, and believe me, there's a lot of nonsense that goes in here. Like Native Indian girls are disappearing every day. Nothing's been done about it. People are being killed here every day as well. The gangsters are, gangsters. They do their thing. We got Bloods, we got Crips, we got you name it. We got them all here. Different
Yeah, you got
crews.
you got everything. You got everything we got. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm trying to say is, not too long ago, some guy by the name of something Duck, sorry, I'm not joking around when I say that, died in Chicago, and so I'm curious. He was basically executed on the streets by a rival gang, rap crew, gangster crew. And did that news make it to the States? And the point I'm trying to make is, blacks are killing blacks all the time, yet it seems that the big deal is made when it's officers that are killing black men. Is when the BLM and all these different institutions really start making noise. Yet for as long as I can remember, we can go back to the 90s, and I'm not trying to make this as an excuse at all. It's not a point. Like, black people are killing each other all the time. So I just find this weird to have both dynamics. Like, if you're gonna get mad when a white man, quote unquote, or white woman, usually white men, right, or Chinese man, but it seems to be white men lately, kill you. Like, how come we're so quiet when other black people are killing black people? And I'm not trying to use it as a justification. But what do you guys think of that?
In
So
Congo,
this,
you have Congolese
Because
people who kill Congolese people. They're both black.
and here's the thing you got to understand, especially in the Western world, and predominantly let's see, I would say Spain, Australia, England, Canada, and the United States, and Israel would round that list out. Here's the thing: it doesn't fit the narrative. The narrative right now is to make the assumption. If you look at the tactics that are being used, it's the exact same tactics that feminism used to booster themselves up to get to the level they want. It's the same. It's the same talking measures. It's the same tactics being used, building up a particular group of people to be far more important than another group of people. But they refuse to talk about the level of degradation that those people they're trying to booster up has. There's bad actors on both sides. And whether people want to believe that or not, it cannot be denied or argued. There are bad actors on both sides. But the issue here is that the narrative that the media and Black Lives Matter and everyone else is doing is making it seem as if those people they quote unquote are protecting or fighting for don't have those issues, and it's so untrue. It's the same thing as feminism. They make it seem as if women can do no wrong, but we all know they're just as decadent as men. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right to get the point across. But bottom line is it doesn't fit the narrative. And I'm going to tell you something else too. That thing about cops killing black people, white killing black people killing black people. Here's the overall gist of it. Everybody's killing black people. End of story.
There you go. There you
In
go.
the story, there's if you're going to talk about one officer who killed a black man, you got to talk about the 50 black dudes who killed other black men. If you talk about those 50 black dudes, you got to talk about the 3 Asians. If you talk about the 3 Asians, you got to talk about the 4 white neighbors down the block who didn't like somebody because they moved in next door to them. Everybody's killing black people, and guess what? Black people are killing a whole lot of other people too. Like I said, there's bad actors on both sides here. Now, with the description that I gave of what happened Friday in Louisiana, that's just the precursory situation. And that's what I keep trying to tell people. The initial story, don't go to knee-jerk reactions. Don't make it all emotional, because as we've always seen over the coming days, weeks, and months, there's always more added to the initial story. So how about we just wait until we get the whole picture before we start jumping to conclusions? Now, I'm not saying whether or not the officers were right or whether the officers were wrong. I'm not saying whether the victim was right or whether the victim was wrong. All I'm saying is that you can't figure out a math problem if the only part of the math problem is 2+ and then there's nothing else. You can't give the answer. You have to have the other part of the equation to get you have to have the other part of the formula to get to the equation. But everybody's just jumping with the 2+ and not getting the other half to get to where it needs to. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. I might be babbling. I'm sorry.
Hold on one second. That rhetoric sounds kind of racist. Are you
It absolutely is.
They'll be like, "Oh my God, how dare you!" Here's the thing.
Well, let me just say this. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It absolutely is racist. It absolutely is racist. It's racist against idiots, fools, and stupid people.
Yeah.
Period. End of story.
Yeah.
Lawrence.
True.
That's what I mentioned. I said, what about the small brothers out there who are not getting shot by police? Are they doing something different, or are they acting the same?
They're doing something different.
Wait. Say that again.
I said the brothers out there who are not getting shot by police, are they doing something different, or are they doing the same thing as this brother did?
They're doing something different. They're doing something different. They're doing something different. As a matter of fact, if you look at LeVar Burton, just like he did on interviews many a times, he told him, look, an officer pulls him up, he stops the car, he sticks his hands out the side of the window so they can see him. He said he taught his sons how to do that. He taught him how to talk to him, how to be patient with him. Look, I tell young brothers this all the time. If an officer tells you to get out of the car and you want to sit there and go, what did I do? Yeah, you have a right to do that. But when he drags you through the glass to get you out, I mean, why? See, here's the thing. Whether they want to admit it or not, the vast majority of officers, unfortunately, don't know how to de-escalate. So therefore, the burden of responsibility is on us as citizens, regardless of what color we look like. And don't get me wrong, that shouldn't be the case. But unfortunately, that's how it works, because they always go from A to Z in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So when an officer tells you, asks you a question, you know, like for me, for instance, where you're going down the road, you know what I mean? Were you going to tell me what your destination is? I said, with all due respect, officer, I don't have to answer that question. Well, what's your name? Did I commit a crime? No, well, we're just having a conversation. Well, I don't consent to a conversation. So unless I'm being held for a crime, am I free to leave? No, you're not. I'm pending an investigation. All right, feel free to carry on your investigation. Well, I can't do that investigation without you giving me your name and ID. With all due respect, officer, as I said, to continue this conversation, I don't answer questions by police officers, and I would refer you to my attorney. That's all. Even if you ain't got an attorney, just saying it kind of puts them in a place that they have to reevaluate. It's the same thing with like, can I look in the trunk of your car? With all due respect, officer, I don't believe in illegal search and seizures. You got to know your rights. You got to know what to call out. You got to know. And don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It won't work all the time, because there are some officers out there who just don't give a rat's ass about civil liberties. They just don't.
Yep.
And they're gonna give you a hard time anyway. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that let them be foolish. You don't be foolish. And like I tell a lot of brothers, you need to keep your cool at all times. Because I'm telling you, regardless of how far we move forward in the future, they still wrapped up in that 1940s, 1950 vibe, where you look at them, why you giving me a stink eye, boy? You know what I'm saying? Well, officer, I'm not. Well, why are you using that tone with me? And you're not even doing it. That's just the nature of the police department. That's why I tell people a lot of times, stop worrying so much about the color of the officer. The real problem is that the system itself of police officers and police unions, that needs to be fixed. That training, that you got to get them right, you know, because like I said, when I was growing up, I had officers I never had problems with. Black, white, my neighborhood, and I was in the hood. I was in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And we still had officers, and this was during 1970s with Serpico and police corruption and the whole 9 yards. But we still had good officers, black, white. They come to the neighborhood. How y'all doing? Have conversations with each other. Didn't mess with us. If they saw us hanging on the corner, what you boys doing? Nothing, just chilling. All right, stay out of trouble. All right, no problem. Does the owner say, no, you standing here? Yes, sir. Okay, cool. Because if he tells me you're not, I got to tell you to go. I mean, we used to have that stuff. But now, once they start putting officers in police cars and, you know, there's no interaction with the community, officers are not building rapport. So therefore, everybody they see is going to be a perp to them, because they're not getting to know anybody other than as a perp. And then when the department is telling you to meet quotas, write tickets, chase people down, and they're teaching you everybody who looks like us is a perp, or everybody who, and it's not just us, because they do it to Spanish people too. They do it to Asian people. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is not just
another exception. Like, see, that's what I say. Racism is even a tool to distract the people. That's why I love the scripture so much. Why? Because when you because the scripture, it's called a script. It shows you what happens and what things have been and how you should move. If you know the script, you know what they're playing. Like, so if you focus on white supremacy, the Bible doesn't mention about white supremacy. It talks about wicked system. Why? It talks about if the wicked bears rule, the people mourn. So right there, it's telling you already, if you're under a wicked system, get ready to mourn. The question is, how are you gonna move forward to survive? Because guess what? You can't change it. It's their time to rule.
Yeah.
You can't. How do you move around?
I want to add this. Sorry, Lawrence. I want to add this. What you just displayed there with your interaction with the police officer, that reminds me of Neely Fuller, and I don't know if you ever studied his works. When he said, just logic, follow logic, be logical, right? So when you did that display there, you were calm, you were in control, and you were not emotional. It's when you get emotional is when the situations get escalated. And you are correct. Sometimes these police don't know how to de-escalate, and they have more power than you. Like if I'm standing in a street, on a street, I got a knife and a guy's got a gun. He's got an AR-15, and we're yelling at each other. The guy with the AR-15, he'll have the final say in that situation. Anyhow, I try to lunge at him or make a wrong move, if he can aim, that is, and we're at a distance. So what I'm trying to say is, wait, let me say this though. What you just said there, like, the problem in the community is in fatherless homes, the fathers are not able to teach their children how to operate within the system, and sometimes there's no grandfathers and great grandparents, so there's no transitional knowledge, and that's not an excuse. You can go learn it in a community center, but you still need men to teach other men how to be. Women cannot teach these men how to be men, and unfortunately, in the West, a lot of these boys are growing up in homes with emotional mothers, and they don't know how to behave in a society that's not conducive to what they are. But what your
Well,
display there is perfect.
well, see, here's the thing. It's a two-part problem. It's a two-part problem. The first part is the tail end of what you said. You can't expect young men to act like men if their entire framework has been growing up in a female framework with being raised by nothing but mothers. That's the first part. However, like anything else in life, whatever adversities you go through as a child, there has to come a point where you make a decision yourself as an adult that you will no longer allow those things to affect you or be the foundation for how you live. So therefore, at the end of the day, one of the biggest problems Black people in this country will always have is the fact that they refuse to learn the system. They refuse to learn the laws and everything else that's required. Okay. Instead of being so emotional and reactionary, know your laws. That way, when somebody says something to you as a police officer, you can respond appropriately. Always maintain your male framework, which is a logical framework. At least it's supposed to be. And therefore, you can answer efficiently and effectively. And when push comes to shove and you realize it's escalating, you do one of two things, if not both. Okay, officer, I'm not going to give you a hard time. I'm simply asking if you can have a supervisor show up. When the supervisors show up, he's going to talk to them first. The supervisor is going to come over to you. You talk to him with even more respect than you gave the officers. And then you simply tell him, until further notice, I won't be saying anything until, my attorney. And everybody knows this. It's just that they won't execute it. Because it seems to be more important for every Black man, I don't want to say every Black man, but there seems to be this concept in people's head that in order to prove your manhood with cops, you got to stand up to them, you got to fight against them. I've seen officers who have been absolutely respectable to Black people they pulled over. I mean, top to bottom, and I mean they went beyond the norm because they know what's going on out here in society, and they don't want to cause any more trouble. But yet that Black person I got pulled over is just belligerent as all get out for no reason. I have personally seen that, and I have personally been a victim of that when I've had to deal with perps that I had to bring in. Because in New York, I worked as a fraud investigator for the commissioner of New York for 5 years. That's why when I came in, I was saying I used to carry a shield. My dad is retired homicide and vice, New Jersey, Atlantic City division. My uncle Anthony and my uncle Alfonso's, both of them officers in New York City. Okay. I've got 2 cousins that are corrections officers. I've got a sister who's an attorney. I got 3 childhood friends who are attorneys. I got 2 friends who are surgeons at Jewish Memorial Hospital. I'm telling you, man, I've seen it on both sides. From how the conversation starts on a low level to escalating to somebody coming in and having to see Deidre because she's got to pull bullets out of them. You know what I'm saying? And then and even before all that, I was military intelligence in the Army, and I did a lot of undercover work, civilian in disguise. So my main issue that I see as Black men are concerned, and Black women as well, you need to rein it in. Everything doesn't have to be about being a Black thing. Sometimes an officer actually does have a reason to pull you over. And if he doesn't, and you know the rules and laws and how to interact properly, you will get him in a position where he will have to fend for himself. Because you have to remember, it's a civil interaction. It may be official, but it's still a civil interaction. And like I said, like any civil case in court, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff, which would be the officer. He's got to prove that you're doing something wrong. And like I said, even if it goes sideways, you still have options on dealing with it. But it doesn't always have to be belligerent. It doesn't always have to be running away from them. It doesn't always have to be, talking crap just for the sake of talking crap. Your job, and I tell every Black person I know, You want to know what the main job is when you interact with a police officer? Getting out alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah,
That's all that matters. It
that's what my
doesn't
coach
matter.
told me.
It doesn't matter if he handcuffs you. It don't matter if he screams at you. It don't matter if he throw you up on the car. Your main job when you interact with a police officer is getting out of that situation alive. In the story. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, if you want to be Billy, if you want to be Billy Badass and all that good stuff and want to go down that route, feel free. But you're always going to lose that. You're always going to lose because either he's going to throw you on the ground, his boy's going to throw you on the ground. You're going to get handcuffed. You're going to go to jail. And those are the good things because it could be worse. They could rough you up in a squad car. They could kill you. Your job is to get.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to add this. Fasting actually mentioned it earlier, and you can take over. I never knew I was black until I came to the West. I never had that concept in my mind, like black. You know, we knew, like we saw Arabs, we saw Europeans, and we saw that, but you never identified as black. You know, you just identified as, you know, I am me, my name. This is my family. This is my father. This is my mother. Yeah, I come from this tribe. This is my country. But I never knew I was a black person until I came to the West. It is a new foreign concept for me. And once again, the history wasn't taught as well. And I think you should know your history, because those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat. So that, like, this, we cannot have slavery and we cannot have colonialism happen ever again. Like, that cannot be allowed again on such a scale. It's not going to happen. But you know what I'm talking about? I never knew I was a black man until I came here. So I there's so much unpacking, you know, white people, black people, this, that. Like, so much unpacking to be done, because this is a whole new foreign concept to me. I just want to add that.
Well, I don't, and don't misunderstand me. I'm not making light of what you're telling me. I'm not in any capacity. I'm not making light of it. I understand it completely. But you also have to understand you're not unique, because every black person in this country has had that moment where, as far as we're concerned, who we grew up around with, who we played with, who we dealt with, we didn't recognize color until somebody one day decided to say something to us that made us recognize it. Whether it was the friend we were playing with and their parents didn't want us playing with us anymore, whether it was the first job and you got that side comment, you know, you speak so well, that kind of stuff. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not making light of what you're saying. I'm just saying that it's not unique. We've all had those moments somehow, somewhere. But like I said, there comes a point in time where, as I said, you have to get past it. I mean, not to get too crazy, but when I was 12, okay, I was raped by a male teacher. Okay. And I remember I held on to that for a long time. Now, you have to understand, I wasn't into girls even before that, and I wasn't into girls later on. It just wasn't my thing. But when that happened, there was a switch in my head that made me start wondering, is that what I really am? Is that who I portray myself as? Is that the energy that I'm giving off? So I started to internalize that and blame myself. Then, because I didn't deal with girls, because I was into my comics and anime and all that good stuff.
Same
when
here.
When I did have the chance to have a conversation with my family, my birth family, that is, their initial response is, "Oh, you must be gay," because as far as they're concerned, they never seen me with a girl. So the assumption is just that I am. Not that something happened to me, but that I wanted it. Now, it took me, I would say I was 12, by 18, graduating from high school. It took me that long to learn how to get past that, to learn how to take that internal struggle and that pain and stop beating myself up for it and putting it away. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because there was a moment where I had to understand that if I didn't get past that, that's going to be my crutch, where I get to play victimhood for the rest of my life. And I don't like victims the same way I don't like bullies. If I didn't get past that, I would run the risk that I would turn into the same type of person who abused me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So This is what I'm saying. This is why I share the stories I do, and I have no problem being open about it, because I'm hoping it will help someone like you or anybody else learn that we can complain about everything that's ever happened to us, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there has to be a line in the sand. Not to be funny with Captain Picard or anything, but it has to, the line must be drawn here, no further. There's only but so much we can talk about the same problem. There's only but so much we can complain about the same problem. After a certain point in time, we have a responsibility, not only to ourselves, to improve and get better and get past it, but that through learning that, we can pass that knowledge on to the next brother who would need that help learning how to get past it. That's why when you and I talk or we interact, whether it be on the panel or in the chat, I always ask how you're doing with your fasting. I always ask how you're doing with your food and everything else, because that's important to me, because I want you to understand that we know the story. We understand where you're coming from. And there's no question you can hear the pain in your voice when you talk, especially when you start going real fast, because I've noticed you're getting anxious and you're getting excited. And I listen to you on panels with that. But there has to come a point where you have to bring that in, where you have to tamper it down, where you have to learn to be better, where you have to learn to be more focused on specific words. Because I think what's going on, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to change this into a topic about you. That's not my intention. But I think what's going on is, I think your mind is moving faster than the words you're trying to get out. And you need to find a way to get both of them to sync up. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly. But I think that's something you have to do. And like I said, I understand the pain with the whole racism thing and not knowing you're black. Like I said, we all have that one moment where we realize that we're different. Every last one of us, regardless of where it is or how it happened, each and every one of us has that one moment when somebody in our path made us understand we are different. And unfortunately, in most cases, that we're less than. But again, that is the nature of the system we live in, because it's the same thing with Black people I talk about. You are literally asking a group or a group of a particular race to accept you and be kind to you. And not to be funny, but I'm going to take a page from Shahrazad Ali's book, and on a panel she talked on in the early 90s. You're asking white people to accept you and get along with you when they have already proven that they are absolutely incapable of getting along with anyone on this planet. You are literally asking someone who has conquered you to be nicer. And there's no logic in that, because they have no reason, no justification, no desire, no need to do that. So we have to figure out how to work past that on our own and move into a different direction than that need. And I'm sorry, fasting. I didn't mean to babble on so long. I'm sorry.
No. And me, I mean, that's one reason why I have my space. I believe in free speech as long as the message is, to help others out there. And that, me, the whole thing is, if someone is flowing, because I know the pain of, having your train of thought, and it may take some time, and then someone cutting you over, you may lose it, because I have a mind too. I know what it's like to be in your head and trying to reason and speak at the same time. It's a lot of work. So that's why I try my best. Usually I stay quiet. I've been talking for like an hour, so I don't mind if someone has to get take the time to actually get their thoughts out. And even notice, like, when I speak, I try to have a lot of moment of silence. Why? Because I want to pause and actually think about what I'll say next, so that it flows easily. It's something I had to learn too. Like me, I'll give an example. I spoke late. Of all the children, my parents had, they say I spoke when I was 4. I was always silent, and when it came time to speak, I never stopped. So some people will be like, "Oh, maybe something wrong." But the age woman, they say no. They say some children, they understand everything. They're just waiting when it's time to speak. They say when it's time to speak, And when it came time to speak, I spoke. So life, there are many things that happen in life, different experiences, and you know, it's interesting. My channel is fasting is life. I'll say the benefit I saw is fasting when I did the first experiment. The year following that moment, we had a lot of death in the family from back home. At that time, I lost my grandpa, one of my uncles, and one of my aunts. And meaning the three people that I lost were like the three major people that impacted my life, people that are close to me. So that stress and being away, we can't go there to bury them. There's a lot of pressure. And I was like, you know what? I need to take a break from work, like so I can clear my mind. And fasting was one of the greatest too, where I was able to take time. I always say people have different ways of morning. My morning was take some time from work and actually just do nothing. Like meaning, I just wanted to be lazy for a few months just to clear my head, get my health in order, and I was able to have peace of mind. And it helped me kind of move on and kind of come to the acceptance because it was hard. It's like people you haven't seen for so long that that are part of your life, and then you hear them dead. You're thousands of miles away. They buried, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna mourn them far away, but it's like you're not there, to have the family reunion. So the thing is, when things happen in life, it's done. So the question is, what are you gonna do? And I think that's usually where most people get stuck on. Okay, this happened. What is my next move? Do I stand still, reflect, and moan and complain? Get put anxiety in my mind, get angry at myself, or use what happened as a motivation to better myself, use the experience as a learning lesson, not only for yourself, but to others, and, turn the negative into positive. And that's one thing the Most High always does. Um, like, I'll give an example. Something happened where, it was something bad, but then that bad thing leads to reconciliation when it comes to like people who had conflict or something. So something major that is very bad, a death in a family, but that experience leads to two people who were in odds with each other to move forward. That's how it's supposed to be. Meaning, okay, this happened. What can we do to better things? And that's another thing where I say these kind of talks that we have, and shout out to DJ Kuda for giving me the motivation to get the tools and start my own streams. This kind of talk, I'll say it's healing. Why? Because even the scripture talks about how men of age and men of wisdom, they'll sit together, talk and exchange. And we have young people who be listening. It says the young are supposed to gain the experience because, like Brother Lawrence would say, some people, we all have different experiences in our life. But guess what? Some of the people who are listening, they may be in the same shoes as you. That's why we need different perspective, because my experience may not be
Hey
similar to
guys, is it me or is he borging?
am I borging?
I hear him. I hear him
I
perfect.
No,
I hear him fine. He's fine.
that's me. It's on my side. Yeah, my internet's gonna kick me out soon. I usually get kicked out around this time.
Yeah.
It does. So if I drop off, you know what happened.
Mm.
Okay, finish fasting. I want to add something to what Lauren said, but you want to finish your point fasting?
I'm still I'm
Yeah.
still flowing.
Yeah.
So the thing is, each person have a different experience. The people, the viewership, the people who are gonna be listening, depending on whoever it is, they will fit one of the people's experiences. So if you just assume, okay, it's only gonna fit this one particular thing, you'll be wrong because we all have different, but some of us have things in common than others. That's why we need more voices out there, especially for men, because we as men, we are solitude creatures. Men usually don't like to talk when it comes to things that are deep inside. We tend to hold it. Why? Because we're taught in society that men are not supposed to express themselves. You're supposed to be like a robot, just work, slave, feed the family, and die. Shut up. We
Yep.
want to hear from you. But and even there was a study that said men in retirement homes die faster than women. Why? Because women, they get together, they get to talk. It's like a stress release. They get to talk about, oh, look at my grandkids. But men are usually alone. Some may interact with others, like play games and all. But men tend to be like loners. So one of the cures when it comes to stress and stuff like that, like I mentioned on one of my show, I was giving like different ways to clear your mind. Speaking. Sometimes some people, they just want you to listen, right? But they're afraid to tell you. They'll be like, hey, I want to speak for the next 45 minutes without any interruption. Would you allow me to do that? Because I have things on my mind and I want to get it out. But because people don't say what they really want to say, and then they start, expressing themselves, and people are like, oh, okay, people are cutting them or getting a rebuttal, and they get frustrated. That's why you have fights or arguments. Why? Because one party wasn't honest with themselves and to others that, hey, there's something I want to say, but can you give me some time to listen? And that's why I mentioned, I say the reality is most people don't care. So the question is, you have to be able to find out if the person is willing to listen. And if they're willing to listen, whether it's, they're going to charge you like a therapist or something, or somebody who's dear to you, if they want to listen, they'll do that. And at the same time, you have to be able to return the favor, you know. But the thing is, because everybody wants to speak, they don't want to listen. And at the same time, they're like, well, I'll speak, but I don't want to listen to it. So that's where you get people when they have fights. But if you allow people to express themselves, to speak, and you give them a little time, then maybe they may come to understand. Oh, okay, maybe I need to slow down. Maybe I need to to not talk too much. But there's a lot of things and I mentioned about this whole pandemic. That's basically the premise of my show was, brothers and sisters, prepare your mind, because if people are really acting a fool right now when it's warm, just wait when it's winter, when the flu season hits us, and they implement more rules, regulation, and another shutdown. A lot of people are gonna be home. Like there's gonna be a lot of frustration. So you have to be mentally ready for what's coming. And if you don't have a clear mind, you're gonna crack. You will snap. And like I say, I'm just speaking into the wind, right? Because the world as we know it has changed. So it's like the question is, are we gonna complain why the world has changed, or are we gonna take steps on how to adapt to this environment, and how wise or how with wisdom we can move through it? That's the next step. But like I say, it's still a choice. People have to decide what they want to do, whether they want to complain about the situation and not do anything about it, or complain about it and then do something about it to reverse it. It's still a choice at the end of the day.
Lawrence. Hey, Lawrence, you still there? Hello.
Yeah,
Because he's
yeah,
gone.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm
Okay,
still here. I'm still here.
you spoke what you spoke on earlier was interesting perspective. Thanks for sharing that. What I want to say as well is when I used to study a lot, and I'm going to get back to it. Some of the people I have Dr. Joy DeGray's work. I think she was a psychologist or a therapist. I forget what she was. But you can always Google her to find out more about her. She wrote the book Post Traumatic Slave Syndrome. There was Amos Wilson.
Oh
Amos
yeah,
Wilson.
yeah,
A-
yeah. I know who you're
Amos
talking about.
Amos Wilson is another one that I wanted to get into. Nwali Burudi, you gotta. He's different. He's another. I find him intriguing. I'm not getting into stuff. There's one more person I need to get in here. There's one more psychologist. I just cannot think of a black. Oh, I just bought the book Man Not, and then also there's a T. Hassan Johnson on the space. And so what I'm trying to say is like as men, and then us black men as well, we grew up watching movies, like, I was just talking to Fasting earlier about the movies, Rocky, Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Terminator. Even when you watch sports, like Michael Jordan was an assassin, you want to be like him. When you see Bruce Lee, when they show you, they show you the alpha-ness of these men, but they never really show you the softer sides of these men. And so you learn as a man to be alpha, and you don't need to talk about your problems. You don't share anything and stuff like that, right? And all the stuff builds, and then if you don't talk to the right people, this is where issues start to arise. And so what I'm trying to say to you is, I live in an integrated system. So I finally decided to go, therapy, psychologist, anger management. Even I went to AA meetings, and when I was at the AA meetings, like, I would be the only black person there, and I was like, what is going on here? But like, even though I live in an integrated system, we have communities. We have Jamaicans, we have Trinidadians, and not to stereotype, they love their alcohol. We have every all Africans, Nigerians, they're here. Not to the scale of where it would be like in New York or Toronto or LA or Houston, right? But they're here. But when I was going to all these different institutions, I would be the only black person there, which just told me I just need to switch environments. So like when you go see psychologists and psychiatrists and therapists, I'm gonna say it. They had a gay white man trying to assess me, which I wasn't comfortable with at all. And then they had a Sikh woman trying to assess me, which I wasn't comfortable at all. And so like these are things that we need to. I think that a lot of black people need to get into these. I'm sorry. Cress Welsing was also a psychiatrist, psychiatrist or a therapist, third generation too as well. Her father and grandfather were also, but a lot of people disagree with her perspective. So I'm very careful when I say her. Where someone like a Dr. Joy DeGruy or Amos Wilson, they're considered safe, because they're more conventional to what the society wants you to sort of work with. But I'm just saying, as men, we need these institutions. It was just surprising, like, that I didn't have people of my ilk to go to. And all that is I just got to change environments, right? If I go to Philadelphia, if I go to New York, or if I go to Cali, I'm sure that won't be the same dynamic. But like we do, some of us, hip hop, it's got positive and negative. You saw how Tupac was behaving. He was going down the street spitting because he was angry. He ended up getting in, Biggie. So what happened with that? Just all these different, Prodigy, so there's a narrative that's pushed on us, and sometimes we emulate that, and it's not very, it can be toxic when you're trying to work in society, and we just need the other side now. We need the psychiatrists, the psychologists, the therapists. It would be nice to see more black men and women in those fields. We do have them. It's just, I gotta, it's a far reach, like I wouldn't want to have a Zoom meeting with Dr. Johnson about personal stuff. I think that but with the social distancing that's going on now, a lot of things are being done through Zoom and conversation. But I think sometimes some things need to be private. And so, like, I agree with everything you were saying, and I am gonna go, to psychiatrists and therapists, anger management, and deal with these things and AA meetings. It's just unfortunate that when I'm in those environments, the people in those environments don't look like me at all, and that's just something that I gotta change.
Well, are you asking me my opinion on that?
Yeah, you can give your opinion. It's just like I agree with everything you said earlier.
No. All I was gonna say is if I don't want to come across as oh geez, what am I looking for? Here's the thing, to put it plainly, if you're going to AA meetings and you're going to therapists and et cetera and so on, and you're focusing more on that than your own well-being, then you're doing it wrong. I don't think it matters how many people look like you in an AA meeting. I mean, I get what you're saying. I do. I really do. You want to see more of our own people in those fields where they can directly help us because we have a greater connection, or at least the assumption is a greater connection because of our shared racial history. But if you're focusing on that instead of the help you're supposed to be getting in the AA meetings, then I think you're doing it wrong. If you're a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist, actually, I can understand that a little bit because you're opening up to someone about your problems. So you want someone who'll be able to understand it. So I get that aspect of it, of wanting someone closer to you, straight, black, yada yada yada. So I get that. I totally understand where you're coming from, because with a psychiatrist, you absolutely have to be comfortable with them, because if not, then it's just a waste of time. But like I said, if you're focusing more on who's in there that don't look like you or anything like that, then you're missing the point of being there, and you're wasting your time and your
No,
sponsors.
no, I give the wrong delivery there. The anger management guy we have, he was actually a military commander from South America, and he was actually very good. So he was a man, a straight man, a family man. So like but AA meetings is just interesting to see. It's something you gotta experience, man. Especially it's hard for me to explain what I see, but it is what it is. But with the anger management, he was a commander in the military. And I forget what, I think it was Guatemala or one of those countries there. And he actually had anger management issues himself, being a military person. You know what I mean? And he's overcome them. So he was like an example of this is where you'll be. And so like there was no issue there, and it was all men, and it was amazing. It was all men of different cultures. Of course, the dominant society was in there, but there was Nigerians. There's maybe 3 of us that were basically black, where the rest were basically Caucasian. But the teacher was competent, so it didn't matter there. But when it comes to like psychiatrists and therapists, yeah, I would. If you give me my choice of Amos Wilson or Tisan Johnson or some homosexual white male or a Sikh woman, you know where I'm going with that. But the other areas I'm willing to, be flexible.
Well, if I could ask a quick question, you said T. Hassan Johnson, right? Vision.
Yeah. I don't have his name right because I don't go to his channel too much, but.
No. I know who you're talking about. You're talking about Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. You can go to his channel, and you can also email him if you're that much more comfortable. And I promise you, he'll respond.
Yeah, that's something I'm looking. I thought about. I also want to respect his time, right? So financing and things like that. But sometimes you just gotta shoot your shot and see where it goes. But you know what? Let's start with an email and see where it goes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because right now he's actually in the middle of putting together an outline on the things that black men need and should strive for. Pretty much sort of like a standard operating procedure. I saw it a couple of days ago. But Dr. Johnson, like I said, he'll take the time with you. And like I said, if he doesn't have the time, he'll suggest you to someone. I know he had Professor I can't remember his name right now. But either way, he'll respond to you. Like I said, at the end of the day, above all things, like I said, I know you're hurting and I know you're in pain. And like I said, I'm pretty sure the vast majority of us, if not all of us, can relate to you. But like I said, if you're going for help, then at the end of the day, you can't worry about what the racial makeup is of the group you're in. You just can't, because that's not your purpose in being it. Your purpose is not to be there to count God's people. Your purpose is to be there to get yourself together and be one of God's people. Does that make sense?
And Brother Lawrence, this is one thing I wanted to add. A lot of black people shoot themselves in the foot. Why? Because they've been brainwashed to have this racist mentality.
Exactly.
The thing is, people are people. And you're more likely to get flack from your own people than a stranger. You can't.
Yeah.
I call this, if you have this B1 mentality, you're gonna stop yourself from success. Because you're gonna have and I don't know, maybe it's the program, because I've met black Americans who don't think like that, and they're very successful. Their family taught them better. They're not out there acting a fool or fitting the stereotype that the media want to portray. So when I think about them, okay, what were the whole civil rights? What did it say? Don't judge me by the skin of my color. What? Judge me by the character. And then you turn around and do the same thing you were quote unquote accusing the oppressor to do. You're judging people based on. Wait a minute. Do you want someone who's gonna help you based on their skills or because they look like you? Because
I tell you,
both of them, they're gonna charge you money, right? Yes, it's best to have someone who looks like you, but you have to understand it's a business. We live in a capitalist country. who can do the better job. If you can find someone who looks like you who can do a better job, awesome. But at the same
Yeah.
time, find someone who can help you because you need help, not because they look like you. Because at the end of the day, it's if hey, what is the saying? Money talks. So at the end of the day, they're not gonna help you for free. So right there, that means they don't care because your people who love you, they're actually gonna help you for free. But if someone is gonna charge you to give you help, they're not gonna help you for free. That's a really big sign. They don't, it's like in a way you could look at it like, oh, they're not gonna help you just because you're black. Like, hey, my bro, no, pay up, pay up. See,
Yeah.
so from a perspective, they don't care about you. They care about you paying up. Then they care. So that means
Well,
Hey,
see, well,
hey, fasting. No,
here's-
I'm gonna be hard headed with this. If I don't care if it's a police officer, if it's a military commander, if it's a general, if it's a firefighter, if it's a teacher, if it's an astrophysicist, I don't care what color you are, what gender you are. But when it comes to access to my mind, I do. I will take a black person over everybody else, and they have
well,
to
that's
be
okay.
qualified. That's it. There is. I will not back off from that. I will
That's
not.
okay. You don't have to. You don't have to back up off of it. Like I said, I'm just
The other
giving you
one,
my.
the other one is
If
Tommy J. Curry. Go ahead, sorry.
okay, no, you're fine. You don't have to back down from it. I mean, we're just having a conversation. I mean, that's just my thoughts on it. If you think my thoughts are foolish or childish or whatever, or you want to do what you want to do, then you have every right to. There's no problem with that. That's not an issue at all.
Can I get in after you, Lord? Lord, can I get after you?
I'm sorry. No, you go now. You go now. I've been talking. Go ahead.
From what I've been listening, because I haven't been saying anything, is that I think you kind of just want to get your feelings out to the world a whole bunch. I don't think you want to solve your own problem, because for you to read so many books and for you to know like how to find the answers to your problem, like you're having the same problems. It's kind of weird. Like who Tommy J. Curry is, you know who Tia San Johnson is. There are plenty of black psychologists. I'm sure there are in Canada.
Egon, let me interrupt you. There's one called what is it called? It's in Toronto. Cam. It's called the Cam Newton something. Okay, I'll get the name for you later. It's called the Cam something. It's actually hard to find on the web, and he's actually from England. And the man that runs that institution there. And I was fighting for them because Canada's a socialist country, meaning you don't pay for the medical stuff here. We don't pay for all of that. The government pays for it, right?
Right.
But, so they I said send me over there, and so I put the onus on them to connect me with him. And so plans have already been put in place, and then COVID happened. Yeah, it sounds like a cheap, poor excuse, but before COVID, these things were all in the process. So yeah, there is Cam Newton. It's not Cam Newton. That's a football player. It's called the KMH Center, and I'll get more information. And they're in Toronto, and it's run by a black man, a competent black man from England. So he's actually option number one, and they're gonna send me there one way or another. And then again, going back and forth in Toronto, I don't drive. I know it sounds like an excuse, it's a 45-minute trip. We'll see how that works out, right? But if I'm trying to help myself, I guess that's just something I have to do. So traveling won't be an issue. It's about what, $20 there and back. So, but $40 a day. Yeah, it's possible. Anyway, finish your point.
Even from what you said right there, I hear a lot of is the word procrastination. And you basically you're not
Yep,
doing
I
what
have.
you need to. I kind of hear it there, because for one thing, you was worrying about the color of the people helping you, like, and if you read those books and you know about, like, let's just say Dr. Sebi, for instance, the man that got him on his kick was a Mexican man, and he basically making him realize that he was an African man, he needed an African diet. And if you're looking for your solutions in a skin color, like, what are you reading? Are you counting the words? Like, you disrespecting history. Like, I mean, disrespect, because like anybody of any intelligence, no matter what the color is, does not put things on color. Doesn't put like knowledge on color.
Mm-hmm.
If you to keep doing that, it shows that basically you're telling yourself what the information is giving you. Like, you're not listening. You're talking over the information. So that's why like you kind of do this where you come here and you basically people will give you an answer to your solution, and then you'll basically be giving them an answer that's better than their answer, showing but you didn't really want to answer, you just wanted to talk. So it's like I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but it's kind of like you kind of
You
disrespecting
are,
yourself.
but you are rude because the subject was not supposed to come up. It was. I'm not shooting shots at Lawrence. I didn't get on the stream today to talk about me, right? And then
Oh no, no,
Lawrence,
no, no, no,
no,
no,
wait,
no.
no, no.
Didn't. I asked you. I asked you
Yeah,
actually. That was me.
yeah,
I brought
no,
that.
but so yeah, Lawrence brought it up, and I shared my information. So I'm not here for help, Egon. I came here to the space to just build with the brothers and have fun. I like what fasting was talking about, and we've kind of gone far. Yeah, do I have a hard head? Yeah. But I just, I gotta work on my anger. I don't like the angle you come at me with, man. And so, but that's a personal issue right now that I'm gonna have to find answers to.
But
Right?
even in
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
okay,
Just
okay,
don't.
I get that. But even in that,
Yeah.
like when brothers are having a conversation, you'll derail the whole conversation just for your own selfish interest. I
So
basically
okay,
saying
let's
what you
talk.
need to say.
Let's
And
talk right now. When did I derail the conversation? Because now I gotta get defensive. We're talking about the past. Am I wrong or am I right?
if my memory can serve me right, it's back to like 15 minutes. Like um, I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go. I'll just let it. I'll just let it go
No, no,
from there.
say it. Let's. We gotta solve this problem now. I don't come to your channel anymore, do I? I don't go to Zero's channel, so I'm
No,
not derailing conversations in those spaces.
no. I mean, I was just addressing what the conversation happened with you and Lawrence, and then it seemed like the same situation was going on.
Well,
And the funny thing about it, all this is to help to help you, because you say you come here to crack jokes and have fun. Brothers come here, we do that too. But we come here to grow also, and I'm sure you come here for that too.
yeah. Well, I'll be the referee. So,
No, no, wait. Sorry, no. Let me say
hold on,
this.
hold
No,
on,
no, wait, no.
This is
No,
this
let
is
me
my
go.
time. I need to take control. So
Okay.
hold on 1 second. Now, all of us here, brothers, we have a vision, and a vision you hear. You had an interaction with was it brother Lawrence, and basically when you asked the question, it was basically to all of us. And Aegon basically jumped in to give his perspective because you asked,
Yeah,
"What do you guys think about this?" Right?
that's
So,
true.
so the thing is, you can be angry at Aegon for giving his observation,
Okay,
and that's why like Aegon didn't attack you or anything. He pointed out a observation, right? Because I
fair
listened
enough.
to it, right?
Yeah,
For example, he said when you were talking about what you're planning about doing, right?
yeah.
So, for an example, I suggested what I said. I don't care about the race. If I need
Mm-hmm.
help, it will be
Yeah,
best to find someone who's quote unquote black to help
yep.
me for what I need. But at the end of the day, I need someone who's the best. Guess what? If someone is gonna charge you, right, that means they don't really care about you. Why? Because they will. It's like this. I'm black, right? I'm like, oh, you need my help? Okay. I'm look like you, but pay up.
But fasting. Can I?
Hold on. So when I mentioned right, and then you said, and you had every right. You say that for you, because it's your
Mhm.
mind, you won't allow anybody
Yes.
by right. So
Yep.
you gave, for an example, you say that somebody that you can get in touch with, and then when Aegon he basically mentioned, say, well, you say this is what you want to do, and you have the knowledge, but at the same time, when you speak on it, well, wait a minute. If you knew somebody like that is available, why wasn't I not done? And
It's
then
but that's
about the next.
no. That is an assumption that things have not been taken. There's things I cannot speak on, but I am talking to specialists. I'm actually been talking to one throughout the
No.
whole thing.
Which region you have to understand how
Yeah.
conversation work.
Yeah.
Aegon has no. The only thing Aegon knows is what you told us. So
It's
he's
true.
going from what you. So you can be angry at him for analyzing the information you gave. You didn't tell us everything.
I'm not.
So the thing is, he said based on what you said, why it's kind of like this. Okay, I need help with fishing, right? And somebody says, well, I know this white guy who knows. You'd be like, no. When it comes to fishing, I just need a black person, right? So you
Mhm.
say you're looking for one, right?
Yep.
And then at the same time, you say, well, I know somebody who will do it, but you never, like, let's say you mention somebody, right? Someone will say, oh, then so and so. You say, well, I know somebody, right? Because someone gave you a suggestion, right? So you refuse, let's say, a white person, and someone says, well, there is this one guy from Louisiana. Say, well, I actually know somebody. So that means you already have the knowledge, right?
Yeah.
But why? So from Egon say, wait a minute. If you already had the information, why did you act upon it? He's going from what you say. So if, let's say, you say, well, it's not that I've tried this something, that will be different. But he's going the assertion based on the information, because we can read minds. We're going from what you said. So it's like it's not it's not fair to get angry at somebody who you didn't give every detail. He's just responding for what you said. So you didn't tell us, like, none of us know what's going on. We just heard what you say, and he's basically saying, if you already have the knowledge, what did you do in the first place?
Well, COVID-19. COVID-19 happened, and 2 weeks ago, all government institutions started opening up, and in fact, like welfare buildings and government buildings, there's certain parts you're not even allowed in. For example, the landlord-tenant floor, you're not allowed in there. The only buildings you're allowed in are basically driving buildings to get your license. The other ones you're allowed in is to get your ID, your provincial ID, and then even the court. If you go to the courts, the police stations are not even letting you in. So it's a completely different world. So yeah, I'm gonna get pissed off when somebody says that, because like I didn't create COVID-19. I don't know what you guys are doing in the States. I know you guys opened up early, but they didn't open up shit here.
So yeah, this is the thing. The thing is, yes, you can be angry, but at the end of the day, you can't change what's there. Yeah. It's done.
Because I made phone calls last week. People have been called. So, like,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying you can be angry, but at the end of the day, you're the one who needs that. So that's what I'm saying. You have to take action, right? But at the same time, you can be angry at brothers who have no idea what's going on. They're just going based on what you said. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I say. It's not okay. How are you gonna get angry at Aegon? You haven't told him everything. You withheld certain information. You can be angry at him. He doesn't know. That's the thing. Unless, of course, he knew it and he's teaching us. He has no idea. So
they're coming. No. That I'm gonna say that sector there that he's from. They need to quell their arrogance. You know, they have an education. You know, they have their education. They have their good white collar jobs, and there's a certain level of arrogance that comes from that sector. Okay.
No.
I don't, because I got I got more degrees than this kid, bro. I got more degrees than this kid. Trust me.
Vision, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
In this channel, there's only 4 people here, right? So we're focusing on the topic.
Okay.
We're talking about, what you can do in certain situations. Remember, I was talking about, you already know you're in a system that's evil, that's against you. What are you gonna do about it? So it doesn't matter what sector. We're not talking about any other sector. We are right here.
And fasting. 1 second. Do we not have a private conversation? Do we not have a private conversation in the back?
Hold on, hold on 1 second. Because as the panelists, I'm trying to focus on one thing, because we want to deviate. We're just focusing on what just happening here right now. There is 4 people on the panel. We don't read minds. As adults, we're going on conversation based on what each one of us is sharing. When Brother Lawrence shared his thing, I didn't know anything about what he was gonna say. Now I know based on when he opened his mouth. When you spoke, we went on from what you say. And when Brother Aegon spoke, we went on for what he say. Right now, we're just focusing on a topic. Each one of us was going on the information you spoke of. Now, when Aegon gave his opinion, you say you got angry. Now, me being a logical person, I looked at it as okay, regardless of whatever feelings you may have between two, I'm talking about this situation. You gave us an information, and you say yourself that you withheld certain information. So how can you get angry at someone who's giving you just a access based on what's it? Because everything I listened from Aegon, he was just talking about what you said earlier regarding about what steps you're taking about finding the solution or the help you need.
So let me respond to you.
The question is me, right? As the panelist, I'm trying to wonder. I say, well, it's not fair that you're gonna be angry at Aegon based on an information you yourself just said that he doesn't know what happened behind the scene.
But how come I didn't get angry? How come I didn't get angry with you? How come I didn't get angry with you or Lawrence? How come I'm not giving you guys pushback? I have an issue with him. So don't speak on me anymore, Aegon. Do your thing, bro.
So here's the thing, Vision. As a man, I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
Be whatever is going between you and Aegon when I'm not there, it's none of my business. I'm just focusing on the topic right here. I don't know what's going on. All I'm saying is, based on me and Brother Lawrence, what we heard when Aegon was replying to the subject, the things you said. Now we don't know anything what's going on behind the scene. That's why me as a panelist, looking at what just happened, I say it's not fair to get angry at someone responding, giving assessment based on the information you say. And that's why this is how I understood it. He said, if you already had the information, right? Because I mentioned about the whole white thing, and you say you want to put it. So he said, well, you know, they mentioned somebody who's online, right? That you say the channel, right? And he said, well, you know, go ahead and hit him up, and right, he's offering you a solution.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
well, somebody hit. Wait a minute. You mentioned about somebody over there. That's so based on you and his business. Wait a minute. I offer you a solution, right? Because you say looking for what I know a brother. I offer a solution. And then you come back, you say, well, I know some. So from his observation, how he responded, he will say, wait a minute, Vision. You say you're looking for something. We offer you the solution. Then you come back and say, well, I already know somebody. So he said, wait a minute. Did you have the solution? Are you looking for the solution or you already had it? So if you had it, you should act on it. So that's where he's coming from. You see what I'm saying? So for me, I don't know what's going on between each. I don't whatever beef or I don't know.
But fasting, you're saying you're logical. How do you act? How do you implement solutions in a shutdown economy? How do you implement
a Skype call?
Did you ask a question, right? You want me to respond?
Go ahead.
Do you want me to respond? Okay. Remember, Vision, you're not unique. There's a lot of people who are in worse situation. The thing is, when it comes to problem, right? What you have to do is you have to clear your mind, think and plan. Because guess what? Things are not gonna work the way you want it to. That's not how life works. So what you have to do is you have to find means and ways to make things work for you. And it's not something that's happened overnight. Now, here's the thing when it comes to asking for help. When you're genuinely looking for help, what you're trying to find solution, right? You're trying to find solution. You, as the person searching for a solution, you have to be ready to receive. You can't fight the people you're seeking help for. So meaning you don't have the answer. You're looking for the answer. How are you going to fight the person who has the answer? That's not how it's going to work. Yeah, things may not work if you try on your own, but the thing is, if you're looking for help, you have to be ready to receive the help. Because guess what? You feel that there's no way to do anything in this pandemic. Guess what? There's probably somebody out there who's doing it. What are you trying to do?
Because it's not fasting. It's not that things were shut down. Things have been arranged. Like anyway. I want to go here for a second. You know, Brother Lawrence was sharing information, right? And I allowed it, right? I said okay, and because he had an analyzation of me, and I didn't disagree. And then I started sharing my information of how I tried to solve this stuff on my own. You know, there was a time I didn't believe in psychiatry and all this nonsense. I didn't care for that stuff. I thought as a man you could solve them yourself. Where my mind has changed. In fact, it was Mike V that helped me a long time ago. You know, this is like, man, how long ago was this now? Last year, I was on their panel. It was Mike V and Complex Design. And Mike V said something. I was like, you know what, Mike V, I think you're right, and thank you for that. And I'm going to start working on it. So I have been working on it for a while. It's just Lawrence brought up some stuff, and I brought up my perspective, and I just said, with everything else, I have no problem. But when it comes to unpacking my mind, I prefer black people. But if let's say the black people didn't exist and it was only white people, guess what? I have to go to white people. So I'm not rejecting the fact that I'm going to go seek help. I just prefer to deal with people that look like me. This is just my preference. Now you guys are giving me pushback. Well, you know what? I'd rather spend my money with black people than with white people. There's nothing wrong with that. That's all.
Well,
as long as they're qualified.
Well, Vision,
Right? But
nobody gave you a pushback when you say you want to deal with white people.
yeah,
Nobody.
I just didn't like the way he came, man. I have an issue with this guy all of a sudden.
Because we want to be clear because the other people are listening. None of us push you back when you say you wanted to deal with black people. No. All I did is I basically offer. I say
wrong choice of words. Wrong choice of words. Yeah. You guys were saying deal with who's willing to help you, not on the color. I'm sorry. When it comes to that, there's no budging. None.
No, but guess what? Okay, you notice how you're taking a stand on what you believe, right?
I gave pushback.
Vision, do you realize that you're taking a stand on what you believe in, right? Right? Are you aware of what you're doing, right?
I'm just talking, man. I'm just talking, trying to get my emotions under control.
Okay. This is a question, because it's a serious question. I say, Vision, you just took a stand, right? Because as men, you have to make a choice. You just took a stand. You say you're gonna stand on that, right? You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. You see how you have the conviction on what you believe in. So the same way, I said that same energy. Guess what? You must have the same energy to know that there is a solution out there that you're willing to do and basically find it, and that it's there, right? So you must have that same conviction. You see what I'm saying? And because the whole thing is you can talk about it, but guess what? If you don't do anything, there's not going to be any miracle. You see what I'm saying? And here's another. Remember when you went on? Was it a few weeks back? Remember when brother DJ Kuda, where he was giving advice to say some people, because of speaking about the sector of the Manosphere, it's very the whole toxicity. He says some people just need a break. And you yourself, you said that you needed a break from this space, right? But guess what? You as a man, you were not you didn't have the conviction on what you said. You didn't stand on it. That's why I remind you. I say you just took a stand right here. You said that you're not gonna budge when it comes to your mind. That you're not gonna put it into the hands of someone who doesn't look like you, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm like you say everything you're looking for, your clarity, your mentality. So me as a logical person, I say, bro, if you were to go talk to the person who's going to help you and you mentioned that you come in this place, what do you think he's going to tell you? He's going to tell you to stay away. He's going to be like, bro, you need time to think clearly and find the solution you need and stuff like that. But you can't do it. Why? Because remember, it's like when it comes to the mind, that's why I keep going back to what I had yesterday. The mind is very precious. We need to protect it by any means necessary. You need to find peace.
No, I do.
But you're looking for peace, right? Peace of mind.
But can I say this? When you were on this, it was just you and me. So I felt comfortable. I was like, okay, this is Fasting's channel. There's like 11 people watching. There was a time of 7 people watching. You were by yourself talking. And I said, okay, I'm going to just hop on a panel and talk with Fasting for a while. I'm not, it's Saturday night. I have no idea what's going on in others. Usually DJ Kudo's probably going to go on soon. If he's going to go on tonight, it's Saturday night. Saturday night, I'm having a conversation with you. But really, the source of the anger is predominantly with Aegon, somewhat Zero, and also Jessica X. But I'm getting off her case now. I'm not. This I come to this space to change conversations on purpose. You know, that's a narrative they've been pushing. I like to change the subject matter, and I like attention. That was from Jessica X when she was talking to Gabe A. Yet that shit pissed me the fuck off, eh? So
Is it true?
no, man, fuck you, bro. Shut the fuck up. Okay, listen.
Hey,
Please,
Vision,
like
Vision. If you don't mind, I know you're passionate, and I know you want to speak your piece, and that's cool, absolutely cool. But you gotta respect Fasting's house, man. He doesn't want cursing.
Yeah.
That's it. Other than that, keep on talking.
Yeah, Aegon, man, you need to get off that, okay? You do your thing, I do mine.
Well, I haven't talked this whole time,
Yeah.
and like, so
Yeah.
I just want to say this one, like, you can just tell in the exchange you and Fasting have, like, you say we have arrogance, you won't even let him talk. Like, you the one that want to be self-diagnosed on YouTube and then come back the next week and be self-diagnosed again and again, and then want only 7 people to watch. Like, dog, we basically, we're here to help each other, but then we give you help. It seems like you come back and still want more help. Like it's like I'm not the only one that sees this. Like, you doing it again. You doing it again. You doing it again. You can't be quiet. What's up with you?
I don't want to hear you speak.
All
But
right. So
it shows it, man. You doing it right now. You got it.
Hey,
Let
can
me see
a
if I could-
specialist speak?
yeah, let me see if I could jump in here. Vision, I'm one of those guys who's been kind of all over the place in the background, in the clouds, seeing so many different things. And listen, I don't know your situation exactly because, like Fastin said initially, all of us don't have, perfect information. But what I can say is many of the things that you've mentioned, that you're struggling with, I've struggled with, in the recent past. And one of them, for instance, was that very same, anger situation. I had, something very big happened to me that, had a significant impact on my life. At the time, I thought it was going to ruin my life. And I was just angry at the people who did it to me. And what I didn't realize is that anger flowed over into basically every other person I interacted with. Anybody I saw that was like a threat to me or anything that I was doing, I just kind of snapped back at them. And the only way I'm able to talk about it now, actually, in hindsight, and say that I was like that, because I didn't actually see any of that. I thought I was just living my life normally as I was before everything had happened, is because I had to take time away from everybody, away from everything, with my own thoughts, and actually take stock of everything that was happening around me. And one of the things that prevented me from doing that, and I think that's what's preventing you from doing that, is that at the time I was taking in a lot of information. At the time I was reading 3, 4, 5 books at a time. I was on YouTube. I was at university. I was working on my own personal projects. I had so much going on that my mind was just jumbled up. I was stressed out, and I also had the anger to deal with. So you combine the two, and at the same time I'm looking for help. It was just a time period where I was lost, and and just messed up. And I didn't, again, regain that focus until I took time away from everything. Like, everything had to stop. For me, it literally took myself getting injured so that I couldn't play sports, I couldn't do a lot of things, for me to actually sit down and take stock of it. For some people, it ends up being something a lot worse because they dive into addictions and all that stuff. I'm not wishing any of that on you. But what I'm saying is, and we've seen it with a lot of other guys, not a lot of, but a few other guys in the space, is that it just might be necessary for you to take like a weekend or a week or maybe even longer just to yourself to really think about a lot of stuff. Because I genuinely feel a lot of the brothers here have your best interests, but because you're taking information or ending up talking to so many different people, their reactions are going to be a lot different and a lot dismissive. And because none of us know you that intimately, the reactions aren't necessarily going to be with the level of care that you might need. So this is the last thing I'm going to say. As Fasting said, the mind is a very precious thing. And I know what it's like to be at that stressful breaking point where, You don't know what the hell to do. You've had different paradigms shattered, and you're just trying to steady yourself. And then I'm sure the situation with the pandemic, places being locked down, different plans you've had being messed up. Now is definitely the best time for you to literally just take it all in, take a step back, and refocus. I could be wrong, but for some reason, just my spirit feels that what you're going through is very similar to what I was, and I just hope my little diatribe there was useful.
Yeah, and I want to speak on it. Uh, Aegon, you remember when you came here and there was a little scuffle between you and Gabe, right? You remember how I dissolved it, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
remember that day, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the whole thing. We as brothers, we all have different experiences. Some brothers have. When I hear their story, they had some of the worst experience than what I have, right? What is the main topic we talk about? They say nobody gives a damn about black men. That's why we're here. If we want to mention about the manosphere, black brothers from different parts. Yes, of course we're gonna have our, you know, differences here and there. But what was the main objective? A lot of say somebody who looks like me out there, he's probably going through the same thing, or I want to learn from each other. But the thing is, when it comes to gaining information, now sometimes it's like we have to be honest with ourselves and be patient. Some people are in a situation right now where they in dire need of help. But here's the thing: life doesn't work the way we want. Like you may have, okay, this is how I want life to be, but that's not how life wants it to be. So what you have to do is you have to learn how to maneuver and go with life's current and use it to your advantage. And that's why, that's what I say. Me, the reason why I like to stick with the scriptures because everything goes back full circle. Yesterday's stream, I talked for almost 2 hours about the mind, saying that people have to prepare their mind because things that are about to happen this winter, a lot of people are gonna crack. Now think about this: if people are cracking now, when it was spring and summer, soon it's about to be fall. Imagine when winter season is here, when what they call the flu season. So whatever we're going right now cannot be even be compared. So the thing is, if we know things are gonna get worse, now is the time to do the best of our abilities to prepare and you know have some sort of peace of mind and get ready for what's coming. And also, when you're seeking help, you have to have the spirit of humility because you won't seek help if you know. Like the saying goes, if you knew everything, you would be doing what you're doing. If I knew everything, I would be here on YouTube. If I knew everything, you guys would never heard of me ever because I know everything. But the reality is, I don't. The whole thing about the mic, everything, I didn't know. I knew, okay, I know what a mic is, but I didn't know what to do when it comes to podcasting. DJ could have helped me with that. I had to be humble, listen, and I had to basically make it just. I'm like, okay, do I really want to do this, or I'm just gonna, just let the advice go on one here and go to the next because I asked for help. Hey, you know what? Maybe I need to do this, right? And I ask questions. Okay, I don't know what to do. What do I need? I listen and I made the choice. Meaning, it doesn't matter what DJ could have said. If I would have never take any choices, we all won't be here on this panel talking. But I had to make the choice because the power is in my hands. And as my channel goes, fasting is like why? Because I want to promote health, and other stuff. But health is very important, especially the mind, the health of the mind. All of us have some traumas and some sort. We're trying to heal. Look, okay, I know some people when I say a few weeks back, I said that to me when it comes to the message, I take it with a grain of salt. to me is entertainment, all that stuff, right? Some people start finding it wrong. But here's the thing: if you take certain things seriously, you're gonna crack. Why? Because look, I get joked about the Bible. This is my lifestyle is founded on the Bible. People make fun of me, they do jokes, everything. Do you want to know why it doesn't? I don't let it get over my head because I know I live my life. I know what it benefits me. So why would I be mad? To me, I'm like, okay, yeah, you're making fun, but guess what? The Bible is keeping me alive. So it's like, hey, whatever you say, it's not gonna hurt me because it's my foundation, right? Because I have a way of approaching things based on my experiences, how I live when it comes to the Bible. So it's like it doesn't matter what people say. So the whole thing is, if I were to take it seriously, knowing what I know, that would be that would not be wise. It's like, why get mad of some people online because they don't agree with you? I have no control over their minds. They choose what they want. So if you come here in this area knowing that you have no power, how people gonna think about you, there's no need to be stressed. I have no power over Brother Lewis, Brother Lawrence, or Brother the Unspecialist, or Vision, or Kuda, or anybody. Every man has his own mind and he controls himself. The thing is, how can you control yourself to deal with others, even when people may say things that that may be quote unquote derogatory or mean to you or something, but you'll be like, wait a minute, these people, they don't really know about me, so whatever they're gonna say, it's like they're saying it without knowing who I am, you know, and that's the whole thing, on my channel. Yeah, I'm trying my best because that's why I allow every brother to speak and get the peace of mind out, because I know sometimes speaking is another form of therapy. Why? Because you're in your mind, and sometimes to get those words that are stuck in your head out, it helps. But the thing is, we can't do it like that when we have animosity or some kind of conflict with others. Look, I'll put it this way: some people here that are going panels, I may not agree with everything, but I have a way of seeing life in a way that, okay, let me at least find one thing we can agree on, that we can have a conversation. Because guess what? If we were to go on everything that we don't agree, none of us will be talking right now.
True.
Brother Lawrence may love to eat chicken, but I love beef. You know what? You a chicken lover. Get away from me. I don't want to talk to you.
Wait, wait. How'd you get the beef and I got stuck with the feathers? What is that? Give me some lamb or something.
You know why? Because you're black. Black people love chicken.
Wow. Wow. All right. Well, let me get that oil ready to fry it up. That's all I'm saying. Stuck me with the feathers, man. I never liked you. You know that?
You know what? Because I want the big piece. You get the little one. But see, that's the whole thing. Like, brothers, it's like we heard the same rhetoric. We got. If we believe in it, then we all we got. You see what I'm saying? Like, no one else. So if we all we got, why would we even ruin the only chance we got? Look, things are about to get worse. Like, I follow the scripture. Brother Lawrence also, we talked about it in a few weeks back. People are not ready for what's coming. When they show this little show about zombies, people think it's a joke. What they call zombies is how people are gonna react when they snap. That's what they're trying to portray to you. But they use the analogy of a zombie to walk. That what they call it, to walk. Why? Because when your mind snaps, you're no longer living. It's like you can't process your mind anymore. You've gone AWOL. That's what they were trying to portray. So the thing is, knowing what's coming, we have to prepare. Like, I had the freaking herb show. I didn't do it for me. I'm good. I got it in my house. I was showing you what I have. So guess what? I don't have to worry about anything when it comes to sickness or whatever. I'm prepared. I had to let brothers know what I have. If they lack or they are really heavy, good for them. But to basically, hey, I'm not gonna tell you what I'm not doing. This is what I'm doing. Hey, let me put this information out there. It may help you. But I can't force anybody. Even I would love for them to have it, but I can't force anybody. The reason why I did it because I was like, well, if I don't do it, who else will? We're all we got, you know? And brothers have to understand we are strangers online.
Yep.
We have images. Some of us do came up, but we're strangers online. So sometimes we may have a miscommunication. But at the same time, we have to give each other a benefit of the doubt. To be like, hey, we may crack and we may was a tease and stuff like that. But if someone say, look, how many people out there came, they said they needed help and brothers helped them. We've seen many examples. People coming back saying, hey, thanks, bro, for helping me out. Like, we see it. So that means it can happen. Every problem has a solution. They're like a two sides of a coin. We believe that there's solution, speaking to our brother Vision, regardless of what's happening over there in Canada, we have a belief that whatever solution you're looking for is there. Just have faith and, be patient because some things may take time. But at the same time, right now, just prepare because I'm telling you, whatever you think is worse now, it's not even a scratch because just think about it. Like you mentioned, it's already a socialist country. Now imagine when this second shutdown happens again, because it will happen again. And you already know Canada gets colder than us. The snowstorm and all that. So I will say, me as fasting is life, like as your brother from this side, from the South, because being in America, we're in the South compared to Canada. Brother Vision, we know you're in dire need because of your situation. And I would just recommend you, hey, brother Vision, don't try to create enemies where they are because maybe because of your situation, you may feel someone maybe coming a certain way. You don't want to alienate yourself because people actually do care to help you, even though you're a stranger online. But the thing is, if you dig a hole in yourself where instead of actually getting to help, now you start going it's like because you're in a position. I'll say this: when someone needs help, you're in a position of weakness. You have to play smart, right? Like I was saying, be wise as serpent. If you know you got the enemy who's got his foot on your neck, you have to know how to move because one little mistake, he will squeeze it up, right? So if you already know the environment you're in, you just have to move smartly. And guess what? There's probably people out there who are willing to help you get out of the hole. But the thing is, if you're fighting those who actually have the heart, because like I said, you can read people's mind. There could be people who actually really care. They actually want to help you, but they want to help you their own way. But you actually are pushing them back, say, no, this is how I want help. That's not how it works. If you lack the solution, you're going to someone who has the solution. They're gonna give you based on what they have. They can give it to you based on what you don't even have. Right? You see what I'm saying? So it's like me. I want to learn how to drive a truck. I've never driven a truck. And then I'm going to the instructor. He's teaching me how to drive a truck. And I tell him, well, this is not how you should do it. Why did I go to him in the first place? I don't know how to drive a truck. He's my teacher now. So I have to listen to him because he's the expert. So we as brothers, we have to be willing and be humble to actually receive help because guess what? Sometimes when someone is giving me advice, even if you don't agree with it, you know what you do? I said it yesterday. Just be silent. Listen, be like, okay, thank you. You don't have to tell them that you're gonna do it. All you're doing is just taking advice, and then when you're on your own time in your private area, you process. Will be like, okay, this advice I heard. Okay, I can apply this, but I don't know, man. Okay, this advice I can apply. You pick and choose. We don't always have to fight back advices that we don't agree. Sometimes you just sit quiet. People see me all the time. I'll be on a panel or something. Someone say, I'll just sit quiet. Even if I don't agree, I listen because you actually pay more attention if you listen. And I think that's another skill that we as brothers lack. We lack the listening part. There's nothing wrong with speaking, but sometimes you speak more by not speaking. If you catch my drift. So I just wanted to put it because you know I'm all about health, and I know things are hard. There's a lot of brothers out here. Some look as a man, some brothers out here they don't have a job. They're struggling. They're trying to make ends meet. I'm seeing it outside of YouTube. I'm seeing people that I know, whether it's you know friends, friends over friend, family members and stuff like that. People are struggling, and they out there busting, finding means to survive. So I'm not denying this thing, this COVID, whatever, it's is affecting a lot of lives. But the thing is, when they're out there, they have to be smart on because look, you go to somebody looking for favor and you're fighting them, that could be the only chance you have. Now, if you ruin that, it's like where else are you gonna go? It's like we gotta be smart in this time. And like I said, we brothers here online, we're all strangers, but we're coming here together disregarding that we're strangers and actually find one common accord to help each other. We don't know everything. Aegon may mention something I did not know, and I'm okay. I never saw it. Vision can say something. The specialist, Brother Lawrence, somebody in the chat, Jessica. Even though she's a female, she may say something that could benefit me. But at the end of the day, I will have the choice to choose whether to hear what someone say or not. And I think that's that's why it comes down to this. You know, like I say, for an example, Brother Vision, like you like I mentioned earlier, some things you didn't want to say, you went private. Maybe that's what we need. For certain situation, maybe it's something not to be said online. Maybe it should be something to be said in secret, right? And then there's some things you could say because you be like, okay, maybe it may help somebody out there. I mean, there are many ways to do things. You see what I'm saying? Like, but at the end of the day, understand that most of us here, we may joke, we may tease and all that stuff, but we're coming here together because we have one thing in common, and is to exchange knowledge, to share experiences, and maybe help each other out. Because all of us are strangers. But look at the great things where we can sit on a panel, talk to somebody from the other side of the world, or here across states, or across your city, same town, and we can actually sit down and actually talk because we can't reach each other physically. You see what I'm saying? So even by us taking that first step, we destroying a lot of stereotype, because a lot of stereotype they say, oh, black men don't talk to each other. We are really breaking stereotypes. So it's like we already have something positive. So let's keep that image, because look, we already have the pressure on our back that we quote unquote niggas. You know, it's inevitable. We can't change that. It's the way it is. So what we can do is say, okay, what can we do to maneuver with that weight on our back? You see what I'm saying? Because guess what? I'm from Africa, right? When people see me in the street, what do you think they see Africa on my head saying Africa? No, they see me as black. So we're in the same boat. Unless I speak, when they look at me in the street walking, they say, "Oh, look, it's that Negro guy." That's how the way. It's how this society is. So it's like, how can we move, knowing what this society is, and we all we got. So if we all we get and we go against each other, who else is gonna be out there for us? Nobody. No, that's what I say. Being aware of the situation, that's what happens. We all need help, right? And when someone needs help, you have to be humble when you go to choose somebody to be your teacher, someone who's gonna guide you and help you. We have to be humble. We can't fight the teacher because they may look, like I said, we can't read minds. But if someone is taking the time to actually help you with something that you're struggling with, you gotta give them credit because out here in the real world, nobody gives a damn. And like I said earlier, nobody cares about you but you. But if you have somebody who's actually willing to, give them a little credit because some criticism is not because of you, it's actually trying to make you better. Guess what? If you expect everybody to tell you, "Oh, you're great," you're gonna you're gonna be depressed. So what we can do is, if someone gives you a criticism, I'll give an example. People have given me criticism in the past, right? Like this, oh, fasting you loud and everything, right? And even though I was giving an excuse, say, oh, because I'm in my truck and I have to yell because I hear a lot of noise, but I had to because I was like, okay, maybe they might be right. And guess what? Now I have a mic where I can actually talk, where I don't have to be yelling. So, it sounds it's like there are certain things you can do, but the person receiving the help, they have to decide how how they will basically apply whatever they gain, right? Whether they will reject it or use it to their own benefit, you know. So, like I said, brother Vinci, hey, don't look at certain things that are happening as an attack on you because some information you're not telling us, and that's fine. I mean, it's your right because first, like I said, we're strangers. But the thing is, whatever information you give us, that's what we're gonna eat on. We can't eat on something you didn't tell us. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to withhold a certain information, that's fine. And let's say some information, if you don't want people to know, don't say it here. Say it in the back chat, or because, like I say, I have integrity, right? Some of the stuff you told me, I didn't say it publicly. Why? Because you say it was something between you. Unless you mention it, which is your right, that's different. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, you say you need help, and I know you're gonna find solution. Don't let what's happening, the whole thing about COVID, stop you because there's always help. You know what I mean? The thing is, just be patient, plan, and see if you can find somebody. And there's somebody out there. You just have to find it. Every solution has a problem, and every problem has a solution. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. That's a lie. If they say there's solution to every problem. There's a solution to every problem. And I think I called what was it? Could a show about the personal things that that happen. And, that's what I say. And I say it's interesting because I mentioned earlier about the reason why I started fasting was the year before I lost some family members, and I could be there for them, right? And it took a toll on me because three people that died in the same year that have impacted in my life. I mean that's major, right? So it's like, and I couldn't see them being buried because I'm thousands of miles away. You know, I didn't take it on anybody. I didn't blame my job or anything. I was like, you know what? I just need a break. My job, they were like, wait, what's going on? Is everything all right? Can we do anything? I'm like, no, this is something I have to do. So whatever you're doing, if you decide to come back, you always welcome. And I never went back. But in that moment in time, I had to make a decision. Okay, how can I go about this? What is the solution to the problem I have? And I did it, and I was like, okay. So that's why I created this channel. I was like, hey, you know what? Maybe the solution to this kind of problem that I had, maybe it can help someone else. I'm not gonna force anybody, but I'm just putting out there that there's an option. So, like the saying goes, there are many ways to skin a cat. To every problem, there is a solution. The question is, are we willing to receive that solution and act on it? Are we willing to be humble and be patient to the process because it may take some time. Some solution will be immediate, like that, or some solution will take some time. But we have to be, we have to be ready to go through it. And that's what I think. I'll say that's one of the main thing about my channel is I don't want any fights or anything. I want brothers when they come here I want you to relax. If you have something in your heart you want to say, I'll give you the table. Like I say, I don't, I give everybody, to have the peace of their mind, whatever that's troubling them, or whatever fun jokes or any news that we want to talk about. I want it to be, like I say, everybody, the feedback, they say, hey, fasting, I like your channel because, there's no beef, there's no fighting, everybody is chill. I mean, if I'm talking about the mind, I want brothers when they come here, I want you to have a peace of mind. That's my goal because I already know what we go through every day. So why not have a space where you can actually sit down, have your talk? Yeah, we're not gonna agree on everything. That's life. But what can we agree on? We all agree we're black men, and we live in an environment where, because of how we look like, we already have some prejudice out there, some eyes on our backs. But the thing is, well, what can we do about it? We're here, we're all brothers. you know let's help each other out because no one else will. You know what I'm saying? I know I've been speaking a lot about something with my spirit. I was like, to kind of pull the tensions, because all of us are brothers, man. It's like, why fight each other? Because at the end of the day, nobody gives a damn. Why be the crabs on the barrel, the same crabs we complain about that we shouldn't be, but yeah, we turn around and do the same thing. We shouldn't be doing that. Like I say, it's not everybody out here I agree with. I have brothers that I have conversation. They're atheists, meaning they don't believe what I believe, but I don't let that stop me to say that, oh, because you're atheist, you don't believe me, I'm not gonna talk to you. No. Who knows? Guess what? Maybe that atheist will be the only person who helps me in time of need, and the person who believes like me doesn't help me. That's all life is. Don't create enemies where they need to be. Knowing that you are really alone, like you have no allies. Why even isolate ourselves when we only have a few people who have the potential to help us? That small circle. It's like we got. You know what I mean? So I don't know what you guys feel about it, but you guys are free to jump in. All you brothers here, I respect y'all. Y'all have y'all have each wisdom to give, and I respect your mind and everything. And you know, I mean, it's like, I want my channel to be chill and mellow, and share knowledge, share laughs and everything. Because I mean, the world has gone to crap, man. So at least let's have somewhere where we actually, release or take off the load of our backs, sit down before we can go back to the routine, and actually, release our stress. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something?
Go ahead, brother Vision. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was listening. Like, Kuda's channel was fun. I think he's knowledgeable. He's young. He's very young, but he's very, very knowledgeable, very intelligent, and he hasn't gone the conventional way, like, quote unquote, the school route, the degree route. However, he's got his knowledge. There's things he knows more than I know about. But I don't like going to that channel anymore because the game guys over there, particularly Platinum Elite and these guys, they rub me the wrong way, especially when everyone starts getting drunk. And I've been guilty of it as well. So I'm not innocent in that department. I don't really go on Mr. Fantastics. That's just not my style. But I like what he talks about. I respect his perspective. I respect his military service. You know what I mean? I have no issue. I used to like going to Zero's channel, especially when I think I said this earlier when no one was even here, when it was just with the feminism. Regardless of, I don't really have an issue with Zero, but, in comparison to Aegon, but I respect his knowledge. He's very knowledgeable, especially when it comes to the science and economics and feminism. I think he's untouchable in the space when it comes to that. He's very successful. He's done well for his life. He takes care of his family. I see all that. Okay. My issue with Aegon, I think now, is there's a level of disrespect in his subconscious for me. He doesn't take me seriously at all. It's just how I sense it. And so I'm just gonna say this, Aegon. If I'm drowning and you're the only helicopter left, I'd rather drown. That's how vindictive I'm gonna be with you now. If you're the next Jeff Bezos, I don't want a job from you, bro. I'm not gonna speak on anything you do. I'm not gonna speak about your personal issues. I'm not gonna give you advice. You do your thing, bro, and you go and win. And that's how I'm gonna leave it at.
Okay, I'm gonna reply. Can y'all guys hear me? Can y'all hear me?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I think you're right, Fasting. I don't take you serious. The thing is that I was raised that basically
Vision, not
if
fasting.
I'm
Fasting is the
sorry,
hope.
my bad, sorry. My bad, Vision. My bad, Vision. I don't take you serious because the way you speak, and I'll tell you to your face I don't take you serious. And then if you ask me why, I'll give you an explanation for it. And I don't think nobody should take you serious. Um, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that I will do take you serious when you give me no reason to. When basically I've seen you basically put your foot in your mouth so many times, and your arrogance overshadows basically your growth. And I'm that way with my mom, my sister, my family. I could be called an asshole for it, and plenty of people that I grew up with know me to be like that, and they could lay the blow softer than I can. I just can't do it. And it's not out of hate, it's not out of malice. It's out of the fact that basically there's other men or young men listening to listen to you speak, and they're gonna think that it's okay to talk in circles. When basically as brothers, we gotta be like, yo, no, you're not gonna do that. Like you're not going just show your book collection and then not put knowledge in like and apply it to life. Like we not about that. That's that pro black stuff. We got to be the ones to check each other, or who we just like them. And I feel like I should be put the same way. That's why I dig Marco so much. Because if you feel like you're saying some BS, he call you on it. He call you off on top. And that's ultimate love. If you're doing something stupid and somebody say you look stupid, and it's like, do you look stupid? If the answer is yes, then they did you a favor. I'm not seeing nothing that a lot of other people don't see. It's just the fact that your feelings are how you taking it, and I'm cool with that. I mean, if you drown in the ocean, I'm gonna save you and make fun of you, and then when you drown again, I'm gonna still make fun of you and save you. And then if you just still want to drown, and you rather die than somebody cracking jokes on you, it kind of shows where you at in life. That's all I say about it.
Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah, I was on mute.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
he made his opinion, and I'll respect that. Fasting, I think we know what's really going on here, right? So when people are saying you ain't doing shit, you're coming here and you're not helping yourself, blah blah blah. I think it's a little bit off call. I've had private conversations with people in the Manosphere. I've left messages with people in the Manosphere, and yes, I've done some stupid shit under the influence. It's a hard habit to break. I have to break it. I think a lot has been destroyed in my life because of the drinking problems, and it's starting to follow me into the Manosphere. It is what it is. But fasting, I remember we called and we were talking about the herbs and stuff like that. So I know what I've done. I don't need to convince you of anything, Egon. You seem to be the judge. What do you call it? The judge, where the judge, jury, and executioner of this space. You're young, man. You got a lot to learn.
Well,
You got a lot to learn.
the thing
That's all.
is, Vision, is that I'm not saying you haven't done anything. I'm just going by what you present. And basically, if you present arrogance and drunken slothfulness, what can I say? What can I say besides what you present?
I take responsibility for that. I'll take responsibility for that. I don't deny it.
I mean, if you had a little brother that was doing the same thing, wouldn't you be calling him out on that shit? Or a big brother, like I mean, you only give him what the person presents. I mean, it ain't no. It's like, when have I ever disrespected you, like on some stuff, like basically just trying to like just be like hurtful to you? Like, no, I come at what you say, because basically those tendencies on some real the tendencies that you show, we all had it. That's why when Unspecialist was up here, I know exactly where he was coming from with the being angry, taking a whole bunch of information. I was in that place in like 2014, 15.
Yeah, I
You
did that in
know,
the 80s myself.
Yeah, like you taking all this pro-black information, you growing your career, mentally you growing past people that you love, and you feel lonely. At the same time, you feel like I shouldn't be here right now. Like I'm like 25, 26, 28. I'm supposed to be making money. I'm supposed to be happy, but you're not. It's a weird space to be in. So I know where you be at, and you can fall into that alcoholic trap. But the one thing that we can't do is that we can't sugarcoat it because there's somebody else going through it, and if we sugarcoat it, they basically they're supposed to handle the situation better than we can.
Yeah, like I understand what Egon is saying. That when we have problems, it's like ignoring it or pushing it aside. It's not gonna go away. It's like at the end of the day, we have control over our mind. We have control over our decision. So it's like, what are we gonna do about it? Because no one else can make, or how should I put this? No one is gonna love you or love your future more than you. Only you want, like, only you as an individual want your future to come the way you want it to. Nobody else will. Not even your father, your mother, your brother, nobody. Each person is for his own. We came in this world naked, we're gonna go out naked, whether they put clothes or not. We came with nothing, we leave with nothing. So right there, our start is already showing us that we are really selfish. Meaning we all about self. So if as self we don't even want the self who's us to be better, we can't expect anybody else to see us the way we see it. Like if you see yourself as nothing, you can't expect someone else to see you any different. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when you look in the mirror, what do you see? Well, someone else, when they look in the mirror, they see something different. You can't make them see what you see because you are you. You see what your eyes see. Someone else's eyes see something different. You can never make people see what you see because you are you. You are who you are. Like it sounds. It's like nobody knows you more than you. You see, that's the game of the end of the day.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's, I guess, the best way to put it in a nutshell. The only thing I could add to this is, uh, how do I say? And I guess this could actually follow up on what Aegon was saying. When I was in that place, right? Uh, Somebody told me something, and it was tough love in a way. They basically told me, listen, right now, everything you just said, I listened to you. That I'm paraphrasing. He said, listen, I listened to you, and based on everything that you're telling me, you seem to be too caught up in yourself. You seem to be too self-absorbed. Everything you were saying was me, 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 me. Even though I felt like I was the victim, the truth is that I was so caught up with what was happening to me and how I was struggling and how I was suffering that I didn't look around and see that, hey, everybody has their struggles and the different, issues that they're going through. And if I continue to treat myself that way, I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm gonna be stuck because I have knowledge, I have these talents or abilities or whatever that the Almighty would have blessed me with. But at the same time, I'm so caught up in myself that I'm actually preventing myself from going anywhere. And at the time, I didn't receive that well. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Can't you see, what's happening? It's obvious. And this is where what fasting said comes in. There's the world you see, there's the world others see, and then there's, the view above that, where people like me, I guess, Fasting and Lawrence would put the Almighty, what the Almighty sees. And what tends to happen is we tend to look and view our own lives and almost try to play God in our own lives and assume to know exactly what's happening, exactly how other people see us, and then also exactly how we react to things when in fact, even though you know yourself better than anyone else, you sometimes don't realize some of your own habits, idiosyncrasies. You actually have to rely on what others say to actually pick up on those things. So, all in all, and how things came full circle and helped me to realize, like I was alluding to earlier in my first spill, was after all of that and taking in what he said, I actually had to take time to myself and actually think about it and realize, you know what? That's exactly what he was saying. I had caught myself in a loop of being the victim in my own story when I was just two steps away or one step away from healing. But because I was so caught up in what happened to me, I didn't realize that, hey, over all this time, all this knowledge I accumulated, all this time I spent thinking, um, all this progress I made was taking me to a point where I actually have everything I need to be better, to improve, to move on. But I still had to take the final step, make the final decision, and that is to move on. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Um, Habits, behaviors, all that stuff that's very hard to break, especially as you get older. That kind of stuff is very difficult to change. But what's always important is being able to listen to others' observations. Again, most of us, and Fasting said it, of us here can only give you uh, a cosmetic appraisal because we only have the surface level. We don't necessarily have all the meat and the bones, and this is not the best forum to deal with the meat and the bones for most people because that's uncomfortable. This is very public. So, what's really important is to just to take that in and understand that that there's so many steps involved, but the last and the most important one is actually taking that final leap, and that's it. Like I was saying, for me it involved introspection, prayer, and all that. But for you, it could be a lot of other different things. So I'm just gonna say to consider that and try not to take what might seem as harsh words too strongly, because as far as I can tell, outside of some few really dumb people, nobody's coming at you with open animosity.
Yeah, and it's interesting because one of the teaching I was thinking about doing, because of Sunday, was on forgiveness, but I may want to touch it, some things have happened in our past. We may not forgive ourselves because we put our blames, we're judging ourselves, say, why this happened to me, maybe it was my fault and all this. There is power in forgiveness, forgiving those who have done us wrong, meaning you take the experience and you learn, but you have to forgive yourself. And forgiveness is like the scripture says, if you can forgive someone you can see, say, how can you expect the Most High to forgive you who you cannot see, you know and the whole scripture it says we can see God, it said, but you can see your brother, you can see your neighbor, someone who looks like you, because we're humans, we can see each other. So he's like, if you can treat someone you can see well, how can you do the same thing to me? How you show me that you do to me is how you do with someone you can see. So the first person who you see is yourself. We have to be able to forgive ourselves for the past. We all have regrets. You look about, man, this I should have done something, anything. But it's like, wait, the past is the past. You have to be ready to forgive and move on. Take what the experience that happened and use it as a learning tool to motivate you towards the future. Because if you get stuck blaming yourself for what happened, you're gonna be stuck there forever. And by the time you look forward, time has gone past, and even still, you won't be able to forgive yourself. Why? Because you wasted time. So sometimes it's like, hey, we gotta be able to forgive ourselves, man. Like, you know, when I went to school, I'm like, oh man, it's like I look back, but you know what I did? I was like, wait a minute, okay, I see the whole thing, but you know what? If I didn't go to school, I would have never built the network that I did. I would have never met the sweet people that helped me in the time of trouble. You know, it was I needed an experience. Why? To use it as a learning tool. You know, some of the experience I have, I'm like, oh, okay, life is not as people were telling me. I got to actually see it for myself. You know, and then that's and you know who I am. It's the same way everywhere. Like I know, you know, I'm a persona online. Fasting is love. But guess what? Even some of my family members were here earlier. My sister was here earlier. They will tell you I'm the same way in real life. I'm loud. I do jokes. I make people laugh, but I also have knowledge when it comes to certain things. And I'm able to actually converse with people. Whether we could be in an argument, we're agreeing. And what I'll do is I'll listen, wait, and then okay, this is what it is. So, but it's like I had to come to that point to realize I'm like, you know what? I don't need to put any faces. I don't need to act. I just have to be. Why? Because the experience that I had in the past led me to who I am. And that's how I was able to find my peace. I'll be like, okay, I understand how life is, but this is what I need to do to maneuver. I can't go against the tide. I'll kill myself. Because it's like trying to swim opposite way where the current is like what 200 miles per hour. What you can do is you have to learn how to maneuver where the wave is going, whether you get a boat or something so you can find the shore. But you can't go against the wave. You will lose. That's how life is. We just have to learn how to maneuver with it. And there are tools out here that can help you. There are people out here that can help you. You have everything, we as individuals, we have everything that we need in this life. But the thing is, we have to find it and we have the choice to use it or reject it. It all comes down to that, you know. But that's how it is. But I was I was planning depending if I go to bed or wake up early. But the topic of forgiveness, I mentioned it in the earlier stream. I was like, maybe if I don't do it tomorrow Sunday, it could be something that I could do next week. Where I'll use scriptures when it comes to forgiveness and stuff like that. And people say, well, someone who did wrong in my family, or they did something that's very, according to society, is evil. I'm like, the whole reason about forgiveness, it's not usually for the other person, it's for yourself. Because whoever does the thing, they will, if they don't forgive or was it repent, they will pay for their crimes. They guess what? The wicked always do. They always pay. Doesn't matter if it take them years to escape the judgment. Sooner or later, caught up to them. But the problem is, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna? You have to forgive yourself and forgive that person. Why? Because when you do that, you will like, well, things happen because that person chose the wrong choice. But I'm not gonna allow him for what he has done to me to hold me in my prison because that's giving him too much credit. And then when people do that, they have total freedom. That's and peace of mind. Think about it. I can't imagine me having that stress, the pressure, and the things just stuck in my man. I love peace. Me, whenever there's fight, you know what I do? I just pull away because I'm like, I value my peace of mind. That's what keeps me going. I have stress too. I'm a truck driver. This job is very stressful. A lot of people quit. They can't take it. But I'm able to do it and come and make jokes and laugh. And you guys will be like, oh man, fasting. But guess what? Why do I have the energy to be animated even after doing a stressful job? Because I know what time it is. I understand. I have accepted reality. This is what truck driving is. So I can't be like, okay, I need to mold it. It's it's the reality of the job. I accepted it. The thing is, me accepting it, what am I gonna do so I can basically maneuver with it to my benefit? And which is I do, when I have time, I sleep, hit the gym, come, conversate, make jokes here and there, watch funny movies and stuff like that. Why? Because I've said I don't moan about it. Why? Because I accepted the reality. So forgiveness comes with acceptance. You can't change the past. It's over. It's gone. What are you doing now to help you for tomorrow, which will become today? That's the goal. And when you do that, I'm telling you, it will be a piece of look. I'll look. There was at a time where I didn't have a job. I had money saved. The money was running dry. I started to get desperate. I was applying places, and I started to tell myself, "Oh, maybe people don't want to hire me because they don't like me." You know. And then my mom was like, "You can't be saying that. Just go out there, do what you have to do." You know. And I took it to her. I was like, "You know what? I need to stop blaming." I'm like, "Okay, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. Then it's not working. I just gotta keep trying." Got a phone call. Got the job. Did 3 years with them. I quit. I was unemployed again by choice. Peace of mind, and I wasn't worrying about having a job. And when I needed to get a job, I got it. Why? Because I had. It's like I really had the experience of what it's like to be unemployed. So it didn't phase me anymore. Why? Because I went through the experience. I learned to forgive myself when things didn't go my way. I was man, 6 months without a job, no bills. I can't buy anything. I'm stuck at home. I don't, I have a goal. I want something, but it's not working the way I want to. You know, it's you know, hey, we gotta do something. There's I keep have to emphasize to the people listening and those who listen in the future. Remember, to every problem there is a solution. Don't let anyone lie to you. There's always a solution. The problem is, are you willing to do it? Whether it takes you 1 second to 10, 20, 30 years, or are you willing to reject it? It's at the end of the day, it's still a choice. What are you gonna do at the end of the day? Because every decision you make is because you want something that will benefit you. So you have to decide. You see what I'm saying? So yeah.
Can I add something then?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
This is what I'm gonna add. I came to this space through the Black Brain Trust actually. It's a long story, but I was watching the Joker movie. I saw something, and then I went to and the Black Brain Trust did a pretty good show on it, and then I just started going to that channel. And the good thing about the Black Brain Trust, what I realized about them was, you had a group of men that basically did something that I didn't do, right? They were successful in the IT field. Yeah, you got a few here as well. Zero, Aegon, he's on his way. CSUT, right? That's a field that I want to get into. I want to get into STEM. I know exactly where I want to go with that, but why talk about it when you should just go do it? Automation is going to be my final goal, and if that doesn't work, I'll become a bus driver or a truck driver, and just live my life. They make decent money too. Sometimes you'll fall where you fall. But here's what I'm trying to say. So in this space, I've learned a lot of the pieces of the puzzle that was missing have been connected. So when things would go wrong, like the Black community, the community as a whole, the world. What else I'm trying to say here? Like if I got to give Zero credit. Man, I never saw that. The way he breaks down feminism, it's incredible. I could not have done it better myself. So like this space, the different sectors have been basically helped me complete, put the puzzle together where things went wrong in my life, and I didn't know how to address them and why not. And feminism is a big part of it. How the school system it's been feminized is a big part of it. But hey guys, if you want that feminism story, holla at Zero, because that is his specialty. He's paying child support. We talk about this. Thai City talks about this. There's a lot of men, even Dr. Johnson ended up, I think, got married 3 times. So like, I remember my father's best friend, who was a dean at Williams College in Boston. He had 4. He went, and a white man, by the way, just so there's no racist trope. He went through 4 different marriages. My own father went through several different marriages. So like all this dynamic here is fascinating. So at the end of the day, like I've said it before. I am slowing down from this space. I don't like. I know I'm talking about me. Sorry, you're right. But I can only speak from my perspective. This is my perspective, and I'm gonna have to implement other people's perspective. But I'm going somewhere. Like I'm really gonna be avoiding Kuda's space. Right? There's no need to be on Fantastic Space, but it's a great show. He's doing his thing. You know, when it comes to feminism and the pills and all that stuff, Zero's got that down. And there's even Angry Man has good points. BGS and all these different guys. Even sometimes I'll go check out Art of Ibmore. You know, it's not Art of Ibmore. Sorry, what's his name? Art Nostal TV. You know, whether you know, he's part of the nation. He's a teacher. He's been a teacher for a long time, so he has certain perspectives. He's a great artist. So I'm just saying, there's so many different dynamics in this space, and it's helped me more than it's hindered me. Is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes when you go to the Black Brain Trust and they start talking geopolitics, man, it's out of this world when they get into geopolitics in that space. Even though they mostly talk, IT and fourth wave industrialization, but when they get into the geopolitics and they get into the joking, man, that space is off the hook. And I think they're actually on a bit of hiatus right now. But they're 500 plus deep. There's so many shows you can get caught up on in that space, and just some of the technologies they're able to introduce. My advice to you guys, mainly all the guys here on this panel, when I came to the space after the Brain Trust, everywhere I went, I've been kicking Neely Fuller down your throats. Nobody is listening, and like Egan says, he doesn't take me seriously, and I respect that. If you can get past Neely Fuller's focus on racism, white supremacy, if you can just see past that, and I'm assuming maybe you do know of this man, or maybe you don't. I'm just assuming. But in this space, if we can get past that, guys, the book is $29 American. It's only going to cost you $35, guys. For you working men, that's 2 hour. That's 2 hours out of your 40-hour work week. Get that book, read that book from front to cover, and you know what? Let's have this conversation again. I think it's but the reason people give me pushback on him is because he's pro-black. He's considered part of the pro-black space. But sometimes you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I have my Hotepi books. Yes, I have my pro-black books because there's an answer I'm trying to find for myself. And once I get to that answer, life is gravy. I'll take some of the advice that was given. I'll try to be less emotional. The constructive, sorry, I can't say the word. Constructive criticism isn't always bad. I played sports, man. Yeah, we got at each other, but that's nor here nor there. Again, you know what? I'll say this one more time. Go to Neely Fuller's website, producejustice.com, and the United Independent Compensatory Code System. Get that book. It's only going to cost you $35. If you're in Jamaica, if you're in England, it's going to cost $60 to $70. It's very expensive for him to ship it out of that country. And just read that book from front to cover and just look past the white supremacy aspect of what he talks about. Get past that. Let's pretend white supremacy doesn't exist. I'll even take it further. Slavery never happened, and colonialism never happened, because irregardless, as a collective, we got to keep it moving. And that's really my last point that I wanted to say. And if you can read that book front to cover, it will give you a lot of perspective of how I see things. That's one of the few books I did finish. Well, I didn't finish the last chapter. The last chapter was about war, so there's no point in reading that one. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Hey, was it the time right now? It's Central 2 a.m. 53 minutes. And so far on the show, we're 4 hours and 23. I'm actually surprised. I thought the show was gonna be like almost 2 hours, but I guess since there's no third shift tonight,
Turn up.
there's no third shift tonight, so I'm actually surprised. But I mean, it's like I knew the topic that I was gonna talk about. I knew it was gonna be kind of sensitive, because of the topic about the bread and stuff like that. But like I say, we can stop. We already spoke on it, and all of us already spoke on it. But I mean, yeah, I'm like, speaking about something, like a change of direction. To south here, America South, we got two hurricanes coming in a direction. They say it's gonna be this week. We may see something.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting. Two hurricanes heading to the same direction. They say
Yeah.
that they might merge by the time they get here. So
One of
one,
them is Hurricane Marco.
yeah, Marco Grande coming out. He's coming. He's in the wind. He's like, Marco. He's like, I'm coming for you. He said, oh, you guys were talking crap about me online? Okay, I'm coming for you.
I'm not even gonna lie. Every time he says his name or somebody says his name, I want to scream out Polo.
Polo, yeah, Marco Polo.
I know it's childish, but I swear, sometimes I just
Yeah,
want to scream out
Polo.
Polo.
Yeah,
But
so we got
but
two hurricanes coming. Wow.
yeah, what Hurricane Laura, and I don't remember what the other one's named. I can't
Marco.
remember. Oh, it is
Yeah,
Marco. Okay.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
So
And
Marco and Laura.
and remember, you guys, I had a stream where I was saying that some things major is gonna be happening between August and October. Remember when I said that, right? I'm like, based on what's going on, I know we
Yeah, you
with
did.
American season stuff like that. Look. And I told people, I'm like, get water, get stuff. Like it's kind of funny because it wasn't on the back of my head, but I went to the store to buy my groceries. I ran out of some, so and I bought some water. And then I just realized, I'm like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, the hurricane is coming. So, and another thing I noticed, I was like, when I went to the Walmart store, some of the water ran out, and then they brought in like a pallet of them, and I saw some people go after it to go get some water. I didn't think of it much because I was like, okay, well, they ran out of water, so they bring it out. And then as I was checking out, I
You said
bought
you,
3 cases.
you said you was buying some Pepsis.
No, just water, like the bottled water. Yeah. And then the reason why I'm like, hey, if you want to buy a water, buy it now. Like if you're in the South, if you in those area, whether Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and all that stuff, get the water. Why? Because during stuff like this, they'll stop you or they'll limit how many water you can buy.
Man, you was buying ginger ales. Get out of here.
Nah, no,
Hey, fasting. I'm leaving. The link is in there. If you guys read that book, do it. If you don't, you don't. It's only $35. If you don't like it, you can throw it in the garbage or donate it to somebody. Have a good one,
Yeah.
eh? I'm out.
all right. Thanks,
All right.
man.
Be
What?
good.
Peace.
Be good.
Peace.
Get
Shalom.
some sleep.
Peace.
Yeah. What is it? I bought water. I bought baking soda for my weekly detox that was it OG mentioned. But the thing is, because my bathtub is trash, I'm too big for it, and then if I get in, the water will just spill over, and I can't sink in it because I'm too big. I'm like when I get into the bath, the only way I can do is sit. I can't lay down like I'm too big. I'm too tall. So what I do is I'm like, okay, I might as well just I got like a bucket, like a enclosed bucket where I just pour hot water and then just put my feet in. I'm like, if I can at least detox my feet. And I noticed when I did it, something like I had, like I think it was maybe because I went outside or something. I had like a skin thing because I know whenever you're doing some fasting, sometimes your skin will kick up some stuff, right? It was on my feet. And then when I did that, when I put my feet like for like 45 minutes in that baking soda, whatever I had, it started to heal. I was like, wow. I'm like, so detox does work. Like the skin is getting smooth now. Like I had to rub it a little bit to give it a cut so the baking soda can go in and it heals. So I was like, man, detoxing works. And my feet, felt kind of nice. It felt soft and everything. So I was like, hey, that works. So you are there if you walk or you stand all the time and then you want to relax your feet, just put some hot warm water and dump in like you know baking soda. I don't know, was it you can put what 16 ounce, 32, whatever you want, but I'll say the higher the number the better, and it's very cheap. you know uh, and then what else did I buy? I bought some chips and I bought some fruits. Yeah, I was like, I needed some fruits. I ran out. My fruits that I buy is mango, oranges, sometimes apple, but this time I only bought oranges and mangoes, and then I have
Gummy worms.
no plantains. Plantains. Peace, brother Mike Shinnery. Yeah, he's heading out. Hey, I really want to appreciate everybody who came in today, man. Like, I know, some people they have insomnia, they can't sleep. Some people are working late, but I appreciate you guys coming in, man. Like, hey, I'm doing the show because you guys want to see it, So I appreciate your support. They call this the accent sphere. Yeah, talk low
Yes,
down
sir.
over there. You know what? I probably should have a Louisiana person here. They were like, "Don't God, no my God, oh my God." If they're speaking Cajun, so what's up? What baby? So what we do? I'm like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
speak French. I'll be like, but I don't understand what the hell you just said.
Fast, when you done talk about that, I want to ask you about something.
What's that?
Um, I was reviewing something on my channel. Something called you ever heard of Grand Inquisitor?
No, what's that?
It's a chapter in this book called The Brothers Krishnikov, I think, from like Leo it's hard for me to say his name, Leo Tolstoy or something, Toasty or something, whatever his name is. Y'all hear?
Tolstoy. Yeah, Leo
Yeah,
Tolstoy.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
it a science book or what?
Huh?
Is it a science fiction book or?
Um, I know it's fiction. I know it's fiction, but it's basically on like about like people, like how they interact, and like because it's like a story
Oh,
of
okay.
a
Like
story
1984.
it's a story of a guy with his three brothers and how they deal with society. But this one chapter is called the Grand Inquisitor, where basically it's kind of like a poem, but it's like a whole chapter, I think. Where basically it's like because I think that it's like a poem talking about during the Spanish Inquisition in Spain. Jesus came back from the dead, right? And he started healing people. And then when he healed people, the Spanish Inquisition arrested him. So he's in prison, and then the Grand Inquisitor, like the head of the Catholic Church, came and talked to him while he was in prison, and he's basically telling Jesus like, we don't need you anymore, and you basically gave mankind freedom, and we've been wrestling with that freedom for like 1,500 years since you've been gone. Yeah, the 1,500 years since you've been gone, and he was like, and Jesus doesn't say anything. Because the problem is he healed somebody, he healed a whole bunch of people, then got arrested. And he was like, he talks about basically how the devil gave Jesus three temptations that he said no to. Like when he wanted to turn three rocks into bread, and Jesus was like,
Yeah.
man, live without bread alone. And he was like, because basically, if Jesus would perform these miracles, the man would basically have to follow him. And Jesus didn't want that. He said he wanted people to follow through faith. And it was like two more trials that Jesus was like, no, I want basically man to have freedom. And then the Catholic Church was saying to Jesus, like, yo, you gave him that freedom, and then we basically took control of that because mankind doesn't want freedom. He doesn't want freedom. He wants to give his freedoms to a greater power than him, like AK, like the society, and then act like he's free. But now that you're back and you started healing people, you basically put it on the table, and then they're going to basically have to follow you because you just healed some people. And what I was going, I want you to. It's like a play on. It's like a 30-minute, like a back and forth of the actual book on YouTube, and I want to see your interpretation of that because mine was basically of what I just told you, but also in what the Grand Inquisitor said to Jesus, he was like, "Yo, man is a rebel, and he's a rebel that's weak, but he does not want to be free. He wants his mind to be controlled, and we have that type of power structure to keep him controlled. And with you being back here, you really think, and you perform these miracles, you really think that he gonna follow you?" He said, "Of course, in the beginning." He gonna love you, but then he's gonna hate you for it. He's gonna hate you for bringing them freedom, because then now they have to do the right. They're gonna have to do the right thing because now you're back. We don't have no power no more. Um, and now he has to follow you, and they give like your standards is on like another level. You know what I mean? Like people really can't follow what you're saying. So I want you to check that out.
Yeah. Like when you were talking about it, it reminds me there was a movie that's based also on a book. It's called um what is it? It's called The Temptation of Jesus Christ. The movies, the actor who was on. You remember the first Spider-Man with
Tobey
uh
Maguire,
no, like the actor, the funny looking actor.
Defoe,
Are you talking about Nicholas Hammond?
No, like you remember the first Spider-Man, right? The
Green
one, two, three, the one who had
Wait,
the
okay.
green goblin
Willem
with
Dafoe,
Are you
yeah,
talking
like
about Tobey Maguire?
Tommy Maguire, yeah, that one, yeah. The first,
nerdy.
that was the first Spider-Man movie. Uh, remember the guy who played the Green Goblin, the actor, back in
Defoe.
the
Yeah,
80s.
Egon was saying it. Willem Dafoe. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's good.
uh,
Well, I'm
yeah, he's a
old.
great actor. Yeah,
Well, I'm
he
old.
he played Jesus in the 1980s in a movie. Basically, when Jesus was on the cross, Satan came to him and basically show him a vision to be like, hey, I can offer you, I can get you down and basically offer you all the things that I told you about, in Matthew 4. So the whole movie talks about, some scenery, like the things that Jesus could have done if he denied the cross, probably
Yeah,
get
yeah,
married. Like
yeah,
it was an interesting movie, but at
yeah.
the end,
It was Martin Scorsese, 1988. The Last Temptation of Christ.
the last temptation, yeah, that's how I was like, oh yeah, I'll say the temptation of Jesus Christ, but yeah, the last one, yeah, the last. Yeah,
The
you know.
Grand Inquisitor, he was saying basically like the devil had it right, where basically we have to control man because he can't handle freedom. And if you would have just performed these miracles and also got down off the cross, then basically things would be the way they are now. But you want to give man freedom to be able to choose to follow you or not follow you.
See that's what I say. The devil means a liar. So if the devil is speaking, what is he doing? He's lying. He's a liar. That's what the Bible says. The whole thing is when Adam and Eve ate the fruit, it was a poison. It gave them a benefit, meaning that they had more awareness than what they were given. But people don't understand. God looked at Adam as children. You can't teach a child like they're trying to do now in this country, sex education. Their mind is not ready. So now imagine Adam and Eve, they were looked at as children. Yes, they were smart, they had knowledge, but in a perspective of the creator, they were like babes. They still were taking baby steps. So when they were introduced to that forbidden knowledge, it ruined them. And not only them, that fruit had a poison where that ruinous can be transferred. It became part of us. So because of that nature in man, Satan uses that as a tool to be like, see, man is evil. Well, if Satan didn't put that tree in that garden and Eve eating it and sharing it with Adam, none of this will happen. He's the author of it all, but guess what? He has to blame man. Why? Because according to the scriptures, man is the image of the Most High, and he hates man. So he hates man. Why? Because he hates the Most High. And every time he looks at man, he sees who? The guy who kicked him out. So he's pissed. His end goal is all of us must die in the end. That's his goal. Because he knows that if one of us stay alive, if one man stay alive, that man will basically rule over them, him and his gang. Man's purpose, according to the Bible, when you read the Bible, it says man was created to rule over all the creation on earth, and in return, thank the Creator for giving him that opportunity. There's nothing we can give the Creator. He gave us everything. The only thing it requires is worship, which is a struggle for most people. They say, "Oh, well, how can I worship something I cannot see?" So, and like I say, I can't think in place of him. All I know is what's written out, what he said. He said, "My ways are not your ways." Me trying to figure out why God does what God does is a waste of time. We're gonna be here all day, all night till we die. I won't figure it out. Like I can't think like him. I can assume things, but at the end of the day, he says even me trying to assume it's not gonna work because he says our way, his ways are above man. We are here in the bottom. He's way outside everything. You can put him in a box. So if this thing you can put in a box is thinking, how can my thinking match him? His thinking is great. Look, even a tiny scratch of his thinking is greater than this earth. I can't. It's incomparable. But
Mm.
on what you said about the Catholic Church, I think the author, even though he's using fiction, I think he's trying to basically tell people if you're reading it, say, hey, you want to know the reason why you are enslaved? You want to know the reason why you have to be in religion, like or our religion? You have to do what we say is because you're too stupid to do things your own way. That's why we live in society. Why? Because you're a sheep.
Yeah.
If you're out there going in the wild, you have to be controlled. That's what people don't understand. Cities are made to control the people. That's what it is. Do you know what goes on outside your cities? How do you know if there's a giant out there eating people? People go missing, right? What if, right? What if those people that go missing are given to, they basically go where the giants are and they eat them? How do you know that? They're not going to tell you. But you hear these things about legend. It's, oh, legends say, back in the day, children went missing. There was a monster in the mountain and a hero got a sword. And they tell you, oh, it's fiction. How do you know it's fiction? But based on what they say, what did they say? We need to control people. So even with control, come what? The control of information. They will tell you what they want to tell you. They're not gonna tell you what's going on out there. They want.
Well, that's why I brought it up because what you said earlier, uh, akin to the closest interpretation of the most recent interpretation of that conversation was the interaction Batman had with the Joker on Dark Knight. Because when
Yeah,
it went,
that's my favorite Batman movie, The Dark Knight. Everything the Joker was saying.
that came from Grand Inquisitor, where basically Joker was trying to get Batman to be real with him about the situation that he was in. Basically, these people, me, and you were the same. Like we're symbols. Like these people, they'll eat you alive as soon as they things start crashing. And
He was like, they'll cast you out like a leopard.
that brings me to my mind. He said, the Grand Inquisitor said to Jesus, he said, this man needs three things. He needs mystery, miracles, and something else. So mystery, miracles, and something else. And then after that, he'll follow you. Basically, things go away, they're gonna flip on you. They're gonna flip on you. They can't follow you. That's why at the end, Batman chose to make himself evil so he could become the symbol that everybody goes to.
Authority was the third one. Sorry to cut you, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
mankind needs miracle, mystery, and authority.
Miracle, mystery, and authority. And then that's why at the end of Dark Knight, he didn't want everybody to know that Harvey Dent became Two Face. He let him become the symbol, the symbol of justice, while he went like rogue. Like he was like the rogue, somebody to hate, everybody to come together against.
He sacrificed himself for the greater good.
Right, because they needed a symbol. They needed a symbol, and and basically he became in turn what the Catholic Church was. Like I'd rather be what the devil is, just to make sure y'all all go the same the course of so-called righteousness.
Yeah.
And when you talk about like how people are just dumb, like why is there a segment of people that will see a man walking into a gas station with a knife and see him get shot and then be upset about that? Is it because they want to be controlled? They want to be controlled.
I find it oddly profound that you brought this up, but believe it or not, those same three things, miracle, mystery, and authority, are actually elements that you can observe in systems of control. And let me just put on my tinfoil fitted for a couple seconds, but pretty much.
Oh, hold on. I need to fix it. You kind of have it crooked. Okay, let me fix it. Okay, you go on.
All right, good. Thanks, bro. So yeah, that's actually something we see in pretty much right now, right? In I know what fasting caused it. You know, the current situation we're seeing globally. Um, there's a great deal of mystery, and there's a heavy imposition of authority that's coming real soon.
Yeah.
And the solution to the problem is going to be the quote unquote miracle. But again, art. I don't. they say art imitates life. Like life imitates art. It's just really interesting to see things like this. You know, one play itself out, which is why like I have to agree that hey, the Bible is the greatest book ever, man. But listen, it's just interesting to see all this different stuff happen, and then yeah, the fact that you just brought that out from uh the what is it? The fact that you brought it out from that story, yeah, was just profound.
Think about like people that we know, like they'll create. Yeah. That's what he said too. If there are no miracles, man will create miracles. Just like how when you talk to your parent or your cousin, and you try to talk to them about the political process, and it goes in one ear out the other because they want it to be a miracle and a mystery there. They want to be they want to be a mystery. So then when somebody gets elected, it's like a miracle type situation. Like, how did this happen? And he's like, well, people been putting money together for about 5 years, and that's how he got elected. And this is why this guy got elected right here. And it's like they don't hear none of that. They're just like, I don't like him. They want that miracle. They want that. They want that mystery. It's like I don't want because they don't want to have control. They just want, and then they have to bow to the authority of that person because they don't have to actually do something.
Yeah, a lot of people are scared of control. I mean, the first control is what? Self-control. That's why people let themselves loose.
Yeah,
It's not, it's like that's what I'm saying. They play on our weakness. Remember, if your enemy knows your weakness, right? He doesn't care. Hold on. I have this is my favorite quote. I always use it. Yuri Bezmenov. This is what he said. Let me put my favorite quote. You guys, I don't know if you guys can see it. The highest
Hey,
form of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy. You can take your enemy without a single shot being fired.
feminism.
Yeah.
yo, I love
Fem,
the fact that that's
fem,
still on YouTube. Amazing. Sorry, Lawrence.
Mm.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah,
Love that.
he everything he say is coming to pass.
hmm
Everything without any
Fem,
exception.
And the useful idiots.
oh, I'm sorry, Aegon. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go right after you. I'm gonna go right after you. Go.
No, I was just gonna say feminism, communism, all the isms. it's
Yeah,
it's all it's all using the same stuff.
liberalism, everything.
And like how he was talking about the useful idiots. How
Yeah,
basically take like popular actors. Nowadays you got podcasters, people that are supposed to be fighting social justice, and they'll use them to push their ideologies and their isms. And then as soon as they get their power, they'll kill them. Oh, sorry, using that word. Or they basically
oh,
delete them.
that's not killing is not derogatory, but
Yeah,
yeah,
they'll basically get rid of them. Like we seen that with the Me Too movement, man. Like
yeah,
you,
Actually,
you're gonna use them.
actually, if you want to see it in full effect, all you have to do is look at the Night of the Long Knives in Germany, right before he launched his World War II campaign. Everybody who helped him get into power, he removed.
Yeah, that's how it works everywhere. It's the same script.
Night of the
hmm
Long Night.
Yeah,
Yeah, Night of the
hey,
Long Knives. Yeah.
guess what? I can play his audio. You guys want to hear it again? I always play. You remember I used to play where he said they're gonna take them out. Yuri Bezmenov. Let me see. Um, Okay, hold on. Let's see.
But yeah, while
You
fasting
talk
gets it
several
up.
times.
Oh,
Did you guys hear that?
yeah, we heard that. We heard that.
Let me see if I can play. Okay.
And urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course, no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So two very simple, maybe two simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless, they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to
Yo,
manage
can we ask them,
slave.
pause it while is this playing too?
What's that?
We like pause in between and talk about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yo, you know what that reminded me of?
What?
The Breakfast Club. Like
Yes, yeah, yeah. They're the useful idiots.
useful idiots. Yeah, like they're and it's kind of crazy that basically Charlemagne the God has a podcast called The Brilliant Idiots. That's,
Wow. Yeah, nothing, no coincidence right there. Yeah.
it's like, cool, like they're basically the chink of their armor showed when they had that woman from Georgia up there, Angela Stanton, because she wasn't even like a great messenger for that ideology, but just proves that if anybody would just show the fracture in their armor, because they've been pushing these super leftist viewpoints on let's say like the hip hop culture realm, because they basically run it through their interviews for like a long time. It just shows like if things were to turn if things go all the way left, the same people are gonna come after them, and then
Right.
when things go right, they're gonna be on the opposite side of history as well.
Yes, but to show that it's all a house of cards, even Stanton herself, just a few couple, I don't even know if it was a couple weeks later, but not too long after, she
Sure.
herself ended up getting involved in, in her own set of controversy. So, I mean, it's all pieces on the board.
Yes, it is.
I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah. Yuri was on point. Go ahead, brother Lawrence. I see you. Why don't you say something?
No, no, no. I was just gonna say I don't know what you guys are talking about. The Breakfast Club. I'm assuming that's that radio show.
Yeah, with the Breakfast Club. Basically, they had a black woman who was
Uh huh.
running for was a state congressman in her state, and she came there to basically, basically talk about what she stands on, and basically she, how should I put this? The rhetoric of the Manosphere, she said it verbatim when it comes about abortion, marriage, the black family, and everything.
Are you
And
talking about Ocasio?
no, no, no. This was her name was Angela.
Oh, I don't
It was
know.
a
Okay.
big news. Yeah, it was a big news. You probably didn't catch it. Yeah, it was a big news. Just type in Angela.
Stanton.
Yeah.
Stanton.
Yes. Yeah. So
Angela Stand.
Stanton,
Stanton.
I think Stanton.
Oh, I see. Angela Stanton King.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because she dismantled the Breakfast Club because they but she had conservative views versus ultra liberal views. She gonna win because basically they like more logical. But she was like a weird case because she was like a baby mama, like 4, and she been to prison and stuff like that. Not to hold that against her, but basically they didn't expect that package to come out of her, and she basically was like disproving all the like they were pushing like the alphabet community, everything alphabet they was pushing for like years now, because like they kind of like rose during the Obama periods, and basically like they have like the colored flag in the background. Because it was to start off as a hip hop show, interviewing people from the music and the movie industry, dealing with like black people, and then it gained popularity through the years, and then more gained. Then political pundits start coming on there, but they were all DNC. They wouldn't never have conservatives on there, like
wait
ever.
a minute. Wait a minute. Is that the show Joe Biden went on and said you ain't black if you don't vote for him?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yes,
know
sir.
what you're talking. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Okay.
Hey,
I didn't know about Angela
Joe
Stanley.
Biden. Hey, y'all listening out there, you better vote for Joe Biden. If you don't vote it, you ain't black. Give me your black card. You Trump loving you black nigga.
Yeah. I mean
You- man, it was-
to have somebody who don't look nothing like you say something like that to your face and get away with it is insane.
that was the look.
It's
I'll put
insane.
it. I'll put it this way, right? Any smart black man out there, you let's say you're a Democrat, you are affiliated with the Democrats, and Biden literally insult you in your face, and you still go and vote for him. I don't know what to tell you.
He was the second wave. Remember Hillary Clinton said that she carried hot sauce in her bag, and they didn't
Yeah.
they didn't check her on that. So basically, they basically became the new CNBC, and it was getting that
Yeah.
popular. And this COVID changed. Well, the
Yeah,
beer virus changed a lot of stuff where things had to be Skype. So
they're
so people,
desperate.
they're desperate. They're desperate, and as times go on, as Donald Trump getting elected, they're gonna have to rev up the support. But it's hard to rev up the support when it's like the protests going on. So they're gonna have to end up playing a whole bunch of sides that basically they didn't. They got to play both sides now somewhere. They can't just play the super liberal side. So now they was getting pulled apart by the seams because they're really not smart people at all. Like you watch the interviews they had with Angela Stanton, you'll be like, wow, they're really getting debunked by this. Like they literally had enough gall to say that if a man married another man that used to be a woman and he didn't know, he shouldn't be upset. He should just stay with him because people get tricked all the time.
Yeah, they were reading a script. Like remember who controls media. They were told what to say. They were okay. We're gonna have this lady here. This is what you need to talk about. No, that's what I say. Whenever someone is following a script, and you let's say you respond something that goes against what they had on the script, notice they will still stick on the script regardless, and you'll be like, "That's not what I asked, or that's not what I answered. What are you talking about? Why? Because they had, like I said, they can. They're like, if you think you're out, read the
Well,
script.
I don't know. I've never ever been a Democrat. Never. Knowing the history of that party and everything else in between, nope, never, not me. I I don't know much about the Breakfast Club because, like I said, the one or two times I listened in on them, I don't know how long ago it was. Nothing they said resonated with me. It just didn't work in my head. Man, if I gave me a headache, to be honest with you. And then when Biden came out with that, I was like, yeah, okay, tapping out completely. That's why I didn't know about the Stanton thing because I don't watch them. I don't listen to them.
Yeah, I think the Stanton thing was before Joe Biden.
I think it was after. It was after. I think.
Ready?
I think it was.
I think it was after. I think it was after.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it was.
Like I said, I have no idea. I don't watch them at all. I don't listen to them. I just what's there's a saying, Mike, you can't fix stupid. So you can't fix stupid. So I just stay away from it.
Right. Their thing was that they were all about hip hop and like the movie industry. Then they shifted to the pro black side. Then they shifted to the national politics side. And they had enough range to do it because they were big enough because they had enough popularity. The problem is their allegiances, their boss's allegiances. You know what I mean? And basically, they're the face of it, and they created it. But at the same time,
But
they basically their control.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
No, I was gonna say, and I don't mean any disrespect. I don't. But just looking at it from the outside, that pro-black hotep stuff, it's gonna get a lot of us killed, and it's gonna get a lot of us killed who ain't even part of that nonsense.
Oh yeah, and people don't understand. The same people who are behind pro black are the same people who are putting their foot on your neck.
Yep.
Hey, here's another thing.
Yes, sir.
They call it the conscious community. Check this out. They talk about this Egypt and all that stuff. Who gave you the hieroglyphics, the translation, the meaning? Hello? The same person you claim is your enemy? So how can you trust that his alphabet will give you the exact definition of Kemet, as you call it?
Well, my math is that as black people, if we can't even understand something that we created, how is somebody who didn't have anything to do with it going to explain it to us?
True.
Yeah, there you go.
True.
I mean, that's just
but
common. I mean, for me, that's just common sense. If my people created it and we don't even remember how it translates, who are you to come in here and suddenly tell me you know how to do it? That's not how that works.
right, but even before you get to that point, right, what needs to happen as well is a lot of people need to realize that uh, there's a lot of different peoples that resided on the continent, right? And one of those peoples being the people of Kemet are the Nilotic people. And the vast majority of people over in the United States, who I guess you could put under the umbrella of the term black, are not descendants of those people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, we're not. No, we're
Yeah.
not. I have to explain that to a lot of black people. They think we are, and we're not. We're not even
Yeah,
close.
that's why when I met some pro blacks at the truck station. Then when they tell me about Egypt, I tell them I'm not Egyptian. They be like, "What are you talking about? Egypt was black." You say, "You from Africa? You should know your history." I'm looking at this. I'm like, dude, if my ancestors were Egyptians, we would have stayed in Egypt. We were never Egyptians. See, and that's why I always tell people when people say Africa, Africa is a freaking continent. People speak of Africa like it's a country, like all of us in Africa should think alike. I'm like, dude, do you know Morocco? Have you been to Morocco? Have you seen how Moroccans look like? Have you gone to
Yes.
Algeria? Have you gone to Chad? Have you gone
Tunisia.
to Tunisia?
Yeah, I know.
Egypt, modern Egypt? It's like we don't look the same. Yes, there's some of us there, but people have to understand there are different families, different tribes, ethnicity. Ethiopians, right? They're black like us, right? But we're not the same. I
No,
can
we're
tell from who I am because my ethnicity or the group, the family group in Africa, they call us Bantu people, and we're
Yes.
always known as nomads. That's
Yeah,
how we
yeah.
to know that we are the Israelites because everybody, the original what they call original Hamites, they already had their lands. They were never moved out of their lands. They were always there. The only
Yes, sir.
people who've been vagabonds within Africa are the Bantu people. And guess what? All this is how you know our language. I may be somebody may be a Zulu. I'm Congolese. Guess what? In our language, we'll find similar words. Like I know Zulu people, they call grandpa Coco. In my language, we call grandpa Coco. Now, how is that a coincidence that a few miles down south from Congo, you have an ethnicity tribe sharing the same words as I do and other words, not just that word. The Nkosa people, some of the language. So That's why I tell people, I explain to people, do you want to know why when the slave trade was happening, they were taking Africans from Central Africa or the West Central and taking them to like the coast and making them stay there for months? Why? Because they were swapping people. They were like, okay, these people seem to speak the same language. So what tend to happen is when they bring the slaves to the Americas, even though they were taken from different parts, if they are Bantus, they could understand each other. Think about this. The word Sambo. Sambo is a Bantu. Samba. That's a Bantu word.
Yes, sir.
Samba.
Hmm.
So it's funny because I see a lot of whenever I drive through Louisiana, Alabama, I see a lot of African names. I'll be laughing. I know there's in Arkansas there's a small town called Congo, and they got a store that was built there from like 1920, and they called it Congo store or something. And I used to drive them like, man, they named a place called Congo, which is weird. But like I said, there's a lot of things that people, I put it this way: knowledge makes you less ignorant. And a lot of people when they talk watch it when they say, "Oh, you Africans." So when you say you Americans, does that include Mexicans? Does that include the Caribbeans? Does that include Canadians? Does that no? Why? Because we understand when someone says America, they're referring to what? The United States. Someone from the United States. But why don't you do the same thing to Africa? Africa is a big continent. You got Congo, you got Nigeria, each independent. But and that's what I say. It's the same way to people who are ruling the colonizers. That's how they don't
Yeah,
they look
arrogance, ignorance.
yes.
Hmm.
But once you understand it, like for an example, I don't know who mentioned it. Coming from Africa, I didn't call myself black. Yes, I knew. Oh, okay, with dark skinned people. You want to know the person who put that label? Europeans. They call this
Yes.
in French. They say nègre. Nègre is
Hmm.
Negro or nigger. So they used to
Hmm.
say nègre, say nègre. But we had tribes, culture. I'm a Bantu from Tingbandi tribe. That's my tribe, right? I have, and your name refers to your family. And then Congolese is my nationality. But when you come in America, they say, okay, you are applying for a job. Okay, put your ethnicity. What did they say? Black or African American? Since when black was an ethnicity? My ethnicity is Bantu. That's my ethnicity. Why would I want to put like there's no such thing as black, right? But that's how America wanted to be. You see what I'm saying? So me even coming
Hmm.
from Africa, I have no other choice. I have to either I can put other if I want to, or put black. Now imagine you putting other and you show forward, they'll be like, look at this nigga, you black.
No, I've I've had that happen because that's what I used to do. I used to check the other box, and then they would stand there and they would argue with me about it, and then I start explaining my lineage and my history, and then they get a little upset about it because we're not supposed to know.
Yeah, yeah. Because people have to remember, nationality is like for example, Canadians is because they were born in Canada or they're naturalized of Canada. Ghanaians are people from Ghana. Yes, Ghana is a country in Africa, but that's their nationality. They're proud. Yeah, yes, we know we're in an African continent, so yes, we're African. But when see, this is the thing. When people say you Africans, it's a broad term, which is not right. It's not correct. It's insensitive and it doesn't make look because when you say African, I'm an African. Okay, you talking about me too, right? Am I included too? You African dude. I'm like, well, okay. Did librarians do to you something? Did South Africans, Namibians, Tanzanians, Zambians, Ethiopians, Chadians? Who? So it's like focus on whoever you did. Okay, I dealt with a Nigerian. He punched me in the face and I was bleeding out. I lost two teeth. Okay, say them Nigerians, but you say Africa. So you sound it's like, but I understand where people come from, and I don't let it sweat to me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I understand where it's coming from, but they have to remember where that ignorance came from. It's they want it to be that way, especially being in the West. But like I say, when you travel, you notice things differently. When you go to Africa, everybody's gonna have their pride of the nation. What do you think when we have soccer games? You don't see that there's a African flag. Okay, Africa versus Europe. No, it's nation versus nation. Everybody is proud. We say, well, we are from Africa, but hey, I'm Ghanaian, I'm Cameroonian, I'm Congolese, I'm
Hmm.
Namibian. They're proud of it. Like for example, the French team, they had a lot of players from Congo. They had a lot of players from Cameroon. Like from Africa. Only one was quote unquote European, Griezmann, the short guy. Almost every French player who won the last World Cup, they came from Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, all those places. So, and they were calling the French team the African team. Why? Because it was multicultural. You had people from different parts of Africa. That's what they call it. It made sense because it wasn't just from one country. Like, let's say if all the players were from Ghana, they're gonna be like, this is the Ghanaian team. Why? Because every player is from Ghana, but it was people from all over the continent. That's what they were nicknaming the French team that won the World Cup. They said the African team won. The African team won. You know.
Hmm. But like I said, brothers read a couple of books and they think they got it figured out, and then they go out there and they start talking. And like I said, the stuff they say is just putting the rest of us in a deeper hole right along with them. So,
Yeah,
it's like,
we gotta be careful.
yeah. It's like, with all the reading that's being done, you buy 5, 6, 7, 10 books, and that's great. Reading and getting knowledge is good, but you're not supposed to read those books back to back to back to back. That's not how it works. When you read a book, after you read it, you should be taking a week,
To let
2
it
weeks,
marinate.
2 weeks to let it marinate, because your brain is creating new thought structures in your head, and the synapses have to connect correctly. But when you read one book and you finish it in 2 days, and you immediately start another book, finish that in a day, start another book after that, and start 3 days, and you do that back to back, your brain is a jumbled mess, because now it's got multiple sources of data that is trying to create new synapses in your brain to make the connections that you need to make them all work together. But you got to take them one at a time. You can't just throw them all in like that. I mean, prime example, look at medical students. They get so overwhelmed, they start reading books and they think everything they read they got. you know, I mean that's been proven on multiple occasions. But
Yeah.
like I said, they'll get a couple of books, read them all back to back, man, and 30 days now they want to come out with dashikis and it's all pro black, and it's like that's not how it works, man. That's not how it
Even
works.
the scripture even mentions says, "Be careful about the making of many books."
Yes, it
The book
does.
of
Yes,
Daniel
it does.
talks about it. He talks about. See, this is the thing. Like I have, in my room here, it's kind of I have all this stuff like bookcases. Like wasn't the stuff that I moved into boxes is still there because I didn't want to put my books in bookcases. But I have books here. You want to know the main reason I have these physical books? Because I knew years ago that there's gonna be a book burning. That if you're hoping on your PDF books, that's a big mistake. Get physical books, because what if the power grid goes out? What if the internet shuts down and you have no access to those books? So have physical books, right? So most of the books that I have in my bookcase, it's some of the books I read, and some books I didn't read all of it. All I did is I went for the information that I need because I understood already what happens when you read too much. And some
Hmm.
other things, some books, it's like you can read it, gain to knowledge, and don't even dwell on it. It's just knowledge. It's just you're just gaining information. That's all. But
Yeah, but
yeah, one thing I discovered is uh having those things is just proof. Because if someone asks you, say, well, where did you get that knowledge? Okay, I have the book. Let me show you. Go to this page. So most of the main reason why I have some books is just proof. Like I bought a French book that was written. It's a copy, like a scanning copy, because you can't buy that book anymore. I remember seeing on eBay it was like $500. I'm like, I'm not gonna spend $500 just to buy a book that's losing pages from 1776. Oh no, I'm not gonna do that. So I'm just gonna buy a copy that's the scan. That book literally shows us that when the European missionaries were going to Central Africa and meeting the different bunch of people, they say these people are the lost tribes, because they say we even hear them speaking ancient Latin in their dialects and ancient Greek. They say that is impossible to see people like that here in the dark of Africa. And they're like, well, the only people who could have it in a language mixed like that were the Judeans, and that's how they were able to, like, because we have word like bana, which is children, um mobali, which means husband, because the word baal means my husband. So we say to call like a husband, we say mobali.
Mm.
Sometimes the word mobali is synonymous with the word for man, which is mutu. And then the word bantu just means mankind. And that, like I say, that's what I say. There are a lot of things that are in that book that blew me away. Even I want to show my dad. He's like, "Whoa, this book was written." So you mean to tell me they had books, but our people had no knowledge of? You see what I'm saying? So it's like they already had this knowledge, but we just didn't know because we're quote unquote clueless. Yeah, Ba Lord, yeah, Lord, my husband. So, and people say, well, how do you have my Baal in your language? What did the Most High say? There's gonna come a time where I'll give you a new language. You will no longer call me Bailey, but you call me Ishi, which means uh, it's another form of my husband, but it also means savior. Ishi, the original word of Ishi is to save, savior. So the Most High was able to say, you're no longer gonna call me Baal, because the children of Israel, they fell. They began to associate Baal to him. He says, "I'm not Bailey. I'm not going to answer your question, your prayers." But even the Most High say, even my people are calling me Bailey. There are some of the people who are actually calling on my name, and for the sake of the few, I'm going to keep my promise. You know, but I will have never met. Look, I speak Lingala, and I was trying to learn the Yiddish. And based on that book is saying, why would I want to learn Yiddish when I'm speaking the original language? Just a different form of it, like different branch. And but the whole thing is, I would have never had that knowledge if I didn't search it. You know.
That's one of the points I was making about about reading so many books and not giving your brain a chance to let it sort, because it's not just about giving your brain time to process it. It's also about testing the information that you just took in. Even the Torah speaks multiple times on the fact that you need to test the word, test the knowledge you've been given to show that to show that it's true, to show that it's factual. But they'll just get the books, read them, memorize them, and then they go off and they start spouting. And that's a dangerous thing too about language, because as we all know, man does not live by bread alone. He lives by every word. So if you're going out there and just because you read a book in 2 days and now you're spouting out words you don't even understand the meaning behind, or the concept behind what you read, for the most part, because you didn't test it. You didn't let it create new neural paths or synapses or whatever you want to call it. So you put yourself in a bad situation, because now you go out there and you're teaching other people to spout the same stuff that you're spouting because they're listening to you. So it just sets a dangerous precedent at the end of the day. And like I said, unfortunately, we live in a system in which one black person does something, we're all assumed to be the same way, no matter what we are contrary to that. You know, they see a couple of black people who robbed the store. All black people are thieves. It's just what it is. So trying to catch those brothers and trying to get them to understand that they gotta pull that in. They gotta, you know, I don't know. Because it just fascinates me that they'll take knowledge from anything a man wrote or made or analyzed, but you ask them anything about scripture and there's an automatic resistance to it. I just don't understand.
They'll be like, don't read that book that was written by man, but read this book, which was written by
Mm-hmm.
man. It's better than that one.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen a play where someone will say, well, oh, don't read the Bible, man. That's a book written by man. Like, don't consider it. But you know what? How about the book of Dorothy so and so, so? Maybe you should read it. And I'll just look at it and just laugh. I'm like, it's funny. I'm like, and then guess what? I'll come back with what? Why should I read a book written by a man? You just say yourself, right? That don't why read the Bible? It's a book written by man. So why would I read that guy's book?
Yeah, and what's
Mm-hmm.
also interesting too is I know you mentioned the situation with like books is like, okay, why read this book, but then here read this book written by a man. What's also interesting is that we've also been trained and taught to actually reject oral tradition, but we also accept news like it's gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's very
So
true.
your own grandfather will tell you a story about his past, his childhood, stuff that happened. Is there embellishment often? Sure. But collectively as a people or people, I'm not speaking about us per se, but I'm talking about all people,
Mankind, yeah.
yeah, mankind. um that's how a lot of history, stories, family history, all that stuff is passed on. And we've been trained to reject stuff like that. And but at the same time, we've also been trained to watch a stranger on TV, wherever,
Yeah.
talk for minutes, seconds, hours, however long, about something we don't know or we haven't experienced. We're like, "Oh, okay, okay, yeah, this is true." No, I'm not saying that that's always a lie or they're always lying, but I just find it interesting, that how we've been trained basically.
Mm. And here's
Mm-hmm.
another thing to mention. Man was like our eyes wasn't made to read. That's what they mentioned. They say a lot. They did a statistic. They say a lot of people they lose the power of their sight by reading. But if you're
Mm-hmm.
out in nature and stuff like that, you won't lose it. Like I was like, that was interesting. They say, think about this. Do you really think a hunter has time to read? No. He learned what he learned by observation, someone giving knowledge, and actually going out there practicing it. He didn't read about hunting or anything like that. So he said, and the most people who had problem with eyesight were scholar men, or the man, the wise who were reading all these books, philosophy and all that. That's why glasses were made, because they needed that to read, because they were losing their eyesight. If you think about it, the most popular eye glasses is what? It's not the one to see far, it's to see close. Why? Reading.
Yep.
Think
Yep.
about it. The
This is true.
most popular reading glasses, or was I speak to being the most popular glasses is reading glasses. Why? Because you ruin your eyes by reading things that are close. You're ruining your nearsightedness. But
Mm-hmm.
like I say, it's just a way of life. Who knows? Uh,
Get out of
me,
there fast. Get out of there.
I know, but it's like, okay, how can we go and reverse it? Because it doesn't mean that everybody who reads the books. Because I know for example, my mom, she can see far, clear, perfect, but she can't see anything close. Like it's not good. But me, even before I did my eye surgery, I had no problem reading anything close, but I had a problem seeing far away. So like I say, what I said based on that study, it doesn't mean it's set on stone that if you read you're gonna lose your eyesight. But they say it's likely that most people who read, because they're reading so close, they over time their eyes will lose strength. They will need to wear glasses. So,
Yeah, because if you look at the way books are printed nowadays, I've noticed they're making the text smaller and smaller than what it used to be. If you look, if you pick up a paperback book from like the 80s or the 70s, and you hold it up side by side, page by page, to a book that's printed now, the print now is even tinier than it used to be back then.
Yeah, the size of text and line spacing has actually decreased as books have become less profitable. That's not across the board. There's differences, so I'm sure
Mhm.
people are going to be able to find exceptions. But anyways, what I'm saying is, yes, a lot of publishers have decreased line spacing and decreased text size due to the fact that books are less profitable, so they have to save space in order to print as much as possible. You'll also see the margin depth has significantly changed as well, because I can actually physically show this because I have some books uh, very, very, very old, early, what is that, 20th century, and then compare that to books just recently published of similar length, you'll see the difference. But it also comes down to the advances in printed technology, digitization, and stuff like that. But you get the point.
No, I do, because I have some manuscripts from the 18th and 17th century. So I look at them, and like I said, I look at that in comparison to like I said, 70, 80, 90, all the way up until today, and you could see the progression of the line spacing, the font sizes, everything's just been shrinking. Even though there hasn't been an increase in page count, because you would assume if they use a smaller font, you get more page count, but that's not
Yeah.
happening.
And,
So
and Brother Lawrence, here's another thing I discovered because me, when I started, become author or write books, I have come to realize I'm like, bro, you don't need to read a book with a lot of pages. Just go straight to the point. Because when I was trying to edit in my book, my children's book, right, I was like, man, I want to say so much. But then I realized I'm like, wait a minute. I don't need to, even if I'm gonna put things for the adults, I don't need to put a lot of things. I'm I'll say my experience writing that children's book gave me a new understanding. Why? Because think about it. People talk about how this new generation have short attention span. So why would you want to write a big book to give it to this new generation where they have a short attention span? They're never gonna read your book. It's no Harry Potter. That generation is gone. Write a small book to, I'll say, maximum maybe 80 pages. But I was like, wait a minute. If you, let's say you want to write a book that has 200 pages, how about dividing it into five books with 50 pages each? Go straight to the point, or make it into a series instead of you making one big book. Because what's the saying? Move, was it, adjust with the times. Most people don't read big books. That's what I think about it. Why people hate history books? They see a big book that, I'm not gonna read it. Yeah.
well, I
Oh,
think well, I think that's part of it, but I also think at least the current generation and maybe one before it, I think I think they've been so overwhelmed sensory wise that everything they look at needs to be require visual and sound stimulation. Pictures, video, yada yada yada. I mean, you got a lot there who just don't want to read. Why sit there and take 3 days to read a book when I can go watch the movie and get all of it in an hour and a half? Not realizing that those movie adaptations are never completely like the book to begin with. The book is always
yeah.
better,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're never
So
accurate. Basically, someone else is interpret. Basically, you're watching another person's vision reading that book, where your vision could be different. Because when you're reading a story, you're imagining in your head how the hero looks like, or how the villain will look like. You have uh this imaginary, and then when they show you a movie, you might be disappointed. You notice some people say, "Oh, when I read the book, I thought he was gonna look like this. Why they chose this guy?" You know, that's how it
yeah,
works.
and you can also, and it's a quick way to find out who really knows the material, because somebody will come in and they'll talk about reading a book, but when they start talking, you realize they've only watched a movie, because there's little nuances in a book that's never in the movie. There's characters that don't even show up in the movie sometimes. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. It's interesting to watch. But but I think that's just a sign of the times. But I know reading, at least the benefit I always got out of it was that after the reading was done, getting together with my friends and just sitting around and talking about what was in the book was always just as much fun as reading the book, you know? So
Yeah. Well, hey guys, I know we've been here for almost what,
5.5.
Yeah. And what I'll do is I'll open the floor. Anybody who has any last words, I know you guys, even though it's late, but some of you may want to catch some sleep. It's Sunday, first day of the week. So let's start with Brother Aegon if you're still there, if you have any last words. Yeah, I think Aegon is busy.
I think he's asleep. I think he's asleep.
I think he's probably busy building his meat and he's trying to struggle, like, yeah. Oh, okay. But
TKO.
what is it? Oh, what did Platinum say? Was it? Oh, he was saying somewhere. He was. Platinum is a character, bitch. Yeah, so especially they go first, and then Brother Lawrence will end it.
Man, all I'm gonna say for this particular one, I actually wasn't gonna hop up today. I was actually hoping to go to sleep earlier, but I just had to because I heard a brother going through something that I went through myself, and as I've seen in the chat and from being up here, a lot of other brothers went through as well. All I'm gonna say is, guys, life is a journey, and you have to treat it that way. There's no warp. There's no such thing as warp speed, or teleporting from the problem to the solution. There's nothing like that. It's a process. That's why something called time exists, and that's why we perceive it. So, now that doesn't mean you should waste time either. But all I'm going to say is this: take time to deal with your various issues. Introspection is really important for us as quote unquote black men, because oftentimes we spend so much time fighting the world and all this stuff that you think is holding you back, and you don't take time to fight the battles that are inside you. And yeah, just ensure that you stay grounded and don't rush the journey.
Oh yeah, man. Right on point, man. Yeah, we're probably gonna have more conversation on that subject about anger and how to deal with it because hey, that's everywhere, man. That anger thing is a real thing. That's why I try to stay calm and stay away from conflict because I don't like to be in that area. There's a time and place for everything, but I know what anger can do. That's what the Most High says. Don't let the sun go down in your anger. It's not even healthy for your health because a lot of people have died because they were angry. That energy is very deadly if you don't control it.
Raises your stress levels,
Yes,
your heart rates, your blood pressure.
nothing
So
positive.
much.
Mm,
It affects sleep. I could go on.
mm, yeah, Brother Lawrence, I already know your favorite phrase.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, before I get to that, just I mean, if I had anything to say, it would be above all things, in order to learn how to forgive others and get past whatever pain you're in, the first thing you have to do is learn to forgive yourself. Um, a lot of a lot of brothers, especially, have this thing where they hold on to their anger, and it's not necessarily so much at the circumstance as it is at themselves for having been allowing themselves to be put in that circumstance. So learning how to forgive yourself and accept the fact that you're not perfect will open the door up. I think the Most High gave each and every one of us three of the most powerful weapons that have ever been created. Number one, I love you. Number two, I'm sorry. And number three, I forgive you.
Mhm.
In all
Facts.
in all my life, I've never seen any weapon do as much as those three. and they're the only weapons I've ever known that could actually heal instead of destroy. So
Mm.
that's just my personal interpretation on that. And as always, men first. And you know, even though you might not like the way the medicine's been delivered, doesn't mean the medicine's bad. So.
Yes, yes. Was it
Yes,
don't
sir.
blame? Was it don't attack the messenger? Look at the message and see if it benefits you. You know,
Yep.
and this is why I appreciate everybody here, man. Like I'm only one person. I don't know everything. That's why I open the panel so I can have different perspective. We may be saying the same thing, just different angle. You know, and I really appreciate. Wow, you know what? It's a record. I'm holding 16 people at this moment on a weekend. I feel special. Ah, 16 people want to hear me talk. Let them talk.
And
I
there's only
know.
like 3 people in the chat, so there's
Yeah,
a lot of cloud
yeah,
listeners.
Cloud. Yeah, and I know some
Mhm.
people they're like, please continue. You don't want to stop, but hey, brothers and sisters, all of respect for my panelists. We may have a quote unquote a enjoyable topic and enjoyable conversation, but some of us probably need to get that bed sleep. That way we can have more energy to give you more show. The next time we go around. I know it's kind of late, so I don't know if I'll have a show. Probably what I'll do is I'll probably pass the torch to Brother Heisen. I know his schedule is usually 12:30. Um,
Mhm.
so what will happen is he's probably gonna have a teaching. So for those of you who are there, if you haven't subscribed and you want that Sunday sermon, because I said I probably covered this Sunday sermon within this show, so I don't need to add any more. But I'll probably have something for you guys. It depends on how I feel tomorrow, but I have a feeling that I probably won't be able to do one unless the Holy Spirit be like, okay, after Brother Heisen's show, something gets in my heart or something like, and then I'll do it. But just stay tuned. Probably check out his channel. Um, I know it's not Eisen Sama, it's the other one, the
The
Adukin,
Oaken.
the Okin, yeah,
The Oaken, yeah,
the
yeah,
Okin,
the Oaken. Yeah, he's got that set up already for tomorrow.
yeah. So stay tuned, and if I had was 1,000 subs and I was able to have the was a community tab, then I'll probably share it so people will get ready. But in time, the
You
channel
gonna get there.
is
Don't
still
worry. You gonna get there.
growing. The channel is still growing. But brothers and sisters, thank you very much for stopping by. I hope the subject that we talked about resonate with you. Maybe you learned something that you also went through it, and of course we will have a difference of opinion. We may not agree on everything, but hey, we in here, we're here to relax, chill, laugh, talk, share information. Life is too precious, and sometimes we can be serious all the time, but at the same time, remember, life, it's about living, because we only have a short amount of time here, and let's do our best to live to the best of our ability. As for me, the Most High is my guide. He's kept me safe all these years. When I was young, somebody one funny story. Somebody, when I was young, I was going to kindergarten. I used to walk to my school, and back in the day, there was something where people, what they do is they'll kidnap children so they can go on TV and say, "Hey, a child was lost," so they can get her ransom. And that almost happened to me. And then one of our neighbors saw the guy coming to school to it was recess, and he was like, "Oh, hey, I know that kid," and tried to basically use candy to kind of get to get me to go with him so we could go to the news station. And the neighbors stopped it. So like I said, we all have some weird histories and stuff like this. So like I say, all of us have different experiences where for some people will be like, oh, it'll be traumatic, but I don't remember, but my mom tells me, say, "Oh yeah, it was recess, and some weird guy came. He's like, hey, you want some candy? You want some candy?" And luckily, the neighbor showed up. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing? I know that kid. Get back here." you know, but I really appreciate you guys coming in. I saw brother Omega Dress. He's always coming in with his crazy comments. Everybody here has their own cards, and uh, everything is awesome. And like if you guys know where that from, everything is awesome. So I want to end it on this note. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate your support. Uh, and it's still every time I have a show, I'm always in awe that I can't believe I have these voices that want to listen to my voice. It's like you guys have no idea. It's very humbling. We're all strangers online, but to actually give me the respect to actually uh, listen to me and what I have to say, it's very humbling, and I appreciate it. It's more valuable than gold because you know, like I said earlier, all of us we always need someone that can listen to us. So by you guys giving me that respect, I appreciate it, and I want to say thank you very much. And hopefully, you guys will continue to listen to me in the coming show. So stay tuned. And I want to wish y'all good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, and stay tuned on the next one. Peace.
Shalom.
Peace.